It could be that that is what they see is exactly what they think it is. That could also be. I still wouldn't put the entire model in shambles. You understand that, right? Up to now,
No,
the early
you
universe
don't
and the
understand that, bro.
extents of the universe, the outer extents of the universe have always been tentative. These are frontiers that we don't know 100%.
No, these are frontiers that you got wrong 100%, bro. This is the part where you don't want to admit for some freaking reason. The scientists themselves admit this is wrong, but yet a few people on the internet cling to this notion that it's not wrong. They're telling you it's wrong, bro. Which part do you not understand about that?
Well, the part where we actually talk to those physicists.
You talk to those physicists.
Yeah, and astronomers.
So have you.
And what did they tell you? What did they tell you? They tell you that, oh, we have an explanation of why those big, massive galaxies are there? Did they say that? Or did they say, yeah, that's a problem?
No, neither.
So what's your point?
My point is
Back to the
that
drawing board, dude.
no, that was not.
You gotta go back to the drawing.
Yes, yes.
You gotta go back, dude.
Ryan is correct.
Yeah, I know.
back
You
to the
want to go
drawing
back.
board.
You think going back to the drawing board would produce a different result than we have.
Absolutely, dude.
Omni, I don't
Reevaluate
get
your
it, bro.
position.
Lion, check this out, right? This is not hard, man. They look, I'll put it in simple terms, right? When they look out in the past, they say we see back in time. So when they look back, they expect to find a 4-year-old, a 4-month-old baby, right? That's the equivalent of what galaxies they're looking for. A 4-year-old baby. They look back and they find a 14-year-old teenager. Do you understand that? That is a big problem. That is a big problem. If you don't understand that, you don't understand the issue.
Let me post those galaxies again. They deserve a second post. Let me do this.
Familiar with.
Oh, but seriously, man, this is a well-known thing.
This is what it should have looked like, dude. But yet they look like this.
No. So,
like they haven't finished. They just recently started rotating.
Yeah, who says they should look like that?
Dude. They look like look at that spiral pattern, bro.
I'm looking at it.
According to the simulations, according to the physics that you guys have imposed, right, and presupposed. They put that data into a computer and they simulate what the spiral rotation would look like after like 300 million years or 1 billion years, right? And the astronomers, bro, the people, the mathematicians, the people that work on this shit.
Okay, I've seen galaxy predictions. They didn't look like this.
Yeah, that's what the supercomputers are in their simulations. That's what they're showing, bro.
Can you link to like the actual article that said that, or anything more than just the
because you're gonna critique this. No, you're gonna critique it.
Okay, that
it's
tells
actually
me everything.
Danny's. It's Danny's employer.
I call bullshit.
What Lion is saying is true, right? But
it's answers in Genesis, guys. It's answers in Genesis. I didn't want to release it because I know you're gonna critique the source. That's
you're right not to. You're right to.
It's answers in Genesis, bro. Danny Faulkner is a publisher there, bro. Relax, and he's a respectable PhD.
Sorry, show me any answers in Genesis, like anything else that they ever got right.
See, there might be some. There might be some ambiguity here, but what I'm telling you, there's no ambiguity here. There's no room for maneuvering, right? I hope you guys understood what I said.
There is actually plenty of room for maneuvering.
Did you guys understand the implications of what I said, what they found? The baby
I
galaxy?
understand them better than you do.
Okay, then what after?
That's what they're working on. I don't know. Could be the universe is older than they thought. Could be that galaxies don't form how they thought they did. There could be a number of reasons. Could be that the observations themselves aren't what they think they're looking at. Maybe they're not actually seeing 14-year-old teenagers. They're actually seeing 4-month-old things that look like 14-year-old teenagers. It could be a number of things, but you've jumped to the conclusion that the whole thing is in shambles and needs to be rewritten from square one. We need to reinvent math.
They really do. They have
I'm
to.
not jumping to it, bro. That's them. I'm telling you their findings, what they're saying.
They're
This
not
is what
saying that.
When the
No, they're not.
there's
That's my point. They're not saying that the whole thing needs to be thrown into the fucking garbage. Nobody is saying that but you.
there's an enormous difference between a YouTube video where somebody says stuff and what they're saying in the papers, and what the data is actually showing, and what people agree upon versus what somebody hypothesizes.
It's not a hypothesis. It's them saying it. What I'm telling you is I heard it from their mouths.
I know about the crisis.
The people that study this.
I'm aware of that, of where you're getting that.
Okay, and what? So you're saying now when they say it in an audience, when they say that, right?
Yeah.
They don't mean it?
When Michio Kaku goes up there and does his astronomic comedy routine, okay, that's not stuff that you should take literally. When he says they lied to you and told you this, they're not lying with intent to deceive. He's just being funny.
Oh, he's being funny, is he? Come on, Omni.
He's being
Yeah.
sensationalist is what he's being.
Is it for the grade schoolers? Who is Kachu supposed to be entertaining?
He's the guys who are watching those videos. That's who he's entertaining.
SC, are you not entertained as the gladiator?
I'm entertained, bro. You have no
They're baby
idea.
galaxies, dude. There's baby galaxies, bro. That's your own model.
Bro, I can name you so many things that their predictions are wrong. It's not even funny. The more you realize, the more you learn about this, the more you know they have no freaking clue of what
Predictions
they're talking
are off.
about.
Yeah, these spiral galaxies, bro, when you analyze their spiral, bro, they're way younger than what the predictions should be, bro. And the crazy thing is that when you feed them through the supercomputer, bro, I'm trying to tell you, at 300 million years, you had a crazy tight spiral. These things are supposed to be billions of years old. Billions of years old. They're they have the predictions what the spiral look like at 500 million years, bro. And it doesn't match up. There's not one spiral like that in all of the cosmos. There's not one spiral like that, bro. Tightly. Go ahead.
There are plenty of people doing these simulations about galaxy formations. I would look at any other source other than Answers in Genesis and see what they say. Any other source at all.
What are you talking?
Yeah, there's no explanation for it, bro.
I mean, I could pull up the sources, but you got baby galaxies, bro, where there should be mature galaxies. And you got mature galaxies where there should be baby galaxies. Like, what's going on? And none of the spirals make any sense because if they truly were billions of years old, right, it would be a tight spiral. Yet that's not what we see. We see a loose spiral.
Nobody says
the
that.
calculations show, the simulations predict that they should have equalized, but instead we have a different velocity.
Genesis simulations.
No, this has nothing to do. Answers Genesis is just pointing this out, right? You guys are just hiding, trying to. This is these are the implications that they're finding.
Anybody else doing these simulations? Anybody else?
Dude, this is like mainstream right now. Dude, this is mainstream stuff.
That's what you just posted. No.
They've theorized, maybe doubling the age of the universe, right? They're talking about multiple bangs, dude. It's in shambles, dude. You guys are grasping at straws trying to make this shit work. You don't have a unifying theory. You had to ad hoc like 5 shit in the last 100 years between dark energy and dark matter, expansion, relativity with the relative principle. Come on, dude.
It's a gangbang.
You guys don't have nothing, man. You got to go back to the drawing board, pre-relativity, to try to figure this shit out.
But it seemed to me that if you have a lot of it's a model, like we have a model and our understanding of how a galaxy form, but there is also plenty of other evidence, and even evidence that is like probably more concrete than how we believe the Earth's galaxies forms. So why would we throw away everything else over that galaxy? We might be wrong. You can throw away all the other evidence, Or you could also say we might be wrong on how galaxies form.
Yeah, but
Why would you throw away how galaxy forms over all, like throw away all the other evidence?
there's more
because of this
elegant.
evidence.
There's more elegant and efficient models.
You
that
know why you
exist.
throw it away? Because it's wrong. That's
Yeah,
why.
it's wrong.
That's why you
Yeah, but I
throw it away,
haven't
bro.
thrown it.
It
Yeah.
is wrong. You have to understand those words, right? It is wrong. The predictions your model made got it wrong.
Yeah, I agree.
Do you
How galaxy
understand
forms
that?
are wrong.
It's
Yes.
it's
Do you
how
understand
galaxy
the
forms are
fact what
probably
I
wrong.
just said, bro?
Yes, I do understand what you said.
Okay, so you got to redo it. Don't say, well, maybe they didn't get it wrong. Maybe she wasn't pregnant. Maybe he didn't. No, it's wrong, bro. And you got to go from there.
Yeah.
That's what an honest
Yes,
person
how
would do.
galaxy forms are probably
The
wrong.
fake
I agree.
science up there. No science.
But I wouldn't
more
throw away
fake.
all the other evidence automatically because of one of the evidence, the pieces of evidence. I wouldn't throw away everything else because there's more points of data than just how models of how galaxy form.
No, they're wrong, bro. There's no points. There's no other points. It's wrong.
What
You
is
have
wrong?
to put that in your brain and accept it. It's wrong.
What is
The
wrong?
way
What is
they
wrong?
say it and the time frame that they said it in is wrong. There's no two
Yeah.
ways
Repeating
about
yourself,
it. There's
motherfucker.
no.
Stop it.
Why are you interrupting me when I speak,
Because
bro?
you're repeating yourself fucking 100 times.
You
Shut the
can do
fuck
it
up.
50 times if I want, bro.
Fucking
Just
idiot.
wait until I'm done and then let your emotions
Shut
then
up.
go out. You
Shut
shut
up.
up,
Getting
bro.
triggered.
Yeah,
They're
but you
You
don't
shut
add
up.
a
Don't
lot to the
interrupt. Don't be
conversation.
polite.
Let's see.
They're
It's
manifesting.
wrong is like
No,
You
not
this
guys are
right.
dude keeps
tripping out.
repeating him.
I'm telling
So
you.
I've been here
I'm telling you
I've been here
something.
longer than you,
can't
SC.
accept
Shut
the
up.
fact that I'm saying it, and you feel the
Shut the
need
hell
to
up.
interrupt me.
Are you trying to trigger? Is that why you keep repeating it over
He's
and over
provoking
again?
people, yeah.
No, I'm
Fucking
not. I'm
antagonize
not trying
people.
to trigger. I'm trying to make a statement, a sentence. And he's saying, yeah, they're wrong, but there's no but. When you're wrong, you're wrong. That's all there is to it. There's no but after it.
I don't agree that it's
Well,
wrong. It's just incomplete.
Well, that's your problem, bro. You see that? Don't get mad at me for repeating the fact that you don't want to admit that when something is wrong, it's wrong. It's not right.
Well, the
It's
video you
not
posted about
partially
Roger
Yeah,
right.
flat Earth is
It's
wrong,
wrong.
I'm
so
gonna
shut
post the
up.
video in a second. Let me see.
Flat
if I
Earth
can
is
get it
wrong,
for
so
you guys.
shut up.
You see, that's a
Where's
trigger
Where's your flat Earth
response.
evidence? Where's your
That's a
fucking flat Earth
trigger
evidence?
response.
You don't even
to a
have
fact
any, so
that I'm
shut up.
stating.
You don't even bring anything to the table. All you bring is you're wrong. You don't have any fucking evidence.
I did. I just showed it. I just showed one of them is.
No, that's
when I
not your
said
evidence. That's
Venus,
someone else's evidence
you're-
that you fucking took. You haven't come up with
See,
evidence yourself.
you're just triggered, bro.
'Cause you're
This is a
fucking an
personal trigger response
No,
of
you're
a
stupid.
triggered
All
little
right.
troll.
well, SC
I don't care
Montreal.
anymore. This guy's a fucking idiot.
Billy,
Yeah.
Billy,
I mean, SC Montreal.
Joe Bob
That's
over
right.
here.
Guys,
Please, Joe.
all right, calm down. All right.
Yo, check this out. Yo, this is the
So
video where I got
wait,
this
Lion,
information
hold on.
from.
I have to hold on.
All
I
right.
got a mod.
Sorry.
So first off, SE's methodology is pretty provocative. However, that does not mean that you can just hurl insults at him, Billy. Please ease up on that. I've constantly muted Dimmock for doing it, and
Okay, I won't do it anymore.
Dimmock's not that special.
Okay, I won't do it anymore then. All right.
Okay, so that's number one, and number two, SE, I get it. Just please try to be, as you know, concise.
Well, I try my best when I make a statement, right, that it's wrong, and then somebody will say, "Well, yeah, but," I have to step in. There's no yeah, but. It's either right or it's wrong.
Well,
Simple.
hold on.
Well, that's
There
not,
are people who say the use of pi in calculating the area of a circle is wrong because if I use a more precise value of pi, I'll get a different area. So if you ask Jeremy, he'll say that all calculations of area of a circle are wrong because pi has infinite digits. So I don't agree that it's necessarily that black and white, and I also don't agree with that you're taking something that's been in the Penrose thing. He said he thinks quantum mechanics is wrong about how the wave function collapses, and He didn't say quantum mechanics is all wrong. He didn't say that.
He did
Actually, what he
word for
says-
word. I posted you a video. Would you like me to post it again?
Well, I watched the
In
video.
that video,
There's
Roger
a
Penrose is
video.
using
Listen,
wrong.
man. This is why I get upset with you guys, right?
I see.
There's a
I was in the
video.
middle
Don't
of something.
interrupt me, bro. I'm talking now. Be quiet.
You interrupted me.
video.
I was in the middle of a
See,
sentence.
you're
You
interrupting
started
now.
talking
Come on.
while I was speaking.
Was that? Or maybe I didn't hear you. Go ahead.
I'll be super quick. In that video that you posted, he uses wrong and incomplete synonymously, and he says as much.
No, absolutely no. He says word for word, not incomplete. They're being polite. It's wrong.
So
He says it word for word. Now, if you guys didn't hear it, that's
wait,
your problem, man.
can you post the
I heard
time?
exactly that.
Can you post the timestamp and then we, because I watched. I don't know if I've seen every Roger Penrose video you posted, but I watched one of them, and I'm not really that interested in going and watching it again to see if if I missed something.
Okay.
'Cause
Okay, when I get a chance after,
Yeah.
I'll find the video. There's a short one. I can't do it right now. He says word for word. If I find you a video that he says that word for word, are you going to take back what you said?
Sure. Yes.
All right. We'll put that aside.
In the
We'll leave
video,
that aside till I find the video. Now, the other thing, with the age of the universes, right? Your model predicts precisely in a timeline. We look back, it goes back in time. So when they look back in time, at that time frame, the galaxies that they find should be in an infant state. They found fully mature galaxies.
Right.
You understand that? That is
Yes.
a problem. I'm not making that up.
So maybe it's older. Maybe they're wrong about how old it is.
So
So that means they're wrong, right, Left Lane?
Well, they might be wrong about the age of the universe, but that doesn't mean that everything that we know about physics is wrong.
You see what I mean? That's a sidestep right there. This is why I get pissed off with you guys.
Not a sidestep.
And you think I'm
Factual
being
statement.
confrontational. You're being evasive.
No,
You're
we've developed technologies, modern technologies based on the physics that we understand. We build massive skyscrapers, we build electronics, we build all kinds of stuff, and it all works. That does,
That's
so
irrelevant.
not everything
That's
is not
irrelevant. We
wrong.
make
That's not really. But the
candy.
point. Yeah, the point is,
cotton
right, that
candy
you
too,
guys
bro,
are
and it
making
works.
predictions.
We're not talking
Yeah.
about cotton candy. We're not talking about anything. We're talking about the predictions of your model in that time frame, and it's wrong. All the scientists say it's wrong. Everybody that knows about it say it's wrong. Only you guys don't want to admit that. It's wrong. Get it through your head. It's wrong. It's not partially right. It's wrong.
So to answer Omnivore's question, both of the quotes are in the first minute. The first thing he says is quantum mechanics as a whole is wrong. Within the same minute, he also says they say it's incomplete. Well, that means wrong. So he is using
Exactly.
incomplete and
Wrong means wrong.
So he is using incomplete and wrong synonymously.
Their
That was my
observations
point.
don't. These are
No,
observations.
negative.
Listen,
Negative.
listen, listen.
Wrong
He
means
says it. It's
wrong.
the first minute, 58 seconds. He says they say it's incomplete. Well, that means wrong.
Exactly.
Using
That means
synonymous.
wrong. He says, I'm being polite. People are being polite. It's not incomplete. It's wrong.
No, he does not
Hear me
say
out. Can I get
not
in?
Yes, he
incomplete.
does.
He says
Word for
incomplete.
Yo, let me get
fucking
in.
That
word.
means. He says that means. He doesn't say it's not incomplete. He says that means it's wrong.
That's
We're
right.
trying to-
That means it's wrong. Repeat it over and over until you understand it, until it goes in your thick
Until you
skull.
understand it.
It means wrong. Wrong means not right.
So, SE. I don't. I agree with Manufactotum. I don't think
I
you're.
don't care, bro. You can agree with whoever you want.
Hold on. The reason why I'm saying I think it's important to to explain why I think that. So, I'm online friends with Tapioca Weasel. I talk with him a lot about the experiments he's doing. He is working in the quantum mechanics field. He is doing experiments. He has studied a whole bunch of this. So, if we're going to hold the position that that quantum mechanics is in some meaningful sense wrong about things, what should he be doing differently?
No, that's not the point, bro. The
Right,
point is that Roger Penrose said
Yep.
word for word that quantum mechanics is wrong. It's not incomplete, it's wrong. And
Okay.
you guys don't want to admit that for some
Why?
reason. Hold on, I'm not done. You're bringing water from 100 different wells. Just say, yes, SC, you're right. Penrose says that quantum mechanics is wrong. That's all you got to do, bro. And then you can explain whatever the fuck you want. But it's a fact
Camels.
that he
That's
said
fine.
that.
You're riding on camels.
Yeah, that's fine. But then you went to specifically say he says it's not incomplete. That's a lie. You're lying. He doesn't say it's
That's right.
not.
He says it's not incomplete.
Yeah.
It's wrong. For
No,
fuck's
he
sake,
doesn't.
man.
It's in the first fucking minute. No, he says they say it's
Yes.
incomplete. Sure. Well, that means wrong. He doesn't say it's not
You're saying
incomplete.
it
No,
and
that's
you don't
not
understand
exactly.
it.
That's not what you said. You're adding shit to what he said.
No, I'm not adding shit.
The
He
latest
said
implications
it's wrong.
about yeah,
Did Penrose
the latest
say
Nothing you said is going to
observations, bro.
change that, bro.
Not
He said it's wrong.
Did he say it's not incomplete? Did he say it's not incomplete?
Yes,
say
he
those
said,
words
saying it's not incomplete.
You're
Not
lying.
incomplete. That's being polite. Hold on. That's being polite, he says. But it's wrong.
Oh.
Wrong. And then Jamango tells him, oh, you're trying to be like, bro, there's no way you're going to get away with this, man.
Can I
No way.
say,
If he says it's wrong, that's all there is to it, bro.
But as
You can squirm, you can fucking pretend that he didn't say it. You can say what you think he said, but he said it word for word.
It's in Montreal. I
Video's
Googled.
still in the fucking chat. I don't need to pretend anything.
No, don't fucking interrupt people when they talk, man. Be polite. When
Can I say something?
Even though it's triggering, like I'm doing right now,
Can I
right?
say something? Can I say something?
No, you can't. I'm in the middle of talking. When I finish talking, then you can say something. Like right now, I'm finished talking. Go ahead.
Okay, so I googled Roger Penrose. I didn't say did here. I said Roger Penrose says quantum mechanics is wrong, and they make some quotes here. And what he says is he believes quantum mechanics is fundamentally incomplete rather than just wrong due to its inability to account for transition from quantum superposition to define outcomes. And then I'll read down here why Penrose says is wrong, and he says. While Einstein and Schrödinger consider quantum mechanics incomplete, Penrose viewed this incompleteness as a fundamental flaw, a blatant topic that needs addressing. And the reason is, I'm just reading here, he believes a new theory is required to merge quantum mechanics with general relativity, a process called gravitizing quantum mechanics rather than quantizing gravity. So he believes
I've been
quantum
talking about
physics.
that all day, dude. Yeah, and what do you think I've been talking
So he
about?
seems to believe that quantum mechanics is correct. He just believes there needs to be another mechanism.
What you just said, dude? You don't even realize
right?
what you just said. Have you been here for the conversation?
He has no clue. He just comes and that's
Gravitizing. What did you say? Can you repeat?
Matter.
No. What gravitizing? What? Go ahead. Say
Quantum
it.
mechanics.
No, you're wrong.
I'm just reading from the AI.
Gravity.
Oh, fucking.
No, he said he needs to gravitize quantum mechanics. He said.
Listen, man, it doesn't matter what he said after that. He said, and I'm not going to let you guys get away with it. There's a video where he says quantum mechanics is wrong. Nothing you guys say or do is going to change that fact.
Okay.
Those words came out of his mouth. Now, what you think he might have meant by that, it's totally irrelevant.
I'm quoting AI.
No, but what
I'm not interpreting anything.
Stay with the program. We're talking about Penrose saying quantum mechanics is wrong.
Yeah,
but he's actually right on this.
I don't think he believes that quantum mechanics.
I don't care what you think he believes, bro. It doesn't matter if he believes in penguins.
So it
doesn't matter.
No, Newton had the same. No, Newton had the same sentiment. Newton had the same sentiment that you couldn't have a vacuum. You had to have a substance, right? A fundamental substance that permeates all things.
I don't understand how this is.
Yeah,
I'm just wondering what I'm not rather than just talking about using the word wrong, because it could mean several things. But what does wrong mean to you when he says that, SC Montreal?
Man, please go play with your dolls or something, man. There's wrong and right. He said it's wrong. I don't care. There's
What does that mean
nothing
to
that
you?
you guys can say or do that's going to change that, man. I'll stay here all day.
I just
You're
Wrong
not gonna.
is
It seems like
wrong.
you're just throwing in the towel, Leslie Montreal. If you're
I
not
just
gonna address
I'm
that.
I just posted
trying to go away
the
from the
timestamp
subject.
and the quote.
Yeah, you're just.
So
Exact quote. Quantum mechanics is wrong. That came out of Penrose's
But you're
mouth. There's nothing
just
you
quote
guys
mining him.
can say or do that's going to change
You're
that.
lazily
Nothing, man.
quote mining him. You're quote mining
You
him.
can interrupt me every time I talk.
Lazily
I'm going to
research.
remind you that Penrose said that, and that's absolutely correct.
Yeah. You
Oh,
can
is
quote
it
mine him
wrong?
all
All right,
you
so
want.
Penrose said
Take it out of
Quantum
context.
hold
That's
on.
really honest. That's
Quantum mechanics is wrong for Penrose, but it's not all wrong. Would you agree it's all wrong, Essie?
It doesn't matter if it's
Is it
all wrong or not.
wrong?
My statement was, listen carefully. My statement was from
You don't need to repeat it again. We heard you the 50th fucking time you said it. Don't repeat yourself.
So don't question me then. He said it's
Okay,
wrong.
so,
That's it. There's nothing else to say.
So you lose. Okay, quantum mechanics is wrong, but it's not all wrong. And he didn't say all wrong. So you lose. Thank you. You see, Glover?
No, I don't lose. I didn't make any further statements. You guys are getting triggered. I said there's a video
I made the
of
further
him
statement.
saying it's
I
wrong.
made the statement.
You can make whatever fucking statement you want, bro. It doesn't matter.
Yeah. Now go back to your little desk and come up with a new argument because you got destroyed. Thank you.
There's no desk. There's no argument. I made a simple statement that Penrose says quantum mechanics.
Please don't repeat it. Oh
If
my
you
God.
please don't interrupt. That shows that you're triggered.
I said it
It doesn't
100
matter.
times.
Triggered
Leslie Montreal.
because you
It's
keep
becoming
repeating
really
yourself,
redundant.
bud.
You
Okay.
literally have said it 100 times now.
Are you done? Are you guys done being triggered and interrupting?
No, you have said it 100 times. It doesn't add anything.
I'm going to say it 102 times.
No, you're
He
not.
said it's wrong. There's a video of him saying it's
Okay,
wrong.
so I'm
That's
gonna
it.
say what the
End
weather
of
is
story.
outside 1,000 times.
He didn't say
How's that?
all wrong, though. He didn't say all wrong. What
Word
you're
for
doing,
word, quantum mechanics is
treating
wrong.
it. Why are you speaking over me, coward? You're treating it as if he said all wrong. And that's
I
your
didn't say
argument.
that.
And you're standing by that. That's why you lose.
I don't lose. He said it's wrong. There's a video of him saying it's wrong, and that you got to live with that, bro. Anything else you
live
say
with
after that, that's on
Live
you.
with it, ST.
It's all
Live
wrong,
with
dude.
it. He did not say all wrong. Live with it. Live that. Not only
It's
are
I
you
didn't
hyperbole,
say
dude.
all
Leave him
wrong.
alone,
I didn't
dude.
say that's
Oh my
you being
goodness.
triggered for some reason. That's you being triggered
Yeah,
like a
repeat
little
it for
girl.
us.
Leave him alone.
Repeat
dude.
it for
Who
us.
cares? He's speaking in hyperbole, bro. Who cares?
I'm not speaking in hyperbole. I said exactly what Penrose said,
Oh
word
my
for word.
fucking God. Can
Quantum
you please not
mechanics is
repeat it?
wrong. And you guys, you
God,
see,
what is
you
wrong with
can't
you?
handle
Yeah.
it.
Suck him off. Suck him off for us, SE. That's what you're doing. Stroke him for the 55th time.
What
Suck
the
him
hell
off. Come on.
Why do you always gotta say some crazy?
No, I'm showing you that you're a little triggered little bitch. That's what I'm
But you're
showing.
repeating,
Shut the
you're
fuck
quote
up.
mining and you're repeating.
Why don't you? Hey, SE. He didn't say quantum mechanics is all wrong. He said quantum mechanics is wrong. What you're doing is you're acting like the whole thing is wrong because it doesn't fit within your belief system.
No, that's
Repeat
not
it
what I'm
again for
doing.
us,
What I
moron.
did was, let's see if I can get a statement out without you triggering me. What I said was, one of the topics we were talking about is that. And I said, one of the top people, Roger Penrose, says quantum mechanics is wrong, and I have a video to
Repeating
prove
it
it. The
again.
video is there.
Buddy, are you okay this morning?
Let me finish the sentence because you're triggered. It's a personal hatred you must have.
You're not adding
You know,
anything. You're
maybe
repeating
you had a
yourself.
rough
Everybody
childhood.
knows what you're going to say.
Maybe you weren't grown with manners
mental
to not
fucking
interrupt
midget.
people, you little bitch.
Fuck you, mental midget. It seems
Let the hate out, bro.
for you. It seems like a big topic for you, huh?
Let the hate out, bro. Come on, let it out.
But SE Montreal, you're repeating the exact same word. It doesn't add anything. That's the
I will
point.
repeat it all day long. Penrose said quantum mechanics is wrong. You guys can handle that and take personal
No.
so evidently, And
Get
you
the
are
fuck out of here,
interrupting me.
SE.
Listen, look
Fuck
at the
off,
hatred.
SE.
Look at the evil in you, man. Look at the hatred you have in you. You can't.
That's
You're
right.
like a
Let's see it
little
again for us.
girl.
But
For
I was
you.
just trying.
This is
Literally, I
how
was just
women
trying.
behave, bro. This is
For
how
you.
women
But
behave.
but like, let's say, like, the way I view the conversation, right? I was literally wondering, oh, did he say it? Like, did he actually feels like quantum mechanics is like completely wrong and he wants to like replace it? I was thinking, oh, maybe he did say it. I know he's not like doing active physics. He's more like a philosopher. So I was thinking, like, maybe I said it. I Google, I read it, and it's not like he said those words, right? But
That's
he's
right.
not
He said
funding. He
those
doesn't.
exact words.
He
That's
doesn't.
right.
He doesn't. It doesn't. Can I finish, please? He didn't. He said those words, right? But you can also quote mine because you have to ask, okay, what does it mean by wrong? And it actually elaborates when you're asking. If you ask an AI, he can elaborate on it, and he doesn't mean that quantum physics is like wrong, but the current model it needs to be different, right? So
Let's define
It's
wrong.
fundamentally
he
flawed.
believes
It's
reality
fundamentally
is
flawed, dude.
fundamentally quantum physics. He believes reality is quantum physics.
Yeah, and it's
You can
fundamentally
What is
flawed
dance
wrong?
around what he
interpretation.
said all day long, bro. I don't
Yeah,
give a shit,
repeat it
bro.
for us, retard.
You're not gonna add
Repeat it for
anything,
us.
Shut
What's
your
the
Petro. You're
mouth,
word?
just gonna
Gabe.
quote my
You're a
name. It's
freaking loser,
pointless.
bro. Everybody knows
Shut
you're a
the fuck
fucking
up.
loser.
You've
Shut
got
the fuck
nothing,
up.
bud. You've got nothing, bud. Fuck out of
You
here.
got
But
nothing.
if you're
I
not gonna
have
add
substance.
anything more,
You
I
have
don't think you
nothing.
need
Unless
to
you've
repeat
got
yourself,
something
Essie
new and
Montreal.
original to say,
Bro,
don't open your fucking
The
mouth. How about that?
predictions are
Yeah.
off, dude. The
No, I'll say
predictions
whatever
are
I
off,
want, and I
bro.
want to see you
But Essie
dance like a
Montreal,
triggered little
Yeah,
bitch that you are.
repeat
The
for us.
predictions
Repeat
are
for
off,
us,
dude.
pussy. Repeat for us, pussy. Repeat
We
again
can
for the
Dance
make
for me
we can
56th
when
make
you
better
have
time.
nothing.
predictions.
Show your
Pussy.
hatred.
Dance for us, boy, pussy. Dance for us right now.
Hey,
Repeat it.
Dude,
You
what is
see,
going on,
listen
dude?
to
SC, I
that devil. He
think you
probably has
definitely
a
triggered.
demon in him. Listen to that, man. Just
Yeah,
listen.
for you, faggot.
You
For you,
triggered the
faggot.
demon
For
in
you.
him.
You
For
hear
you,
that?
Interesting, dude.
Wow. What
for
the fuck?
you.
Moderate this conversation, SC.
No,
Moderate your own conversation, SC.
Boy,
This
how did
guy
that hurt
needs to be server deafened.
I'm trying to get something out. I have not been able to. But
Yeah, what we should do is mute a guy like that, but I'm not going to use my powers as a mod to mute him. I want to
You're
let the
damn
whole
right you're
world
not.
hear how
You're
much of
damn
a
right you're not.
hatred he has towards me. Let it
For
out,
you,
boy.
bud.
Let
For
it out.
you.
He knows
Repeat it
Well,
for my
I have
Come
to
on, show the
say,
world how much hate you
for us,
have.
SC.
Go ahead.
Repeat it.
but Essie Montreal,
Repeat
I
it.
gotta
Tell us
say,
what
it is
Roger
annoying
Penrose
that you're
said
not
for
adding
the
anything to
56th
the
time.
conversation, right?
Come on, gatekeeper. Let it out, bro.
Dance for
Come on.
us, SE. Tell us what Roger Penrose said for us for the 56th fucking time. You bots.
Listen to that hatred in that little girl's
For
voice.
you.
Just
For
listen to
you.
how much hatred
yo,
he
all
has.
right, let me
For
get into it.
you.
Let me get in. Let me say
For
something. Hold on,
But
guys. Come on, man. You guys
you're
been acting
repeating
up.
the quote,
All right.
and it doesn't add anything, right? Because everybody
Well,
agree in what he said, right? So it doesn't add
So
hold on.
that's
anything.
what it
Our
should
natural
end. You should say,
observations.
yes, LT, you are
And
correct. He did say that word for word, and it's
yeah,
over.
yes, everybody agree
You
with
agree
that.
with it?
And I was, but if you want to know what he meant by it, you should elaborate on it, not just leave it at
No,
that.
don't tell
right?
me what you think he meant by it. That's irrelevant. We were talking about the
Why?
fact that he said it, and Omni said no, he didn't
Why
say
is it
that, and that's
important
where
that?
I
Hold on,
came
can I
up.
get into? Can I
Why,
get in
why are
real
you
quick, dude?
interrupting me, bro? Why? Why do you always interrupt me? I don't understand.
Let me get next. Go ahead.
Okay, you
Yeah.
go next.
The argument was that I came up with a video. I showed the video, and Omni said, no, there is no such thing. So that's why I showed the video. That's all there is to it. I said, Penrose said those words, and he said those words. All you have to do is say, okay, I see, and it's over.
Real quick. Yeah. So there's predictions that are made based off of the current physics with relativity, right? And consistently, the predictions are off, right? So what you guys do is curve fit, and you ad hoc post explain these things, right? But regardless of
Yikes.
that, right? You had to understand that what we're seeing now with the spiral galaxies, right? They're studying the vortex. They're studying there's a differential, right? These spiral galaxies have a differential rotation where the inner part of the galaxy is spinning faster than the outer part of the galaxy, right? And it would not be possible for these galaxies, right, to survive with their current rate of rotation, right? It would be impossible. And if they were billions of years old, right, they shouldn't have this type of formation. They should be tightly coiled together and almost harmonious in rotation. And that's not what we have. And the galaxies that we see right now are as if they just sprouted within a couple million years. Less than a million years. Less than
Would you like a report?
less than 100 million years. Less than 100 million years, and you guys predict that they should be 5 billion years.
Can I correct that? All galaxies are over 100 million years old. Lion, come in with facts, mate. Don't fudge the figures like you always did, and you just did it then. Give us facts or a citation, because I reckon you just tell bullshit, buddy. Stop fudging the fucking figures.
I just said that, dude. That's literally what I just said. That they, at the least, that they're 100 million years old. Yet they're making
said 100 million,
up to
dude.
5
They're
billion.
well over that. No galaxy is 100 million years old. I know that for a fact. Stop fudging the fucking figures.
No, that's not what this data shows, dude.
Yeah,
they're
but
they're
what it
finding
does, but you
Citation.
know how
Put up your figures.
okay.
Put up your figures, dude. I don't believe what comes out of your mouth. Put up your figures and then show us.
Let's define.
They have a
galaxy.
differential
How many
rotation,
suns?
dude. This is why they had to come up with dark matter, dark energy, was to make the orbital mechanics work, because they have a differential rotation, right? They don't know what's causing that, where the energy is coming from to have that differential.
Citation.
And
Show us
they don't
the
have
article.
a unifying theory for gravity. They need
Show us
missing
the
mass,
article.
and they need dark. Dude, this is like 80 years of physics, bro. What do you mean? Show you the article?
Show
Are you
us the
ignorant?
article. Your interpretation,
Oh my gosh,
any
bro.
correlation between your interpretation and the truth is purely coincidental. Show us the citation line, because you are known as a liar and fudge the figures, buddy.
This is the origin of dark matter, dark energy. They needed to patch the model because their natural observations consistently weren't matching up. Their predictions weren't matching up. So they had to. You can't just have dynamic forces not accounted for. So they had to reason this, and they came up with the theory of relativity. This is where, and then expansion came into play, and the French shift. Dude, it's pretty complex stuff, but this isn't my
How
model.
old
This is
is
your
this
model,
science?
dude.
Wow.
This is your model. This is your model.
You can't argue with
Your
Boehmer. He's been to the moon.
Well, I have to
Time
say,
dilation.
like you said earlier, right, that you think that galaxies are stars are rotating quicker in the inside and the outside, or in the front,
They have
right?
the spiros have a differential rotation.
What is a differential rotation? What does that mean?
The inner part, right, of the vortex of the spiral
Yeah.
galaxy, right, is
Yes.
spinning faster than the outside.
But that is what's gonna happen anyway, using like just Newtonian gravity.
Yeah, but at the current right now, from what it looks like, right, these spiral galaxies aren't possible, right? In your model, they would spiral out, right? They would basically dwindle out, right? The way that they're rotating right now, it's not
I
sustainable
understand.
over billions of years, right? And they look young.
It's two different things. The other one is you mentioning the rotational speed of the galaxies, which is basically why we believe there's dark matter. That has nothing to do with the with the observations that were done with James Webb, which was of young galaxies, or in the early timeline.
You had the Hubble and the Webb telescope. They both observations had incredible implications regarding cosmology. Yes, profound implications. Some of these observations that they witnessed with the Hubble and with James Webb's telescope, they had to go back to the drawing board. Their predictions were off.
On what?
Absolutely.
Specifically on dark
Now,
matter,
so when we talk about
galaxy formation?
Dude, the cosmic microwave background and redshift,
Yes.
dude, they're finding things past 14. I forget the exact metric, but way further. They're seeing mature galaxies way further than what they previously predicted.
No, that is not true. They believe that the galaxies could have been formed at an early age if you just take the naive interpretation of the model, yes. But they don't believe that galaxies form the way we believed because of this data.
Yeah, but with the distances, what we're finding, right, is mature galaxies where there should be baby galaxies. And you're
Yes,
finding
and they
baby
don't
galaxies
and
where
they
there
still
should be
don't
mature
believe
galaxies.
the age of the
And it's
universe is older than
contradictory.
14.
And now they're
It's
gonna double the age of the universe because of these observations.
no, they're not.
Now they're going. Yes, now they're thinking that maybe it might be
No.
30 billion years old.
No,
I
no,
want
Yeah,
to
they're
to
not.
know.
justify
Yeah,
these
they did. There's a
observations.
paper written. See, you guys just
Yeah,
don't
no,
know. That's the
it was a
problem.
title. It was literally a
Yeah, only
title
you
of
know,
a
retard.
like pop article,
Yeah,
right?
let
I
the
know
hate out,
exactly what
bro.
you're talking
Let
about.
the hate.
There's a
Do it
lot
every
more coming
time,
your
bro.
way,
What?
bud. There's a lot more coming your way. Get ready for it.
Hey,
Bro, you're the biggest loser on the internet. Everybody
yeah,
knows that.
Cry about it, bud. There's a lot more
You
coming
have
your way.
nothing. All
fucked
you
up
do
today.
is you come in and you do the same
Cry
thing on
about it, you
all the
little
servers.
bitch.
We all know what you are,
You
bro.
do that, SE.
Cry about it, bitch. How about that, SE? Cry about it
No,
for me.
I want you to keep
Shut the
doing it.
fuck up.
I want you to
Shut the
show the
fuck up.
world how much of an immature child you are.
Hey,
Go ahead.
ladies and gentlemen, I don't know how long you guys want to keep doing this.
You're irrelevant, bro. You're irrelevant.
Shut up, flat earther.
You see,
Yeah,
there
but
it is.
that
He just
Montreal,
comes
that
in
was
to insult. You know, if this
that
was any other server, you'd be muted.
Okay.
You'd be muted right now. You know that, right?
Cry about it now. Cry about it, flat
I'm
earther.
gonna let you do it. I'm gonna let you go on so I can
you have
show
no
the people
choice.
that you're
You've got
just
no
an
choice.
immature hater. Go ahead.
You've got no choice. You fucked
I
up
do
today,
have a
bud.
choice. I can mute you right now. I do have a
fucked up today.
choice.
I mean, you can.
I could mute your ass
It'll
right
be
now,
against the
but I'm
rules.
not. I'm gonna show the
calm down?
people that you just have hate
Cry
in
about
you.
it. You're triggered. That's why you want to mute me. You didn't want to mute
Please.
me when we were yelling earlier, but you do now because you're triggered, bud. Cry
No,
about
I
it.
don't want to. No. The reason why
Please.
I want to mute. The reason why is
Calm down.
because you're the one triggered. You came in insulting me. You have nothing, bro. You're just a spiteful little, hateful little man. That's
Cry
all you
about
are.
it, bud. You're a flat earther talking about Roger Penrose. Fuck out of here. What the fuck you talking about?
You hear that hate in him? You hear that squealing like a little girl? Listen to that.
To you.
Calm down, guys.
I think you need a break, bro. You need a break from this community because it's getting to you, bro.
No. I just dismantled you. You're owned, and I feel it. Have a nice day.
You hear that? That's a little demon coming out of him. Hatred.
Can
This
we
is
not
what
do the meta
this is
shit,
what Trump
please?
does to people.
But he's right.
I mean, ST Montreal, you're like trying, like, if you want to be mature about this, you shouldn't try to trigger him more because you're doing that.
I'm not trying to trigger him.
Yes, you are.
Now,
He can't.
It's his
see what he's
fault.
doing right now? That's what he does, bro.
It's his fault.
No,
but you're not
it is
acting
me
mature
now.
about it.
Essie is a scumbag, and you all are keep
You see,
wasting
there's another
your
one.
time
There's another
because
one.
he's a toxic piece of shit. And,
This
and
is
you
the
just
energy you
keep
need, SE. What goes around comes around, bud.
What did you expect, Essie?
You see, that's what he does. I just timed him out. This guy is
let me leave
come on, let him back.
That's what he does. That's what they do. That's all he does. He came in to say I'm a scumbag. No, that's not gonna
How
work.
long do you time him out, though?
Hey,
Come
what
on,
goes
let him-
around comes around, bud. Stop spreading bad energy, SE.
Well, I'm not gonna time you out. I'm gonna let people hear your hate, bro.
For you, and what you've done this morning. For you.
That's
hold
right.
on,
Let
dude.
it
Can
out,
we
bro.
talk about this
Let
stuff? Can we
everybody
know
know
what
it's
goes-
personal.
I
You
owned
have
you.
no
I already
argument.
did. You're
You
owned.
just have something personal
You're
against
owned.
me.
Hey, now that I've already owned you, let me go have a nice day, coward.
You didn't know nothing. You just showed the people how immature you are.
So
All you have
boring.
is hate for me. You said nothing about what I was talking about. You just came in to put hate on me. It's okay, bro. I can handle it. Do it some
He
more.
ran away.
Show the
No.
people your true colors. Go ahead.
He called you a coward, then he ran away, SE.
Imagine that, bro.
I posted
Imagine
a chart
that.
here regarding redshift. You see it? It goes all the way up to 13.8 billion years. Redshift 0. You see that?
Yeah.
And then you see the,
All
the
this
1
is-
through 13, 1 through 14. Well,
Yeah.
in you guys' model, right? This is basically time. Right? When you look into distant galaxies, you're looking back in time. Right? And light takes so long to get to the Earth, right? But real quick, just hear me out, right? You guys have managed to capture in 2025 a glimpse of a galaxy that you guys say is the earliest galaxy ever recorded, 280 million years after the Big Bang. It's known as MOMZ14, right? Discovered in August 2025 by the James Webb Telescope. located just 280 million years after the Big Bang. Now, when you look at it, it's fully formed 280 million years later, and it looks mature for its age against what they would have predicted. That's a problem, dude.
Yeah, that is for the age is based on a lot of different things. The belief we also have a model for how we believe a galaxy would form. That is the thing that is under contention, not the age of the universe, because if you throw away the age of the universe, you have to throw away, for example, the redshifts. What do you call it? The fucking redshift observations you mentioned earlier. All of this you need to throw out, and they're not doing that. So I'm just gonna say, like, the thing that SE Montreal quoted earlier, that was from from a title from like a, what do you call it, pop science article, where it was said something along the lines of, if this were to be like the case, the age would have to be like 30 billion years old or something like that, right? But they don't actually, no serious cosmologists believe that the age of the universe is actually that old, because then you have to explain away everything else as well, which is, 10 times harder to explain. So that's what they believe.
It's not hard to explain, bro. All you got to do is tap in on the newest findings. Google JW, the James Webb Space Telescope, see the new findings, listen to the scientists. You got to catch up. Your cosmology is in disarray. Now, if you don't know that, that's on you, bro. Don't come crying to me when I tell you the facts, right? Your cosmology is finished. The baby galaxies destroys your predictions. There's a lot of other things. If you can't handle that, don't cry to me about it.
Who cares?
What other
Earth
things?
is still a spinning globe. Deal with it.
Yeah, what is the other
See,
things?
right away to a spinning globe.
They discovered
right
a
away.
galaxy
Deal with
in
it.
redshift 14,
bro. Cope.
They have
What
observed
other
the
things?
galaxy in
Unbelievable.
redshift 14,
What other
bro.
things can explain?
Redshift
What
14.
other evidence?
200 million
What
years
about
after
that?
the creation of the Big Bang, they've observed a galaxy in their model.
Yeah.
That's the
What
furthest
other evidence
away.
is there?
The furthest possible.
They can't
away
handle
from
it,
us.
Lion. They
And it's-
can't
and it's
handle
fully
it.
No, I'm
mature.
just asking you what other evidence is there. I know that evidence. I already know that. But is there any other evidence?
So if you
Because that
already know
evidence-
that, why are you addressing that and saying other evidence? Is that a problem? Do you think that that's a problem?
No, because you said
start
and
with
all
that.
the other evidence. No, because you said and all the other evidence. You said
It
that
doesn't
sometimes. So
matter
I
about
asked you
all the
what
other. I can
evidence.
tell you other evidences, but let's start
Yeah,
with
tell
that
me
one.
then.
Do you agree with that one? Yes or no? Do you agree
Yes, I
that
believe we
that's a
don't know.
problem?
Yes, I believe we don't know how early galaxies were formed. I agree with that.
You can
I already
believe
said
whatever you want. You can believe in Santa Claus, bro. You're just wrong. You're scientists. What I tell you is a fact. Your scientists found galaxies that were too mature at the time period. Now, if you don't understand that, that's on you, bro. Don't tell me about your feelings.
What do I not understand?
It's surprising, dude. It's
You
very
asked me what I
surprising.
think.
It's
What are you
amazing
saying?
how
have to
dumb
go
this
back
guy
to the
is,
Yes,
man.
Bible.
It's just
Montreal. Now you're being
amazing. All he's
extremely
trying to show.
dishonest. I'm
You
answering
have
your
to
question
reevaluate
straight
these
up.
timelines,
Why are you
bro.
being
That's
so dishonest?
That's the whole point, guys.
He doesn't
You have
get
to
it, bro. They
Montreal.
just because
Why
it's
do
me
I-
saying
wha-
it, they just will not get it. They will not understand it.
Guess
He's gonna
what?
do
Can you
this dumb
explain?
routine
Can you
now.
stop with the meta and explain what you're saying? What are you talking about?
What am I talking
Is
about? I've been
anything I
talking
said was
about it for an hour. Do you understand that they found galaxies too
Yes.
big, too mature for the time frame? Do you understand
Yes.
that? And do you understand that that is
Yes.
the wrong prediction?
Yes, I agree.
Okay, that's it. That's all there is to it. So there's a
Yeah, and
problem in your cosmological model, right?
I agree. It's a problem with how we believe the early galaxy were forming. I agree.
So it's wrong.
That's
So
what
the
we believe.
prediction was wrong, right?
Yes.
Humble.
For
At least he's being humble.
how early galaxy
So
forms,
we're good.
it's wrong. Yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
I said that. Like I said it to you like 10 times, and you take it as an attack.
So what else do you want now?
No.
So what's the problem then?
There is no problem. You took it as a
There
problem.
is a
I
problem
didn't.
in your model, right?
that part is wrong. I agree. I said it all the time.
So that's what we've been saying. But there's people here that are disagreeing with that.
We disagree with your
Disagreeing
conclusion.
with that.
But this is the crux of the problem, guys. Right? Orbital mechanics, rotational velocity, right? The differential and rotation, bro. These are the crux of the argument, right? This is why they needed to come up with dark matter, dark energy. Like where's Professor Parks? He used to be in here, bro, to explain these things.
He agrees with all this stuff, man.
Model,
These guys
bro.
just don't know, bro. Yeah, that's
This is
the
your
problem.
model, dude.
I wish Parks was here right now. I truly wish Parks was here right now. So they can hear it from him, because when I say it, they just don't believe it. It's auto hate. You know, they have this thing against me.
As in Montreal, I literally just agree with what you said. I did it over and over again.
Well, not you. Not you. The other flat earther.
Some other people in here. Some other people in here.
No one else did what you guys claim.
But
okay, but I believe this is like evidence now that
these dynamic forces have to be explained.
I mean, I don't know what you can call it, dynamic forces. As far as I know, I'm literally quoting a scientist, because I listen to some scientist podcasts from actual cosmologists, and they have said like this evidence is very interesting because it tells you they had a model of how they believed galaxies would form, but we have never been able to form early galaxy forming in our universe because we didn't have that observations until James Webb came along. And when they observe this, they see the model is wrong. How we believe early galaxies would form is not correct. So there is something we don't understand. So that's what they don't take it like, I don't know exactly what you guys think it is, but they don't see it as a defeat. They see it as interesting, because then it's like a part of cosmology that we fundamentally don't understand. There is something we don't understand. Not the age, necessarily the age.
Essie thinks because they were wrong about this, they're wrong about everything, and now the Earth is flat.
Can everybody?
Yeah, it's kind of like that is being said, right? But that's wrong.
Everybody, hold on a sec. Hold on. So it's thundering. My dog is freaking terrified. I got other stuff I'm doing. Just please try to turn the temperature down a few notches. Can we do that?
Well, we were all good until Gatekeeper came in. These guys are being very polite. Very cool.
Okay, well, he's not here. So I'm just asking you guys if I have to moderate. Okay, so just we don't have to shout at each other. It's not needed. All right. Thanks.
I'm driving, but I'll do what I can.
Whatever, he left. Anyway, I don't like when people call someone else what British people call cigarettes, because I can't do it anywhere else, right? So please continue. Sorry for calling ME or SE or Omnivore in here.
No, it's all good. We were all doing good until Gatekeeper came in and started personally insulting me. But it's part of the thing. They have this hatred. They have this unreasonable bias. But I'm used to it. It's all good. It's just that I don't want to mute. I don't want to mod my own conversation. So I would appreciate it when that happens if other mods are available. But it's all good. People are busy.
But I have to say, when you respond to him, you're throwing gas. He is wrong. I agree with you. He shouldn't respond to you like that. But you're also throwing gasoline into the fire by responding like that. You know it, right?
No. I have two options, right? I can respond to him, to his insults.
Or be quiet.
Or I can mute him. I cannot be quiet. Why am I going to be quiet?
If you're quiet, then he will not respond.
That's not a reasonable request.
Yeah, you can't mute him because you're.
Well, you would be the bigger man if you did that. If you did it, you would be the bigger man.
Be a bigger man and just stand by and have him insult me while we're in the middle of a conversation that he interrupted me. How? I mean,
yeah, you would.
Really? Okay, demonstrate to me that how that works sometimes.
Yeah, if you do that, he would look like an idiot just for just responding like.
I let it happen, and people say, "Why do you let that happen?" I need to start doing what SE does, I guess.
No,
Well,
I don't think that's a good
all I
approach.
did was look. All I did was tell him, look, let out your hate. You're not making any sense. You're just interrupting me and hating me. And he was, you're an asshole. Yeah. I mean, how do you handle that?
And then
The
you called
predictions
him
are
a
consistently off.
demon, so it wasn't
No,
so
no, you
innocent.
didn't call him a demon. He did not call him a demon.
I said, listen to the hate he has. He sounds like there's a demon in him.
Here's the
Something like that.
demon.
I said, yeah.
The demon is back. I'm calling him a little fucking demon.
Well, you're doing the same thing now. You're like continuing it, and he's gone. I'm just saying, like, if you kind of like let it be, he will like die. It would die out. Like I do that with Demok all the time. Like Demok, I don't respond to him and scream at him. I just turn him down and just let him speak. I don't give a shit. You want me to fight him every time
the
he fights
energy
me?
that is given to me, right? If you're cool with me, I might be cool with you. I mean, it's as simple as that.
Yeah, but it doesn't like help. Like you're just making him riled up more.
That's on him. I don't care. I'm not his keeper. I'm not his father. You're
I
in
know,
charge of
but
your own emotions,
it's
bro.
a bigger man. It's like it's like a sign of like maturity if you do that. I'm just saying, this is one approach
Well,
I would
enough
use.
meta.
Try it.
Enough meta. Let's get back to the facts. Someone define the word WRONG.
It's the opposite of being right.
Yeah, relativity
Now,
predictions using only matter, right, doesn't account for the galaxy rotations. The
Now
edges,
define
like
the something.
the spiral arms, move way too fast.
He used the word incomplete, right?
He's talking more about like
I
particle
was
physics.
Cameron.
You guys are talking about cosmology.
It's all connected. It's a unifying
Yeah.
force of physics that's the pursuit.
There are galaxies with spiral arms then.
But the so they needed to come up with extra mass to justify some of these orbital mechanics.
Yeah,
That's fair
They
enough.
had to fudge things in, dude. Literally.
And well, realize that their understanding isn't correct and then adjust it accordingly. I mean,
That's what they told their wife.
if you go to mechanics school, you're not, and you don't know anything about cars, but then you learn a lot. You're not fudging anything, are you? You're just learning.
Yeah, it's fine, but you guys act like this is a fact. That this is exactly what it is.
I mean,
when it's falsified, right? Because then you're making claims that now we can't even falsify, because we're actually increasing predictions now because we've fudged this.
Well,
variable.
how do you go about falsifying claims that they need to extend some sort of mathematical model for galactic size physics? Well, how would you go about falsifying that?
By seeing if the the rate, right? When we talk about motion in their speeds, you should be able to predict things in advance. And when you try to predict what speeds these rotations should be at what distance, it's all wrong.
Show us your math.
Okay. So let's supposing it is all wrong and there's things to learn. What have you falsified by saying they don't quite know and understand it yet?
Well, this is what I get from your own history, right? So, like, the dark matter has been tweaked over time, dude. This is a fact. Going back to the 1930s, you had, like, Planck's constant with the 27% earlier guesses. And then it moved on, dude. There's been, like, multiple, what do you guys call it?
Changes?
Yeah,
Who gives a shit what we
no,
call
not
it?
changes,
Changed,
bro.
doesn't it?
Not
Revisions?
necessarily that.
Modifications?
Revisions, I like that one, but
Adaptations, yes.
Adaptations.
You say that your
Changes.
predictions are getting more accurate.
And all the science.
So when we falsify, it's a problem with logic. When we falsify something like dark energy, right? You guys are just saying, "Oh, well, no, we're tweaking it. It's more accurate now."
No. Saying no, saying no. I don't believe in dark energy is not falsifying it. Falsifying it
absolutely not.
You don't have to come up with something more positive to falsify it than saying I don't believe you got it right.
Don't you have to show something is true something is real and then commence to talk about it. Like dark energy is just a made up thing because you got something wrong. Again,
I didn't get
something
anything
wrong.
I didn't get anything wrong.
Not you, the cosmologist.
Well, the cosmologists are looking at something vast, and they can't quite see everything they think they should be able to see, so they presume there's something they can't see. Or, somewhere down the line, they work out they don't need to compensate for that because there's something they didn't realize about the equations. Either way around, they're not asserting anything is an absolute.
Yes, they are.
No, they're not. Not an absolute
What
truth.
else?
Yes, yeah,
They
they're
do?
assuming the amount of matter needed to make the equations work. They're
They're
assuming
also
the amount of
getting
matter, and they're
paid.
tweaking. They continuously tweak the amount of matter needed to make the equations work. That's curve fitting. It's not science.
Who's funding all this stuff? That's what
Every
I
time
want
you
to know.
falsify it,
But
the
that's-
model,
but-
you actually
but-
you change it and make it more accurate in your perspective.
Yeah, and by very nature, they're not telling you with absolute certainty how much mass there is in the universe or how it moves. They're never doing that. They're saying we believe, or the evidence currently points towards. No one is making a dogmatic assertion about any particular nuanced aspect of it at all. They're not.
What do you mean,
Well, they
dogmatic?
are,
Like looking
bro.
at colors for a living and getting paid to look at colors, the color spectrum. They're in the mentally challenged spectrum.
Okay, well, that's just a pointless thing to say. You're just pretending that people that understand something you don't are dumber than you.
Look, by their own admission, they don't know what it is. They don't know what dark energy is. They don't know what dark matter is. These are just invented things because they got their theories wrong. You guys have to accept and understand that, bro, or we're never going to make progress.
So this is what Grok
Yeah,
has to
make
say
no
about
progress.
this. This is what Grok has to say. I just asked it. It says here, this is unnerving cosmology. If you can tweak invisible variables, inflation rates, quantum perturbation, amplitudes, how's that not just curve fitting? It's a legit critique. Predictions hitting the mark. It says it's a legit critique. Predictions hitting the mark means squat if you're adjusting dials after the fact to make them fit.
Exactly, bro. I mean, that should be a standard thing. Like, you make a prediction, it's either right or wrong. And I don't understand why people get upset. It's not like it's our predictions, right? It's their predictions, and they're the ones saying that they're wrong. I don't get it. Why all this kickback? Why all this fighting? I don't get it. It's like you want the model to be so right. I don't understand that. They're telling you it's wrong. Like, why don't you accept it? It's them. The very people that came up with this are now saying, it appears we got this wrong.
No, they didn't. They didn't say they've got it wrong. Look, if they do a slight change in redshift or blue shift, you actually get a closer thing. However, there's other problems. It's called evolving. What I tend to find is those people with a biblical agenda tend to just have to find anything wrong. That's what's wrong. Thank you, guys.
No, bro. Look, it's not that, bro. It's me telling you what they found, right? They found galaxies that are too mature for the time frame of your model. It's that simple, bro. There's no way around that.
Yeah, I know they have. They found things that are too mature for the timeline.
Yes,
you're right.
Yes. So that's all you got to do. You got to admit and say, okay, what now? What does that mean? Right?
Okay, but that's what they're doing.
That's what they're doing.
Well, what it means, these galaxies are mature enough to consent.
What the problem is? What's the problem is that flat earthers. What's the problem is that flat earthers only look at quotes. They'll never go to the actual science, the studies, the mathematics. They just look at quotes and take quotes as if that's the actual science. You can't prove science wrong with just quotes.
That's not what I do. What I do is I listen to the people that came up with the theories, and I listen to them in lectures, and I listen to them when they're asked questions, and they say it themselves. I'm not making up. It's not a mind quote.
So show us the science then. Show us in the science. Show us in the science where it says this stuff. Show us in the actual mathematics, the equations, the scientific study that people spend years and years researching.
to figure out how to explain and communicate to other people. Show us in that. Don't just show us quotes or things that people say, because that's not where the actual facts lie. The facts lie in the papers, in the studies, in the mathematics, in the actual like doing of the science. I don't want to see quotes.
Show us how much they're getting paid to make this propaganda, SE. That's what we want to know.
Look, man, this is not difficult, bro. You have a model that predicts something. You look at it, it's wrong. That's it. There's nothing more you need to know. I mean, you can go more into detail, but
yeah, it's not difficult to just take quotes. It's not difficult to just take quotes and apply that and apply that to all of science, and just because you don't understand the actual science of it. But the quotes aren't science.
That's ad hominem.
Yeah, then show us in the science then. If you understand, then show us in the science. Don't just show us quotes of scientists saying things. Show us in the science where it is, if you understand it.
It's not lab science. It's detective work at best. Detective work.
So you won't show us the actual science. So you won't show us the actual science then.
Yeah, you've stacked.
The actual science is the James Webb Space Telescope research. You can check it out. You can see that they have pictures and they've done tests on them, and they figured out that they're too large, too much light, too much stuff. I mean, if you don't know this, I don't even know why you're in this conversation, bro. Seriously,
you don't know this. You don't know this because you can't show us. You can't show us in the science what you're actually claiming. You're claiming
yes, we are, dude.
Quotes.
We've been
you're
talking
claiming
about
it. You're claiming from quotes and from YouTube videos that they got it all wrong. It's all wrong, SE. You don't know that. You don't. You're just taking what you see in the video, and you won't even show us in the actual science where it correlates to
science
what
is
it
supposed to be testable.
Can I ask a question?
Science is supposed to be testable, falsifiable, verifiable. When these claims are tested consistently, their predictions are off. I don't know what your problem
where's your evidence? Where's your evidence for that?
We have a track
Where's your evidence
record.
for that?
We have a historical record of historicity, of ad hoc, post hoc explanations, rationalizations, right? To
where
fix
is the
your
evidence
model,
for that?
to put a bandage on it, dude.
Where is the evidence for that? Show us the actual numbers.
Dark energy. We have dark matter.
Talk over me.
We have expansion.
Show us the actual numbers. Show us the actual numbers, not just quotes. Show us in the math, in the science. Pull up a paper. Show us like detailed information, because it doesn't say that in the actual science.
I'm Kepler with his three laws of planetary motion.
You're just taking what
elliptical orbits.
You're just taking.
Take it easy. Calm down.
No, he's talking over me. He's interrupting what I was saying.
You're asking me questions.
Why should I stop? Why should I stop? Why should I stop? Why should I stop?
I mean, say what you got to say.
Let him speak.
God dang. I haven't finished yet. How can you answer a question I haven't finished yet? Why should I just step aside and let him interrupt me?
Dude, all right, I'm gonna have to answer it again.
You said show me the evidence 15 times, bro. I mean, go ahead, continue.
I was in the middle of saying something. Doesn't matter that he knows what it is I'm going to say. I should be able to finish what it is I'm saying and not be interrupted. And you flat earthers, you never call out flat earthers for interrupting. You let flat earthers interrupt incessantly until the Glober gets frustrated with it, loses his patience, and then when you lose his patience, stop interrupting me. Can you stop interrupting me? Then the flat earthers get pissed off when the Glober's been pushed.
This is meta. I'm gonna interrupt you.
Shut up. I'm talking.
You're giving meta bullshit.
Let him
Shut
finish.
up. I'm talking. This is the problem. You flat earthers think you can just interrupt whenever you want, and then when you get interrupted, you can get mad at the Globers and call them out. But you never get called out when you guys.
You made your point, bro. We get it. Please finish with
your shut up.
You see, when you try to share your feelings, they don't want to hear it. They just.
Yeah, there's no women in here.
What are you talking about?
Shut up! You're a woman because you can't stop talking and you interrupt people all the time. See there,
buddy. I came in as a mod to clear the floor for you. Can you please go ahead? We're gonna let you speak uninterrupted.
No, I'm not. No, I'm done. I'm not gonna do it because you guys are just fucking idiots.
You see another guy with nothing
All
who
right, let me
just
go then. Let
insults
me
you.
go.
You guys have issues, man. You have
Can I-
issues.
can-
Work
can I
out
make a
your
point?
issues and then come and talk with people,
So
man.
what we have,
Can I
in
make a-
cosmology
it's us that have an issue.
it's not lab science, dude. It's not lab science.
If you guys frustrate people to the point of them calling you names, you can't just go and say, "Oh, it's all the Globers." The Globers are just being jerks and demons. No, you're gonna like look at your behavior in the conversation and learn that you are frustrating people to the point of doing this. So you're the problem,
Buddy, if
not
you
us.
can't control your emotions, that's on you. We gave you an opportunity to speak, but you want to take the opportunity to insult us. Fine. It's on you.
But
Can
again,
I make a point?
It's not
Can I
lab
make a point
science.
about
Hold on,
what-
real quick. Let me just say this real quick, dude. It's not lab science. It's detective work, right? You
Okay,
guys
you
are
said that
looking
already.
into,
You-
you're
you
looking
s-
into
you said
space.
you're
well, yeah,
repeating
he's-
yourself.
Yeah, he has a false premise, and I'm trying to destroy it, right? You have to understand that what you think is science isn't actually science. It's all based on theory and philosophical frameworks, philosophical biases.
Okay.
This is a
And
fact.
you guys are
so
science.
stop acting like
and-
it's lab science. It's not lab science. These things have been challenged. These
What are your
hypotheses have been challenged, and when they are tested, right? They
What is your
show
qualifications to be able to
be
call it
faulty,
science?
right?
They
That's
just
what we're
might-
talking
Hold
about.
on, can you stay
Our
here, buddy?
observations,
Not
our
interrupting him now?
observations, right? When we test these predictions, when we test these hypotheses, right? Well,
Who?
our
You don't test
observations
nothing.
are
You
showing,
don't test nothing.
right?
Hang on
that
a
when
minute.
when these things are tested, they fail. They
Lion,
fail.
Lion. Can I ask the
Science
people
should be
that,
testable.
Lion? Okay, you've made your point. Stop
All right, go ahead.
ranting.
Go ahead.
The point is that the people that do the testing of these sophisticated observations are the very scientists themselves, and they're the first to tell you there's a problem. Would you agree that that's them being honest on some level?
This is the problem. James Webb, the Webb telescope shows us there's a
Okay.
problem.
So when these scientists are honest enough to tell you when they get things right, would you agree that potentially when they get things wrong, do you think that when they tell the Earth's a sphere, they're being dishonest then rather than honest? Why honest? Why would they be honest in any framework? If they're going to tell you the Earth's a completely different shape to what it actually is, why don't they just not bother telling you about the problems they have with their position? That's honesty.
That's an all or nothing fallacy, and
Oh,
I
great,
don't think
great.
neither SE or I fall into that category.
I could have put 50,
just
I could
because
have put 50 quid in you saying fallacy within 3 words and
no,
ignoring
just
the actual gist of the
because
conversation.
people get things wrong, right? Doesn't mean
You're
that
racist,
everything
guy.
is wrong, right? We talked about compartmentalization earlier, right?
No,
Not everybody in NASA is aware that the moon, right, is not a destination that
Prove
we can
that.
get to. But yet there are
Prove
some
that.
within the hierarchy,
you're running-
the
you're
upper
running from the-
echelon, the upper
you're running from the
echelon
point.
that are aware that you can never go to the moon, and that the whole thing's a
Prove that.
psyop. Does that now
Prove
mean
that.
that everybody in
Prove
NASA
that.
thinks like that? No.
Stop ranting. Just say one thing like I did and let someone respond to you. You fucking blowtard.
Well, I'm trying to explain that just because they got one thing wrong regarding the shape
Oh
of
God,
the Earth.
you're going to do it again, aren't you? You're going to loop it. You're going to loop now, aren't you? You're in a loop.
Doesn't mean that
Come
now
on, man.
when
Let's keep
they
it chill. Come on.
when they publish these observations of their telescopes, right? I'm not saying that galaxies aren't real. Galaxies can still be real under a different interpretation. It's not exclusive to the globe model, dude. Luminaries aren't
you're not
exclusive to the globe
responding.
model. So I don't know what your rebuttal is, dude. Go ahead.
You're not responding to what I actually asked you. You've said a load of other stuff which is irrelevant with respect to what I asked you. I asked you, do you think these people, generally speaking, are dishonest or honest in their nature?
They're I think that they have good intentions. They're honest.
Okay, so why would you think that when they tell you things about the local universe we live in, and they say that we definitely believe this, why do you think that there's some sort of dishonesty or some sort of like nefariousness there?
It's a combination of things, right? It's not a dichotomy, right? You have it's dynamic. So you have people that are intentionally deceivers, right? That are at the very upper echelon compared to people that are compartmentalized in the bottom, right? Lower ranks that aren't, they're not inside of the, this. Anyways, go ahead, bro.
What does the upper echelon mean with respect to evaluating the shape of the Earth, for example? What are the upper echelon there? What's the substance of that?
I'm saying that there are people that legitimately believe in these things, right? They have good intentions. They are deceived, spiritually blind. They think that you can actually get to the moon. Meanwhile,
No,
they're employees of NASA on the salary, on the payroll.
Okay, so
you
think
you can be part of a larger collective and not have the awareness.
We know what you're saying. I know. But you were saying you were talking about the deceptive upper echelon. So don't go lunging off and talk about people who are deceived by them. Who are the deceptive upper echelon when it comes to the nature and shape of the Earth?
They're NGOs, government
And Nazis.
agencies. Government agencies, dude, at the very highest echelon. But the point is, dude, the point is, bro, you got to give them the benefit of the doubt. People like yourself, right, that you legitimately believe in the globe model, legitimately think that you interpret the data from a certain paradigm. You're not everybody's out here purposely trying to deceive the populace, intentionally deceive the populace. They're just misinformed.
Well, what about all my evidences, personal evidences that the Earth is not flat? Don't they count for anything?
That the Earth is not flat?
Yeah.
I mean, I hate always reducing it to the whole whether the Earth is flat or not, because there's like geocentrism is a whole nother argument, right?
I know. So I don't know why people, but geocentrism. But you're making out that NASA are trying to deceive you about the nature of the entire universe by being honest with you and telling you we don't understand it properly, and at the same time you're pretending in their absolute continuous crude blunt honesty about their failings to understand things properly. They're also for some reason being completely deceptive about the shape of the Earth for some reason. Doesn't make any sense.
That's what I think. I'm sorry that it doesn't make sense to you, dude.
Well, how does it make sense to you? How does it make sense to you?
It makes a lot of sense.
Okay.
Because I've already explained the compartmentalization of knowledge.
Well, no, but that's what I'm not talking about the compartmentalization of knowledge. I'm talking about the upper echelon who in every aspect of the universe other than the actual Earth itself are completely honest with you when they say we don't understand it, or we've just seen something we don't understand, or it shouldn't be there, or it's the wrong shape, or we don't understand where's all the matter, where's all the energy, we just don't know. We don't know. We're telling you continuously, here's what we're trying to do. We're going to tweak the mass, see if that works, tweak the mass. They tell you all of this. This isn't hidden. This is what they tell you on a day-to-day basis. But at the same time, you believe these same people, when it comes to one particular aspect of the universe, the shape of the Earth, are totally nefariously deceptive in every way. It's stupid.
No. It's all about the interpretation of the data, right? Which is it's paradigm shifting, right? Depending on your philosophical biases. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. It comes down to your philosophy, right? Copernicus believed that the Earth didn't have a favorable position in the cosmos. Ironically, Einstein has a similar sentiment, right? There's no absolute motion, absolute space. There's no special position. And then if you don't believe that, I don't fundamentally believe that. I think that we are the favorable position. That's paradigm shifting. And then when you interpret the data through that lens, you'll find out that the universe has purpose, there's purposefulness, and that we are centered near an area that is unique in the whole cosmos, that it's stationary, movable, and fixed.
You don't know that.
We are the pinnacle. We are
the
pinnacle of existence itself.
Carry on. Carry on saying things. Carry on making assertions. Blind assertions.
This is the problem, bro.
You're just saying it, though. You're just saying that.
You've not evaluated.
This is what the cosmic this is what they actually shown in the CMB. They call it the axis of evil. It's an uncomfortable truth. Multiple people find this an uncomfortable fact. If this was the case.
You don't know there's anything unique about where we are in the cosmos. You're just making that up.
That's what the most elegant models of existence put us at the very center.
Well, you'll believe.
If you're going to bring up Occam's razor,
you're putting your trust again. Here you are putting your trust in the scientists and the people that study the cosmos.
Interesting in the scientists and the axis of evil that you talk about. What about what they said right after that? No matter where you're at in the universe and make that observation, it'll appear as though you're in the middle.
Yeah, that's already been falsified. See, these things, that's the problem. That's what the observations are showing, right? that your previous paradigm is off. That the universe actually has a plane of existence, right? That there's a concentration right near the middle, which is ironic, not because of our perspective, nothing to do with our perspective, our reference frame, but that indeed there's it's called asymmetrical, not asymmetric, isotropic. It's isotropic, and I forget the second one.
Yeah, but you again, they make statements about the isotropic nature of the universe, and the bits that you like, you listen to and you recite, and you say they were being honest, and the bits that you dislike, you're just ignoring. You're cherry picking.
Nah, bro. There's a plane, and it extends outwards, and we happen to be aligned. The Earth, the ecliptic of the Earth, happens to be aligned with the axis of evil, which is the visible universe through the CMB, the cosmic microwave background. If you look at it, the Earth is aligned with that tilt of because there's like a disk. There's a cosmic disk. Seriously.
Bollocks.
All right, dude. All right. And they keep noticing these things, and it's shaking right at the core because it has incredible implications that we are designed with purpose and at the very center of existence, that we to put us there is pretty odd feeling.
There it is. God of the gaps. God of the gaps yet again.
You're trusting these people, aren't you, with their observations? Why would you do that? These are the same people that show the Earth's a globe. You don't trust them then, do you? You still haven't addressed why your trust is selective.
Why do you keep going back to shape? Why do you keep going back to shape? Is that your only way out? As to they're wrong about this, but they got the Earth shape right. Is that your only answer to the dilemma here?
The dilemma is that there's something that's very vast and very, very difficult to observe and to measure and evaluate properly, and they're making it up. Okay, sorry, I thought I was in the middle of a sentence. Do we start again, or should we just go with it?
No, start over. Let him finish, guys. Let him finish, and then you guys can go.
They don't understand it adequately necessarily, to the extent where they don't understand every aspect of it. So what? Is that a failing of this process, or the failing of their position to their endeavor to eventually work it out? What's it a failing of? Why is this a problem? Does this create an issue for you that they don't fully understand it? And they're the first to admit to you when they find things that they don't understand even more. And they're the first to tell you about the observations, even the ones that fit and those that don't fit. They're honest.
Can I respond? Can I respond to that? Okay. I find that admirable, as a matter of fact. And I talk about that. The issue is not them. The issue is the people here. When we reveal the information to them, they go mental, as if we're lying to them. That's the issue, bro.
You know what it is? It's because you don't understand.
Exactly.
To answer Pazza, the reason I have confidence in these observations, even though it's coming from the same sphere of influence as NASA and these other mainstream astronomers, right, and astrophysicists, the reason I trust them is because I'm part of amateur astrophotography communities on Facebook and stuff and other servers. And dude, even though I don't have the money, right, to invest in an amateur observatory, upwards of $20,000 for a decent one, they post what their photos of Saturn, of Jupiter, of galaxies. I've seen them with very little editing. They do stack images, which I don't have a problem with. So I've witnessed people that I know personally take photos. Even people in here have submitted their images. Tactical French Cat, right? SE's taken images of the sun, and even the space station, I believe. So I now have a direct line to amateur photographers that can substantiate the existence of some of these galaxy clusters and stuff.
Yeah, nobody denies that. We all see the same things in the sky, right? Like I remember
so that's why
when I first saw Jupiter,
I blindly believe. Sorry.
Lion, honestly, bro, I thought I had a spiritual experience when I saw that. I was like, oh, wow, like, you know what I'm saying? That's not the issue. Is the explanations. It's not that we don't all see the same things.
I did ask you to post
I
your
got a
evidence before
telescope.
online, and you haven't posted anything. And you just said you've got these friends
What?
in astronomy places. Well, where's your evidence? Why you
Of
never
what?
post anything and expect us to trust you?
I did.
This is not
What
going to
you
happen.
want? What you want? What you want? I posted the redshift.
Right. So you talk about explanations. What do you think Saturn is? Can you describe what Saturn is in about 3 sentences?
A luminary.
A
It's a
gas
wandering
giant
star, dude.
in a
It's a
vacuum.
wandering star.
It's ridiculous. Just me
It's-
Well,
saying
all right.
those words,
No,
I know it's wrong, right?
I know. Right. So again, can you be honest? Can you explain it to us how you see it? Not by going, they think it's this like a child. Tell me what your explanation for Saturn is. Describe it in 2 or 3 sentences.
You're talking to me?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll tell you what I saw. I took my T900 and I looked at it and I saw what appeared to be a bright circle in the sky with 4 other bright things, and it was traveling through the sky. That's what I saw. Now, there's no way for me to know what that is. I can tell you what the official explanation is, right?
Okay.
And I could also tell you that a gas ball in a vacuum is like physically impossible. I can do that.
Okay.
But what else? What else can I say about that?
So if you looked at it in more detail with a bit of equipment, for instance, like Jupiter, and you see the red dot on it, wouldn't you agree that it seems to go round it, and it gives the impression it's not just a circle, it's a sphere, the way things move around it? Would you agree with that?
I can agree that it appears. Yeah, sure, but can you know for certain that it's a gas ball, a giant gas ball, several times the size of Earth in a vacuum? Does that make sense to you?
But how do we? Why do these people think that's the case?
Well, that's what the model says. They think that out there is a vacuum near. Of course, we know there's no such thing as a vacuum.
No, but what makes them
and
think?
that's the explanation. Now, when I think of that logically, I say, wait a minute, a gas ball in a vacuum? That's physically impossible.
Yes,
so I question that.
So what is it? So what is it about? What makes you think that they assert it? What do they? What information do they use to derive the notion it's not solid? For example, it's just a load of gas. Where do you think that came from?
I don't know. They claim they sent a probe there. They do spectroscopy. They have various explanations for it. Is that what you're looking for?
And you don't think they're adequate?
No.
It's not.
They're
Yeah,
not
it's
adequate,
inconclusive, dude. It's inconclusive.
Inconclusive at best. Yeah.
I would. Yeah.
Okay. And you don't think they've sent probes there? Oh, you obviously don't think that, do you? Actually,
Obviously not.
I don't
No.
think so, dude. I don't.
Okay. Why do you think it's impossible to send a probe there?
Why do I think it's impossible?
Yeah.
Because it's supposed to be. Well, we can get into the vacuum and the Earth and this and that, but it's irrelevant. Why I think.
Oh.
Why are you interested in that? Why don't you just focus on the ball of gas in a vacuum? Can you like play that around in your head a bit and tell me why you think that's possible?
Yeah, because they're suggesting there's some sort of force making it clump together, aren't they?
Yeah.
Okay.
They
What's
say
wrong
it's
with that
gravity,
idea?
right?
Yeah.
Well, it makes absolutely no sense, and I'll tell you why. Because gravity, they say, is the weakest force, right?
So what? Is it strong enough? Is it strong? Do they propose that it's strong enough to pull gas and liquids and metal and solids together in the way they describe? Are you saying that the way they describe it means it's too weak?
No, they describe it in such a manner that it works. I'm just trying to tell you that when I think of this, like if I ask you to reproduce this, would you be able to do it?
Well, unless I have
make a planet. Is that what you mean?
Yeah, unless I had.
You see what I mean? Non-falsifiable. It's a non-falsifiable claim that you have. Right?
Well, it is. You can say that, but what would you? You can't create a planet, can you? So you can't actually test it at scale, can you? Clearly.
Well, that's the whole point. So at best, you have as an idea, right? An idea that defies physics as we know it. Would you agree with that?
But what comes down to is that there's a level in which they make these observations. You say, well, it could be true, it could be true, it could be true. There's no way of proving it. But at the point when they actually send something there and plunge it into the atmosphere, you think that's definitely all complete lies.
Well, of course.
Well,
Einstein took credit for what people accuse Newton of creating. which was that you could have somehow like attraction through no medium.
Through no medium.
Well, what about the
Attraction
galaxies
through
you're
no
talking
medium.
about? The galaxies you're talking about is that exact thing. So which way do you want it there, Lion? Do the galaxy have gravity patterns work or not work? Because you're
Oh, no,
explaining the
because
spiral galaxies at the start of this. Bingo, you just inverted on yourself.
No, I didn't. In my worldview, right, there is a substance, a universal substance that permeates all things. You can call it a field, right? It's a cosmic ocean that permeates all things. You guys are getting into quantum foam, right? Electric dynamic field theory, where you have this resistance to inertia, right?
To be clear, these
What
aren't
a
these
load.
these concepts and these terminologies aren't your own. Again, these are from the scientists who are looking at it.
Stein
Aren't
took
they?
credit for what Newton did not want to be accused of doing, which was believing in this gravitational force without the need of a medium or substance.
So what?
He
He was-
says,
he was-
please do not apply this to me. And Einstein basically took the trophy.
Yeah, but Newton was also a bit mad. He thought alchemy was a real thing.
That was chemistry before chemistry existed. Dude. What are you talking about?
Isn't just that Newton didn't believe gravity could be taking place without any medium? He just didn't know like what was causing gravity. Left that open for next generations to figure out.
He
Isn't
did
that
more
what
than that,
happened?
dude. I posted in the chat, dude. It is inconceivable that inanimate brute matter should, without the mediation of something else, which is not material, operate upon and affect another matter without mutual contact, as it must
it
do
more
with
than what I said?
gravitation, in the sense of Epicurus, be essential and inherent in it. And this is one reason why I desired you would not ascribe innate gravity to me. That gravity should be innate, inherent, and essential to matter, so that one body may act upon another at a distance through a vacuum without the mediation of anything else, by and through which their action and force may be conveyed from one to another. It is to me a great absurdity, he said.
Yeah, how is it more
Did
than
he
what I
say
said?
vacuum? Did he actually
Isn't that
use
the
the
same
word
thing that I said?
vacuum? Did he use the word vacuum? Because I think that's someone else's writing there.
In the Greek
Ooh.
at the time. No, not Greek, English. Yeah, he went to Cambridge.
No, he didn't use. Dude, I've read this article. He didn't say vacuum. He said in a
He
neutral
was
medium.
bilingual, so I know
He said
that.
a neutral medium,
sure.
not
I
a
have to look that
vacuum. That's a different thing. Vacuum's relative to Earth. You don't have vacuum in space. You have a neutral medium. See, this is why I don't trust you, Lion, because you are God of the gaps bullshit. Sorry. Okay, you have it. I'm sorry the way you think like that.
I'm sorry that you're speaking. Fucking hell, you got the most annoying voice in the fucking world.
Newton knew what he was talking about. I don't agree with everything Newton put forth, just like I don't agree with everything Plato said. But this I do agree with Newton on. He says, I believe no man who has in philosophical matters a competent faculty of thinking can ever fall into it. And this is what eventually happened with Einstein. People fell into this trap that Newton was warning the populace not to fall into. Bro.
Now you're just putting your bit in. No, now you're putting your bit in, which is wrong, okay? You're saying something and then you're telling us what to think. And that's why I don't trust anything that comes out of your fucking mouth. Because you don't back it up. You give it a tweak, misquote it, and then give it your take. Sorry, dude, you're just unbelievable. I'm sorry that I don't believe you, but I just don't believe you.
Yeah, but what's with the personal attacks, man? Why can't you guys just, talk about the subject? Why do you got to do this personal thing, man? I don't get it.
Because he's a little.
Because he never posts what he says he's going to post since Zombie
Post in the
Jesus,
chat.
since
It
we
has
don't
a
know what the
source right
moon is.
there, bro.
Dude, he's got priors. Okay, that's why. And I don't mind to be personal to him. I try to be polite. But when he just misquotes things like that and expects us, I find that insulting, actually. That's probably why.
Right there, you stop gaslighting. It's in the source. Isaac Newton to Bentley admitting that action at a distance involved in gravity is absurd. As
Thank you.
recorded it says here in Edwin Burt, The Metaphysical Foundations of Modern Science. I read this morning, Humanities Press, Atlantic Highlands, New Jersey, 1980, page 266. It's right there, dude. That's your guy, bro. People
Action at a distance.
when he says this, when he sounds like what we're saying, right? Then all of a sudden, no, that's not what he was saying.
No, he's
Did he
not
say
saying that
vacuum?
gravity isn't. He's not saying gravity does not exist. That is not what he's saying.
Correct.
I didn't say that's what he was saying.
To him,
That's
I
what
said
y'all
that
say.
he has the same sentiment as I do, right?
to him in the
I don't deny
1600s,
gravity.
to him in the
Go ahead.
1600s, it didn't make any sense. He could not understand how that could happen. That's what he's saying.
Listen, I'm not. We
Nonetheless,
don't.
nonetheless, it happened.
Okay, cool. I'm glad that you think that, and I'm trying to get these guys to understand that Newton had a vastly different understanding of gravity than Einstein. They're incompatible.
Newton had a
Newton
bad.
was warning the populace
He
not to
wasn't-
fall into this
no.
trap.
No, not at
Yes, that's what it says here.
Not at
Anything
all.
other than that is an incorrect interpretation. Your bias is getting in the way. As a
all. I think
righteous
your
judge,
bias is in
interpret
the way.
Newton's
Sir.
words.
I believe
They
your
had a-
bias is what's in the way here.
They had a
Newton says,
naked.
I can't explain what's causing it. Therefore, don't ascribe innate gravity.
They had a
to
naked
Action
Muslim.
at a distance without without a
Innate-
medium.
innate
Newton thought it was
gravity.
absurd.
Don't ascribe innate gravity to me. That's what he was saying.
Did he say naked?
Gets into
What do you think he
That's
meant
all he
by
was
that,
saying.
Blue? What do you think he meant by that?
I thought I'd just explain it. He didn't understand what was causing it. And he was unwilling to accept that it could just be a property of matter for some reason.
Good. That's logical.
Okay.
It's very logical of him.
And
Awesome.
so all he is saying is, don't say that I said it. Just shit happens. I'm not. That's what he's saying to you.
Right. So would you agree that he didn't know like the exact mechanism?
That's right. He didn't.
Okay. So we're good. Yeah.
But
and then
that's not the
Einstein
problem. It's
comes
a
along
logical. It's a
and-
logical constraint.
He didn't.
Just point this
Nonetheless,
out real quick. It's a logical
nonetheless-
constraint because you
nonetheless,
don't want the effect. No,
Let
you don't
Blue-
want the
let Blue
effect.
finish, bro.
No, hold on. No, because he's misunderstanding the argument. You're misunderstanding the argument, right?
no, I'm
You're-
not
you cannot attribute the gravitational force, the effect, right, to an intrinsic property of matter. Newton warned of that. Not only did he warn of that, he also warned of the vacuum, right? That this attraction will not be possible, right, in a vacuum, action at a distance. That's what Newton's talking about here.
Yeah.
And it's illogical because it violates the law of causality, which Newton, a philosopher, would have known that. But people that don't study philosophy, they only think about mathematical conceptions. They abandon reason. Newton, actually, contrary to popular belief, was a reasonable man, and it would be irrational, right, and illogical to assert the effect as the cause, right? How can the effect be the cause?
I agree, but can we let Blue get in?
Just let him go.
Yeah, go ahead, Blue.
He got his mind made up. I don't really care.
No, I want to hear what you got to say, bro. I mean, we should all say what's on our mind.
Intrinsic, right, emergent property of matter. That's what the Globers believe, dude. Go ahead.
You're telling me what I believe. Okay.
Yeah, so he's got to do it again. He can't let a conversation evolve organically because he's got to put his take on it because of his God of the Gap shit. That's my personal SC. I really wish you'd pull him up as much as you pull us up because Lion won't let other conversations flow because he's got a medal. And like vacuum, Newton did not say vacuum like he said. And yet it's still in his script after I pulled him up on it. Shut the fuck up, Lion.
Okay, hold on. I think Boomer has a point. I haven't heard of the vacuum thing either. I think this is the first time I hear that. Does he actually say anything about the vacuum?
Yeah, I posted
No, he
it in
doesn't.
the chat. Yeah, yes, he does.
No, he doesn't. That's a misinterpretation. Newton never actually used the word vacuum. Despite Lion's constant gaslighting that he did, he
I'm gonna
never
post
said
it. I'm
vacuum.
gonna
Vacuum
find
is
the
a
letter
term
itself.
here on Earth. In 14 psi, you have a relative vacuum. Newton never, I repeat, never said that, Lion. Can you retract your statement,
I
or do you want
posted
to
the
still be
source,
branded as
dude.
a liar?
Stop gaslighting. I posted the source, dipshit. Go look in the chat. He says in his own words, do not ascribe this idea to him that gravity, right, would have a distance at an action. Action at a distance, excuse me. It's in the chat, bro. Go read it.
Without a medium.
Without a
intermediating.
medium. Correct. Correct.
That's the part that he's concerned with, not the first part.
Neutral medium. The word was neutral medium. You represent it as a vacuum, which is a misrepresentation. And I'm
Says it
going
right
to draw
here.
attention
Don't
to
ascribe
all of
the
your
idea to Newton.
misrepresentations. And you just interrupted me again, like you
I'm
do
just
with
gonna read
every
it directly.
fucking sentence,
Nah,
which makes
I'm
the
gonna read it
conversation with
directly.
you totally fucking
Hold on, bro.
pointless.
I had to find it. I had to find it again so I could read the exact part that you're asking me for. Right? It says here, where in his words did he mention vacuum? I got it right here. It says so
Dude,
that
he
one
didn't
body
say-
may act upon another at a distance through a vacuum without the mediation of a medium
is
or
not
anything
his
else.
quote.
If you
That
go,
is not his quote.
dude, stop, dude. I'm gonna have to find the paper itself now. Okay, I got you, bro.
Will you have to say sorry if he's wrong?
Oh, speak to me, Slitsy. I love the sound of your voice. Keep talking, man. Keep
You
talking.
sound like Dame Edred Everidge.
Oh, there it is. Keep going. Keep
I
talking,
did think it
Slitsy.
was kind of rich.
Fucking gay cunt.
What was it?
Get ready to apologise, little fingers. Midget.
Keep talking, Slitsy. Keep talking. Nearly there. I love the sound of your voice nearly as much as you do, mate. Keep talking, Slits. Talk to me. Come on, Slitsy, talk to me.
Fuck off, you nonce.
Ooh, keep going.
What fucking... Are you fucking weird? Fucking proper weird. You ain't got no kids. You ain't got no girlfriend. Nothing. You fucking lonely little prick.
Go for it, Slits. Oh, yeah, buddy.
You're a fucking nonce, man. That's what you are.
Well, I'm sure your words of wisdom are going to
You're
enlighten
a
the
fucking
shadow.
nonce. Nonce.
Can I put that on my CV?
Yeah, put it. It's most probably on there. You most probably have to go and sign at the police station every fucking week. You sick cunt.
There it is. There it is. Keep going, Slitsy. Tell me what you think of me.
You're
Come
a
on,
nonce.
tell me. I'm nearly there.
You're just a nonce. That's it.
Oh, God, I love fucking taking
Bro,
the piss
so
out of you. You
I
are
typed
such a
in.
good target.
Get ready to
I
say
typed-
sorry, you little fucking prick.
Keep talking, Slits.
Yo, I typed it. I did that source real quick on Google AI, bro. I just typed it in there. The first thing that came up, dude, at the top. And it actually, I didn't like train it or anything like that, dude. I just simply asked Google for this source.
Yeah,
I didn't
dude, I
even
read his
ask if
book.
any specifics, bro. Here, I'll show you the
Hey,
prompt.
dude, I read his book,
show you the
okay? I read his book, and he never says the word vacuum. I've got a feeling
you
it didn't
read-
even exist
Read
in
the
his
wrong
time.
book. Yeah, you fucking.
I'll show you. No, I'll show you the prompt, dude. So you know that the prompt that I put in immediately, and it says in there vacuum. It says in there vacuum, dude.
But is that what Newton said, though?
You're wrong, dude. You're wrong.
He
Get
didn't
up.
actually say that. That's someone else's interpretation
no,
of it.
No. You said that quote was wrong. That he never said
Well,
that.
hang
All I
on.
did was ask.
So how do you trust them when you know? Interesting how you trust certain selective pieces of knowledge, dude. Newton's
This is the
quotes,
prompt.
all of his quotes in his books, he never uses the term vacuum, and I have a feeling it didn't exist in his century. I don't know for certain, but I think that's probably why.
It's a big statement, isn't it? That you can make fucking massive statements, but no one else can. How do you know that the book you fucking got ain't some fucking silly book what someone wrote as well? And it most probably was. So you're kind of fucking. Do you know what it is? You're like a
point.
You're a hypochondriac.
Okay, how many other books did Shakespeare? Okay, how many other?
I tell you what, right? Did the guy give you the fucking book? Did the guy give you the book? Did the guy give you the book?
Can we stick on a point instead of this
Did the
thing
guy give you the
childish
book?
mocking? Come on, guys.
I know, but did the guy give him the book? No.
Well, because okay,
No,
does anyone
he
else
didn't give you the
around his
fucking
time
book, did he, you fucking dimlo? Say.
Okay, you finished with the insults because you
Dude, it's
obviously got nothing else.
his full quote.
You all fucking day, you fucking prick.
Bro, we have this right here. Google AI. His full quote as cited by Edwin Arthur Burt in the Metaphysical Foundations of Modern Science, bro. 1693.
Whoa,
You notice the way Switzy shut up then? He just had
Whoa.
to sit there and be a fucking child.
No, I wanted
When
to
was
listen to what he wanted to say.
Oh, so you can actually do it, can you? That's good to know, you fucking idiot. Dude, all I'm going to say is, did Shakespeare ever use the term?
little man
Guys,
syndrome.
guys,
Well,
guys,
there you
maybe
go.
Felicity and Boomer should
The little
chill out
man-
on themselves. Hello, guys, come on, man. Let's keep it chill.
Yeah.
Well, Slitzy's the one throwing all the insults around, dude. I haven't
You
actually
both
said
are. You
anything
both
about it.
are. You both are. We get it. You love each other.
No, well, dude, I haven't actually insulted him, though. So if you're going to mod, how about the swearing and shit? Because I
No,
didn't call
modding
him an
both of
idiot or
you.
anything.
I just modded both of you, I believe.
I think we gave each other as good as we got. So why are you crying?
No, I actually didn't resort to
Why
any
are you
insults.
crying?
See, you asked me about my book, and I didn't get to. There you go. See what's happening, SE?
Yeah,
See
you're
what
both
happens?
doing it to each other.
Still
It's
going
obvious
on,
you
you're like a
guys
little kid.
No,
Been
see, I'm just
cool.
I'm trying to add this thing I was trying to say before, which you kept interrupting. Is that guys like Shakespeare and that never use that term either. That's why I correct people on the certain words they use where they quote someone like Newton. Say Newton said this vacuum. He never used that term because it wasn't fucking around back in the 16th century. That's my point. But Slitsy wouldn't allow me to get to it. So there you go. Anyway, cheers, mate. Have a good one.
Yeah, bye. Thank God. I left to listen to that fucking idiot.
I'll come back if you want. I'm just going to cook me food.
Steve. And your boyfriend waiting for you.
There you see what happens, SC? See what happened? I didn't say anything nasty. And yet
Like, cut it off, Boomer, cut it. What do you want me to say? Like, you want me to separate two guys fighting? What can I do? You're both doing it.
Yeah, I'm going to mute up.
Let's call it a draw, right? Ding, ding, draw, and we move on. How about that?
They need Daddy SE to come in and split them up.
Oh, that was classic.
Oh, yeah, hold on a second. Yeah, thanks for reminding me there, who dares. Yeah, the word nuns, right? Let's keep that word out of our vocabulary.
1 second. Hold on, SC. Hang on. So let's see.
Let me give you the proper definition of that fucking word. Yeah, this is the proper definition. No matter what you say.
Stop calling people a nonce. So let's see. Cease.
Criminal element. So how is that any fucking bad? How is that bad? So if you had a mental illness back in the 1800s, you were classed as not of normal criminal element, and you were put in a mental institution.
Yeah, but it's referred to as the P word, right? Like abusing young children, and that's not acceptable. That's not.
People have been coining it as, like, not because you're not normal. You're not a normal criminal. So, like, you go and do sex offences. It doesn't mean paedophile. It doesn't mean paedophile. It's just general. People are now using it as though, like, you're a sex offender.
Well, Shitsky, I want you to use your mic a little bit further away from your mouth, please.
So, according to Google.
Yeah, I don't care about Google Omnivore. I'm telling you the 100% truth.
Okay, well, I'm telling you.
You know what? Oscar Wilde was
the wrong answer.
A nonce. Oscar Wilde was a nonce because he was like in prison in Reading as a not of normal criminal element. So
how about just quit using the word? How about just quit using it altogether? Controversial.
He's gay. He's
controversial.
Gay.
Quit using it.
I know, but like understand the acknowledgement of the word.
Okay, so this is the wrong answer. So let's see. Go use it somewhere else. Okay, there's other servers where you can call people whatever the fuck you want. Go there and do it. Just don't do it here. Okay? How hard is this?
Well, looks like he took your advice already. I think he left. And good morning, everyone.
Hey, Jesse.
Hey, Jesse.
And don't say I do selective modding because I cut him down right away as soon as what's his name brought it to my attention. Immediately.
Yeah,
so
you
don't
did
say
good.
we have biased modding.
Well, everybody biased.
Yeah, okay, all right. I apologise for that.
To a certain extent, but not
SC,
stuff like this.
SEO, I do apologise for saying it was selective modding, but he was using a lot of insulting, whereas I was just goading him up. So that's why I felt it was selective. So, but I apologise. Okay.
No worries. All good. It's all good. Nobody's perfect, right? Nobody's perfect.
I think I found it, dude. The actual page.
Well, I think I found a weather station near the View Towers in Canada, so I can redo my 21-mile shot with a temperature from a couple blocks from the target.
What was that a point of contention that you didn't know the weather at your observation, and so it didn't matter? Is that it?
Yeah, that's a case where I was at 58-foot elevation, looking at a high-rise building 21 miles away, that the top of which is at like 240 feet elevation, but I was looking downward at it. So there was a lot of earth curve drop there. And of course, Gleam says, well, you need to know the temperature at both ends. So I did it again, measured it at my end, found the quickest thing I could find online, which was the Victoria International Airport weather station. And it was 12 or 15 miles away. So he says, well, that's too far. Because he keeps insisting that if he knew the temperature at the endpoints, then he could explain how it works on a flat Earth. So I'm going to try and get out there today if I can and do it again, but this time with a weather station a few blocks from the View Towers.
Is that across the Juan de Fuca, or is that a different location?
That's it, from Swim
Okay.
to Victoria. Yep.
All right. I've never been to the U.S. side of the border there, but it's a really cool area.
Definitely. And if you ever found yourself bored in Victoria, let me know, because we can do some laser experiments across the straits.
I don't know if I'll get back there anytime soon, but if I do, I'll give you a ring.
Excellent.
Yeah, I posted a link of that PDF, Metaphysical Foundations. It's a direct quote. Newton's third letter to Bentley.
Do you know what Newton was responding to?
No.
Well, maybe you ought to look into it.
Either way, this is official. Has not been forged or anything like that. You know, we're not adding to it. The vacuum was there.
I'm not arguing that it wasn't. I've read
Well, there are
Newton's
some people
letters.
denying that the word vacuum was there, dude. I had to address that.
The original letters posted in the chat, and I did a find in page search, and the word vacuum is not in the original letter.
So silly, bro. Yeah, I did the same thing, because sometimes the software that analyzes the letter, what's it called? The Adobe has it. Acrobat Reader has it. Text recognition. It's flawed, dude. So you have to go into the actual source yourself, page 266, which I posted, and you'll find the word vacuum, dude. Now, it's not going to be, and maybe the original letter that came from Newton, maybe he wrote it, was it not in English, though? Or was it in another language? Because I know Newton was studying the ancient languages. Right? He was bilingual for sure, but you're saying that it wasn't in English and that he didn't use the word vacuum. Well, substantiate that, because the records that I'm looking at, he does use the word vacuum. And that's the crux of the conversation, whether gravitation action at distance is possible without a medium, without a field. That's the crux of the conversation. So what did Newton say?
Vacuum. There it is. Blue posted it. Case closed. The word lion is correct, and Blue backed them up. That's how we should do things, man.
So one guy said that he tried putting the word vacuum and it didn't show up. Yeah, I did that too, and it didn't show up in my text recognition because I got the cheap one.
Case closed. It's there. Highlighted. Way to go, Lion. And way to go, Blue. Yeah.
So what was the letter about again?
Newton is responding to I think 5 or 6 different points that Bentley was trying to make. Bentley was the one that, and this is the rest of the story. Bentley was the guy that said gravity is just an innate property of matter. And turns out he was right. Newton didn't like that because he couldn't understand it and he couldn't prove it. So Newton was taking the other side. Newton saying, yeah, I know gravity exists, but I can't make myself believe it's just an innate property of matter. We don't know why it does what it does. And I'll leave that to somebody else to figure out.
Exactly, the mechanism. He didn't know the mechanism. Yeah.
Somebody else ended up figuring it out. The guy's name was Einstein.
That we could go back and forth on, but yeah.
Well, you can do what you like, Jesse.
Well, look, Blue, an innate property of matter, right? That means the matter itself has the property. Would you agree with that? Yes or no?
Well, I can read the word innate and understand what it means. Yes, that's what, yeah.
Okay, then Einstein comes along and he says, no, it's not the innate property of matter. It's what the matter does to the surrounding space-time around it. So that to me is a different thing, no?
Which is an innate property of matter. So thank you very much.
I think we talked past each other there.
We brought this
No,
up.
mass distorts space-time. That's an innate property of matter.
Is it the same though as Newton thought of it, or is it a different thing?
It's different.
That's what I would say. Different.
What do you mean different? What's different?
They want to act like Newton's on their side, but Newton was not on their side.
And I'll explain what's different. Like the way I think, I could be wrong. The way Newton explained it is, like matter has an intrinsic property, right? Gravity, like a magnet, for example. It's the property itself is the mechanism, right? Maybe I got that wrong.
Well, that's
But
exactly
how
what
I think Newton interpreted it. Am I correct in that, or
No,
wrong?
That's exactly what Newton was arguing against.
Yeah, but he said specifically it's an innate property of matter. What does that mean, an innate
No, he
property?
does not say that. He says, do not ascribe innate gravity to me.
Yeah, but didn't you say that gravity is an innate property of matter before?
Yes. Yeah, he
I
just
said
said
Einstein.
that.
I said Einstein came along and explained it. He explained it by understanding how matter deforms space-time. That is an innate property of matter. It just does that. Now, we're still trying to find the mechanism for that.
Well, that's like saying a ball displaces water. That's an innate property. Like, you understand what I'm saying? It doesn't explain gravity.
Yeah, that don't really help you.
Maybe I'm thinking of it wrong. I don't know. I'm just, To
It's
me,
like
those
people
are
say
two
creation
distinct
created
things.
itself. Creation
Yeah.
created itself. It just doesn't make sense. How can the son, right, precede the father? How can the effect
do you
precede
assume
the cause?
Why do you assume a creation had to take place?
No, it's just
Remember,
a logical
matter,
constraint
matter.
that
Let
you don't- you have to
Lion,
abandon
Lion,
reason.
Lion. I was talking. Again, matter is not created or destroyed.
Okay. Straight to your point. You can
Well,
have
that's a ridiculous
modalities, right?
statement in its own because they say that that things just pop out of, out of the quantum foam. So that
He
is
acts. He
Oh
acts because in thermodynamics you have energy transferred, right, and matter can be transferred, right? It can't
Energy
fully
cannot
be
be
destroyed.
created.
You act like somehow
Energy-
that's a rebuttal, dude. That's not exclusive to the globe model.
Energy cannot be created or destroyed. There's no reason to assume a creator for something that does not need to be that can't be created or destroyed.
No, you're making a dude, you're
And
making
he's
a
changing the
logical
subject.
error here.
Changing the
Right?
subject.
No,
First
I'm
of all,
not changing
that's
the
not
subject.
exclusive to your model, dude.
I'm not
That's
saying it's exclusive
your
to
model.
any
I'm
model.
not saying that matter
Lion.
came from nowhere. I'm not saying that matter came from nowhere, dude. Right? But you have
You were just
modalities.
saying that
you have
it's. You're just saying
transitions,
it's ridiculous that you think the
transformations.
creation. You just were saying that you think it's ridiculous for somebody to say the creation created itself. I am telling you, nobody is saying that. That is your misunderstanding of the fact that matter cannot be created or destroyed. You can't have a creation for something that can't be created or destroyed.
Wrong, dude. See, Newton was a philosopher, and he knew the law of causality very well. He would never
he didn't.
assert that he. Hold on. He would never assert with any level of confidence that what we call gravity is an emergent property of matter, an innate property of matter, because that would be illogical to put the effect before the cause. Right? That
Like,
you would
once
violate
again,
the law of
you
causality.
seem-
I'm no dude.
you seem-
just because
you seem-
you're lacking
you
on
seem to
philosophy,
think-
it's not my fault.
No, I'm not. This isn't philosophy, Lion. This is physics. I'm telling you what physics thinks because we're talking about a physicist and what he thought.
And this is illogical in any paradigm. Is completely logical to put the effect before the cause.
Nobody's putting the effect before the cause, sir. You cannot create something that can't be created or destroyed.
That's not my argument. Listen to the argument.
That you
Listen
just
to my
said that you.
premise.
I did.
That
Lion,
doesn't
I've
rebuttal.
told
That
you.
doesn't rebuttal the
I told you.
premise, bro. You have
It does.
to understand
Lion,
the
you're just
syllogism
too
that I'm putting
stupid.
forth. You're
I
saying
did.
that. Yeah, I don't deny that law, right?
You seem
I don't
to.
deny that.
Because then
I know
you
that
say
we didn't come from
that we-
nothing. I know that we came from nothing.
You seem to think that that's what we think, and I'm telling you that physicists do not think that we came from nothing or that the creation created itself. I am correcting your misconception of what the actual physicists think.
I don't disagree with that aspect of cosmology.
But you really
right?
seem to, because you just said that we think oppositely of that.
No, that's not the case.
Yes, you
at all.
did. You
think-
just said. You
you're
literally
trying to-
just said that creation.
You're trying to pigeonhole
creating
the
itself
conversation and act like this is exclusive
yes,
to the globe
because
model.
I
and
came
that,
to
you
talk
got
about one
me.
thing. Lion,
You
I
got
came to
me
talk about
with-
one thing. Lion, I came to talk about one thing, and that is when you said.
None of you are
that was
making
when-
any point.
I came here to say one thing, Lion, and that is when you said that it is illogical to say that creation created itself. I'm here to tell you nobody is saying that, but you.
Let him rebut you now without interrupting
Yeah,
him.
let me rebuttal. I don't disagree, right, with the law that energy cannot be created or destroyed, right? An object at rest will remain at rest until an external force acts upon it. I agree with these laws. Not a problem. Right? In thermodynamics with entropy, right? Dude, that's not none of that will defeat the idea, right? That you can't have gravity at a distance or what you refer to as attraction without a medium. That's all a red herring. It's logically relevant. Doesn't negate the premise. You understand? Go ahead.
I have a question when I get a break.
No, you can go ahead, Jesse, because Lion still hasn't understood what I have a problem with.
I'm just curious what the contention is. Is it whether mass measures as subtracting mass, or however you want to frame it, or is it about something else that irrelevant to reality?
Phrase that question.
What's that?
Can you rephrase that question, please? I don't know. I wasn't sure what you were asking, dude.
What is the disagreement about?
Action at a distance. Is it possible without a medium?
Well,
and what Newton promoted and what he didn't endorse and what he endorsed.
Given that we're currently talking over the internet, I would say that action at a distance without a medium is very much possible. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk.
Oh, goodness gracious.
Yeah, stop doing that, bro. Somebody was talking, and then you said you didn't want to go. You let him talk, and then you just, I
let him talk, correct. And then he finished talking, and then I said my comment, and now Jesse can talk, and that's how conversations go. Yeah.
Well, as long as nobody is disputing the claim that mass does measure as attracting mass, if that's how you want to frame it.
believe the thing was that those are two different things. What Newton said, and then what Einstein came up with after.
What Einstein came up with after SE reduces to Newton when you make Newton's assumptions.
Yeah, but they're two different things, right?
They're not. That's what I'm telling you. They're not two different things. They're the same object. Newton is just a slice of Einstein's relativity. No, you don't understand.
You don't understand the difference between mass attracting mass and mass bending the fabric of space-time and warping it. Those are two different things.
Congratulations, you all. I just got SE to say the dumbest thing you'll hear today.
And they're coming back
They're
with an
incompatible, dude. They're incompatible.
They're not. They literally, general relativity literally reduces down to Newton when you make the same assumptions that Newton made. They are the same mathematical object.
It's not all about pragmatism, dude. I said earlier, pragmatism isn't the end all.
This isn't a pragmatism argument. It's a math argument, Lion. No, it's not. You're not listening. No, Lion. Jesus fucking Christ. No, Lion, I'm not. Did you not hear me say mathematical object and reduces? Those aren't pragmatism arguments. These are like literal in the math arguments.
Because you can reduce relativity to Newtonian mechanics, orbital mechanics, and still the equations work out locally. So therefore, because they work out, they must be the case, right? They must be compatible. No, dude, they're not compatible. They had drastically different ideas on energy and how everything worked. Newton believed in absolute space and absolute reference frame.
And if you make the same assumptions that Newton made,
absolute motion,
equations pop out. Thank you for interrupting me. Jesus, everybody fucking complains about interrupting, and I get interrupted again. It's fucking amazing.
Absolute space and
anyway,
absolute motion.
As I was saying, again, for the millionth time, I wasn't it. Holy crap! Oh my god!
Stop talking, or you're gonna get muted.
Jesus,
go
ahead.
Fucking hell, Essie.
I wanted to make a minor correction. I meant absolute motion and absolute space, dude. I mentioned absolute reference frame.
No, what you meant to say was correct the first time. It's absolute time and space. You were correct the first time. Good job. Now, onwards. Now that everybody's completely ruined my train of thought, GR reduces to Newton. These are the same mathematical object. I understand that this is hard for you all to understand, but like it's the same mathematical object. The same way that an electron is a particle and a wave. Like general relativity and Newton are part of the same object.
Interpret the data, dude. Trust me. They're interpreting the data, their observations.
I'm really not. I'm interpreting the math of GR that I can make the same assumptions. I can write the equations down. I can make the same assumptions as Newton, and out pops Newton's laws, or the Newton's law for gravitation. Just like I can write down a Lagrangian, and I can make the assumptions Newton made, and then out pops Newton's laws. Same mathematical argument. Same mathematical objects. They're just different slices.
Yeah, locally, we know that. And
locally, no. These are the same.
The math. The maths don't. They don't match.
No.
Yes, they don't match when you start going
They do.
No, they
Yeah,
don't.
Stop interrupting, bro. What's wrong with you?
Come on, bro. SC, tell this guy, bro. We know, bro.
Like-
We know
like,
that
I'm-
the Newtonian
like,
mechanics
don't
work
do it, bro,
locally,
'cause
bro. But
then
when it
it's
comes to the
literally
cosmic
wrong.
scale,
You
they
start
fall
complaining.
apart, dude. They fall
That
apart.
has nothing to do with the fact that GR and Newton are part of the same mathematical object. Okay, like you understand how like a 2D coordinate plane is a slice of a 3D coordinate plane, right? It's the same kind of concept.
What's Cartesian coordinate point? What's that have to do with what we're talking about, dude?
Everything, because it's math.
There's these abstract concepts that are
Correct,
we're
because-
challenging,
correct,
dude.
because-
We're challenging
because
time
physics is
dilation.
abstract.
We're challenging relativity. We're challenging the claims that there is no absolute reference frame, that there's no absolute space, there's no absolute motion. Those things are being challenged, bro. That's what I'm here for.
Bro. Don't bro me, bro. Don't wits it on me. All right, now. Nobody is saying there's absolute space or absolute time. In fact, that's what Einstein specifically said: is there's no absolute space and absolute time. Further, good luck trying to find some evidence to falsify time dilation, because that's shown to be true everywhere. And again, like, these are abstract concepts, so you have to think about them abstractly, right? Like, like yes, if I have GR, I can make the same assumptions and it pops out to Newton. It's not that Newton works locally. It's that Newton is part of GR, right? Like, if a TV also had a VHS player, you wouldn't, like, they're the same object, the same kind of concept.
Yeah, we're dealing with the Earth and we're dealing with the luminaries. Yes, they're the same objects in both models. Okay, dude, I get you. But
No, that's also not what I said. I'm not talking about Earth or luminaries.
They're completely different interpretations.
Bro, I was talking about GR and Newton. Nobody said anything about Earth or luminaries.
Dealing with orbital mechanics, bro. We're dealing with the same objects. Yes.
Nobody said anything
you have to
about Earth or
justify
luminaries.
The spiral,
I was
the
talking
spiral
about-
rotation of the galaxies, right? The
Bro.
differential rotation, the inner rotation versus the outer rotation of the spiral arms. You have to justify these motions, bro. And there's no universal.
Again,
go ahead.
Again, I'm not talking about orbits, luminaries, planets, or anything. I'm talking about general relativity and Newton's law for gravitation.
I think Newton was more on point than Einstein. That's just me.
I think you're just completely wrong, because Newton was very obviously wrong about Mercury by observation.
You guys deviated even further away.
Oh, Newton was also wrong about the bending of light from the sun during an eclipse. He was off by factor 2 there. No, he wasn't. He was off by a factor of 2. But to the observation.
Perfect, but he was definitely closer
I'm not
to
saying.
the truth.
No, he wasn't. He was off by a factor of 2 to the observation compared to Einstein. You're just wrong.
Talking a lot. Yo, SC, you want to take over? Any flat earthers in here? Come on, dude. There's got to be more people. Where's
But you think
everybody
the conversation falls flat, doesn't it?
Come on, dude. Oh, the conversation went flat.
I said it fell flat.
I'm shaking it up in here, dude. That's what happens when you shake up soda. It goes flat. I've been shaking up the server since I woke up.
Oh, good. When's that gonna happen?
I need somebody else, dude. I'm just trying to listen, bro. But we need people representing flat Earth, and it's just me and SC.
Yeah, you need somebody that can steel man your position somehow.
Yeah. If only there was some sort of evidence or something they could use to help themselves.
I mean, I literally come here so that someone can explain flat Earth to me, and I still, despite coming in here over and over again, I still have nothing.
True, dude. You're not trying to learn anything.
Yeah, I am. I learn all the time.
So what's up? Start a topic then. What you got for us?
All right.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to put you on the spot, dude. I'm
No, it's
kind
not
of the
putting me
other
on the
argument's
spot.
been going on for hours.
Okay, I can't talk to another trucker more than a mile or two away in the prairies. Explain that. With a CB radio, what's they get, like, the earth is flat. I'm on a flat plane. There's no major topography. The trees are few and far between. There's just wheat fields as far as the eye can see in, like, Saskatchewan. Why is it that like our radio signals are interrupted? What happens if I see somebody I know, I pass them, we have a chat for a minute or two, and then as we both are traveling at approximately 100 kilometers an hour in opposite directions, after a few minutes, we can't speak anymore. What's going on?
So your claim is that radio transmissions, you didn't specify what band.
CB
It's all
radio.
good.
Channel
Yeah, I
19,
don't,
it's 20.
yeah,
It's 27 point something
Okay.
megahertz, I believe. But I mean,
There's a lot.
I
You know,
can
there's
look
a
it
lot
up.
of frequencies and stuff, and they have varying distances, right? That they're good for.
Sure.
From what I understand, a lot of these distances are being broken, like records that are being broken regarding radio transmission and what is possible on a globe, right? Because they predicted that certain frequencies would be impossible to receive after a certain distance because of the curvature and the fact that they don't penetrate through the earth. They can't penetrate through mountains.
No, they
right?
can't.
And
Can you
yet
name-
somehow you have frequencies being transmitted over large distances, dude, breaking records.
Okay, what's the tallest mountain range in Saskatchewan?
But it's just going to end up with eventually you guys are going to ad hoc bouncing off the ionosphere for transmissions that should be impossible geometrically.
So, like, sometimes when I'm in Ontario, I could hear a guy in Arizona. That's on what you call a skip, and that is bouncing off of. I don't know if it's the ionosphere specifically, but that is something that bounces and then can come back down like many hundreds, or in this case thousands of kilometers away. Still in North America, but, like, you know, on opposite corners of, like, the lower 48, if you will, because Ontario sort of cuts into the USA through the Great Lakes, right? It's further south. Many places that I'm in Ontario are further south than many U.S. states, so, and much further south than where I'm talking about. But I've caught skips out of Arizona, of I think also Colorado. Someone will say where they're from, and usually my radio isn't strong enough to talk back to them, but my antennas are good enough to catch the skip coming to me. But these guys have, like, really strong base stations. And strength of signal is a factor. But what do you think it is that actually makes it impossible to have a conversation with another trucker where our antennae are about, like, say 13 to 14 feet above the ground, and there are no maps,
dude, it's
no
been
trees?
so long since I've looked into this before, but it's been a while since we brought it up. But yeah, like you brought up amplification, transmission, propagation.
I mean, there's lots
things
of things
that,
that could
and
affect
there's
over long
relays, and there's
distances.
things that there's relays along the way that can amplify the signal and push it further, right? Without
But what
relays, without any of
stops it?
that,
What stops it?
there's also microwave propagation, right? There's all
You think
types
we're
of
using
radio waves.
microwaves in a TV
No,
radio?
but they've experimented with certain waves that we know objectively will not bounce off the ionosphere. So you can't say, oh, it's because it's bouncing off the ionosphere. There's certain waves that we have used to try to falsify, right? Oh, that it's bouncing off the ionosphere. No, dude. There's certain waves that don't bounce off the ionosphere and yet are being propagated at vast distances that would be geometrically impossible to receive.
Okay,
on a globe.
why is it that I can't talk to the other trucker on a flat Earth in the prairies where there's no major trees or no forest, and there are definitely no mountain ranges or even a tall hill?
I told you, dude. It has to do with the amplification. You need relays along the way, not because the geometric curve is getting in the way or mountains per se. Because even if the Earth was flat, right? Sometimes, depending on the band, right, it's difficult to get these waves to propagate over thousands of miles, dude. Because there's just like there's light attenuation, just like there's light attenuation, dude. Electromagnetism also has a type of attenuation over distance,
Lon, what relays are you talking about, Lon?
I'm not an expert. I'm not an expert, but I know what I'm talking about.
Because there is no such thing.
Not for CB radios, anyway.
Hell no.
Some people will repeat
What you would be
signals
talking? Well, what you
for
would
commercial
could be-
radio, like
yeah,
stuff.
potentially you could be talking about something called a repeater, but that receives one frequency and transmits on another. Okay, that's
repeater, relays, and repeaters. Yes, sir.
There-
and I know
no.
that there's specific
There are
bands. I'm
no-
talking about the
no,
wide.
no,
Dude,
no.
I'm not just talking about CBs
Dude.
only, dude. I brought up microwave propagation, right? There's different types of bands, dude. It's all part of the electromagnetic spectrum, dude. The peaks and the troughs. So we're gonna stick to what, a specific band?
No,
what?
yeah, he's asking you about CB. He's
Shortwave?
asking about CB. So talk about CB.
Yeah. So we got shortwave, long wave. Like, okay, what's your point? Why don't they reach a certain distance? I already brought up light. Just like light can be attenuated, electromagnetic frequencies are also attenuated over distance. The longer the wavelength,
so you're saying we can't
the
hear
further
them
they can
because-
propagate. Just like bass sounds, right? Low frequency sounds can propagate over larger areas versus high pitched sounds that
That's
don't
why we
propagate
use
as far.
foghorns with low register sound.
All right, so I'm answering your question.
I get
What's
that.
going on then?
Okay, so
What's
what you're
going on?
saying, what you're saying is that because, so the problem is the wavelength used in a CB radio is the problem.
Yes, dude. It has to do with
So that's why
the waveform, the peaks and the troughs, right? The larger the troughs and peaks, right? Spread out like deeper
the
frequencies.
amplitude. That's the
Right.
amplitude, which is the strength.
Right,
But
and the amplitude, right? There's an attenuation over time, dude.
But the amplitude can change, and the wavelengths get like is it the wavelength, the frequency, or the amplitude that's the problem with CB radios that prevents them from transmitting further distances on a flat Earth?
Dude, I'm going from the top of the dome, but from what I remember, it's a combination of factors. Just like light, you have absorption, you have attenuation, and you have refraction. Just like light. So you have to think of it like light, right? Over distance, you're going to have attenuation. Some of it's going to be absorbed into the environment, and some of it's going to get reflected and refracted.
Okay, what would reflect it in the prairies? Is it the wheat?
Dude, come on, man. Now you just, it could be various factors, bro. Just like light.
Okay. So, well, I agree. They are
The
both
gradient
EMR.
densities, all that stuff, dude. Go ahead.
Well, the radio signal goes out from my antenna. It spreads out in all directions, right? And the only thing getting in the way is air to the next trucker on a flat Earth. And we can talk and understand each other perfectly. And then after a few minutes, I've gone a number of kilometers. They've gone a number of kilometers. And you're saying what's getting in the way is there's just too many air molecules between us?
No, it's connected to the inverse square law, right?
Yes.
And how like you have like this spreading out effect, right? Even light radiates outwards in all directions. Sound does the same thing. It radiates outwards in all directions, and by doing that, right, it's gonna start to lower an amplification.
Please don't do that.
I don't. What do you want? What are you saying here?
Please don't confuse a pressure wave and an electromagnetic radio wave. Don't try to lump those two things together.
Fix it. If I said something inaccurate, please you go ahead.
That's very inaccurate.
Maybe I made a mistake. Go ahead.
No, one's a pressure wave. Sound is a pressure wave. Radio is an electromagnetic wave. Two different things, totally.
It's all pressure, dude. As far as I know,
No, buddy,
it's all
not.
pressure mediation.
Okay,
Yes,
nobody's going to pay attention to you if you maintain that stance.
The electromagnetic spectrum is all about pressure mediation, dude. What are you talking about, bro? At the fundamental level.
Okay, all right.
We're dealing with waves, bro, waveforms, right? From like when you talk about, and you look right now, go pull it up, dude. You got UV,
You go pull it up.
UVB, UVA,
Don't do
UVC,
me. Okay.
X-rays, gamma rays, right?
Find sound waves in there. Find sound waves in there.
Yeah, sound waves are mechanical. Radio waves are not
That's a pressure
mechanical.
wave. Yeah.
Okay, there's a nuance, but you're saying that there's no pressure involved.
It's not a nuance. It's a fundamental difference.
There's pressure absolutely involved. That was your claim.
There absolutely
That's
is
what
not.
I'm challenging.
Electromagnetic waves are not pressure waves.
Well, I'm talking about the electromagnetic spectrum in general. You're trying to isolate it and pigeonhole the conversation to just pressure waves and act like the inverse square law only applies to certain waves when it applies to all waves.
I didn't say
all
anything about that.
Whether it's sound or light, you have something known as the inverse square law. Stop acting like it only applies to certain type of waves.
That has nothing to do with it.
It absolutely does have something to do with it. You guys are gaslighting me. The inverse square law applies to all energy that is propagated over distance.
What's that got to do with mechanical or radio waves?
He's asking me why his radio waves on his CB, whatever band it is irrelevant. Some bands do propagate further than others based on their waveform, right? He's asking me why it's not possible to reach a trucker within a certain distance. And I'm trying to explain to him that wave that he sends out, that he transmits through the air from his cabin, right, over distance is going to attenuate.
Like by how much? What would the inverse square law do over, say, 10 kilometers? What?
I don't. I had to do the math. It would be dependent on the amplification.
Like the strength of the wave coming out.
It was dependent on the amplification. So the stronger the amplification, right, then you start to square that. Yeah, I'll post an image of it. It's more than square. It's an
image of it. Why don't you just show us the inverse square law, how it applies to radio waves, and then I'll find out the strength of the CV that I have.
Yeah, well, there's nuance to the conversation. Like it depends on the medium too. Like the medium can affect the propagation. We know that certain waves in liquid form, right? When the medium is a liquid, they can actually travel further than in the air.
Okay,
light acts differently in water than it does in the air.
I very seldom operate a submarine, but I'm sure it would be different. I deal with terrestrial articulated trucks. Some people call them like 18-wheelers or tractor trailer trucks. That's the kind of truck I drive. So the antennas are on top of the cab, and they hit. The top of the antennas on my truck are set at about 14 feet. So when I have tall loads, the antennas like hit a bridge and tell me I might have a problem if I'm like really close, and then I stop. But I usually don't have to deal with that without an escort if I'm that close to it. But in most cases, I should be able to like have on a flat Earth. I don't know why, other than maybe the strength of the volume going down, and it just like at a certain point it just cuts off. And I'm trying to figure out why it is we can no longer get like even a scratchy conversation through. Like I could understand that the voice strength might go down with this inverse square law, but I'm really trying hard to figure this out. Like what it is that gets in the way.
It's not necessarily about things getting in the way, bro.
It's not?
You look up
Okay.
No, that would be diffusion, right? That would be diffusion. But you have diffusion, refraction, and attenuation, and there's nuances there. But I just want to say that when it comes to electromagnetic waves, it says here, and I just looked it up right now. It says here in Google AI, the inverse square law for electromagnetic waves states that the intensity of radiation from a point source decreases proportionally to the square of the distance from the source. The electromagnetic energy, regardless of the band, spreads out from a point source. And therefore, by it spreading out, right, it starts to decrease in amplitude.
Yeah, that's true for anything that is emitted in 3D space and it goes in all directions. Like if you think of like an expanding sphere, the surface of the sphere is going to be follow a squared relationship to the radius. So the amount of surface area that same energy is occupying grows at a squared rate. So the density of energy on the surface of the expanding sphere is going to drop with the inverse of the square of the radius. So that's where the inverse square law comes from.
Yes, sir.
It applies to
Yep.
everything that expands like in 3D space.
True.
Yes, sir. It says the inverse square law of sound states that sound intensity, not just electromagnetic waves of a specific kind, all electromagnetic waves, including sound.
Sound is not an electromagnetic wave, buddy.
That's I would beg to differ. But it says
Well, you're wrong.
The inverse square law of sound states that sound intensity is inversely proportional to the square of the distance from the source. So it's the
No
same
doubt
exact
about that.
concept
But sound
with
is not
electromagnetism
electromagnetic.
and with
Sound is not electromagnetic.
Okay, that does. Even if that's the case, I can grant you that. That doesn't negate my premise that this concept of the inverse square law applies to all electromagnetic propagation, whether it's sound, which you for whatever
sound
reason,
is not electromagnetic, buddy.
Yeah, fine. You can say that. That doesn't negate my premise, though.
It absolutely
true, though.
No, it doesn't.
Sound is
I just
wave.
explained it to you, bro. I just explained it to you. Right, I brought up electromagnetic propagation in the inverse square law. I brought up sound propagation in the inverse square law. The inverse square law applies to both.
Yeah,
now
we all
stop
know that.
gaslighting.
Lion, let me help you out. Lion, let me help you out. Amplitude is not the reason that ATL or ALT can't hear his CV.
You can call me Al, by the way. I just go by Al.
Al.
Yeah. The capital L is to avoid the AI confusion.
Al, amplitude is not the reason Al can't hear the CB, Lion.
Yeah, I know you got tactics, bro. You're gonna misframe the argument, act like you're gonna completely build a new straw man of my argument.
I'm not making an argument. I'm just telling you you're wrong. That's all I'm doing.
Yeah, how am I wrong? Go ahead.
Because it's not the amplitude. Because you
Why-
can always
why
build a
isn't it the
larger
amplitude?
Can you let me finish? Jeez. You can always build a larger antenna and you will be able to catch a lower amplitude.
Okay. That doesn't negate the premise.
Okay.
So because you can receive a greater portion, right, of the frequency, now all of a sudden that negates the premise? Because you built a larger antenna. Now all of a sudden, right, the amplitude.
Didn't even mention
right,
frequency.
All of a sudden the amplitude, right, doesn't matter anymore. That's what you're saying.
No, I'm saying that the amplitude will never go down to zero, and therefore I can always build a larger antenna to receive the signal.
Yeah, I know what you said. Right?
So Al's issue is not amplitude related.
No, it is, because the larger the amplitude, right, initially, the further it will travel. You won't need as large of an antenna to receive the signal.
No.
Of course it's related.
That doesn't make sense at all.
No.
Yes.
Just no.
It's dude, I've worked in car audio. I know how it works, right?
Worked in car
audio. The preamp
You're back to audio again. Audio is
it's
not
all
the same
connected.
thing.
It's all
No,
connected.
it's not connected.
The preamp outputs, right? They have a certain volt, right? Ideally, you want at least 4 volts, right? Because you're sending a signal over a distance, right? When you do that, there's detrimental, right, returns, right? The larger the distance, the harder it is it's going to be to transmit the pulse.
Detrimental returns. Okay. Yeah.
Diminishing returns. Excuse me.
I think I'm doing.
Diminishing returns.
Yeah, like this is just a lot
have
of
nothing,
not
bro. You can
understanding
critique my
wave
speech.
physics
You have
at all.
nothing.
It's not critiquing your speech, Lion. You're not using the appropriate words to describe things. You have said that it has to do with the waveform when all photons have the same waveform. Or all naturally emitted
Talking
photons
about
have the same waveform.
The form of the frequency itself. It does have a form. You're
The form
acting
of the
stupid.
frequency itself.
Yeah, they're measured. They're measured. Dude, stop gaslighting me. You sound ridiculous.
Gaslighting you. I'm
just because you don't have
repeating your
rebuttal doesn't mean that
exact
you can
words.
just sit there and gaslight me and act like nanometers aren't a thing and the distance between the peak and the trough aren't a thing. Stop
That's
being
not
disingenuous
waveform.
and
That's
come up with a
wavelength.
rebuttal, dude.
That's not
Yeah, it's all-
waveform. That's wavelength. That's a different thing.
It's all connected, dude. It's all
No,
connected.
it's
You
not.
just sit there. Yes, it is, bro. Yes, it
Wave
is.
something or the other.
You guys want to, you guys want to remove gravity and act like it's not part of electromagnetism. I'm sorry that your prophet was wrong.
Okay, so again, the distance between two peaks, Lion, that is the wavelength. The waveform is the shape of the wave. So square, sawtooth, sine. Okay, so just so you don't have to do this again.
Anyways, my point here.
Anyways,
don't let them gaslight you guys, because the crux
Stop
of the
giggling,
argument,
bro,
right?
and cutting people. Like, stop doing that, please. It's very irritating.
The crux of the argument is this, right? They want to pretend like the emergent property of matter has nothing to do with electromagnetism. That's the elephant in the room. That's why you see them right now, how they're getting triggered, they're resisting the truth. Even though everything I'm saying is reasonable and rational, they want to act like that's not the case at all. They want to gaslight, like I don't know what I'm talking about. You know,
All right,
like,
Lion.
it's not
Here's how
connected.
we can say you don't know what you're talking about, because if I put an object in a Faraday cage, it doesn't suddenly start floating.
Now we got the Cavendish experiment.
Did I say Cavendish? I thought I said Faraday. Can somebody help me? Did I say Faraday or did I say Cavendish?
I heard Faraday.
The Cavendish.
just making sure.
Yeah, I already know where this is going. You're going to bring up the Cavendish experiment.
No, I'm not.
as
I'm
your
gonna tell you
smoking
that.
gun
No, I'm not. You don't know where this is going.
Yeah, you're going to
It's
use
hilarious.
that to claim that gravity
No.
is not electromagnetic.
No, I'm not going to use the Cavendish at all. I'm going to tell you that I can put something in a Faraday cage and it doesn't start floating. Therefore, gravity's not electromagnetic.
Pretty good.
I already know where this is going, bro. This is my first rodeo. I'm going to back out.
You
dude. I've been
don't.
talking a
You
lot.
literally didn't.
I've been talking a lot, bro. I'm going to let you guys handle it, dude.
Okay, let's let another flatty get in here. Thanks, Lion.
You're welcome
for that lesson on radio communications. That was fantastic. So while he was explaining it to us, I looked it up. The maximum range for most CBs that without major modifications don't go usually past about 5 watts of power is about 6 miles or so. I have some suspicions as to why that limitation is there.
How about AM signals? Did we talk about that, or that's not?
Amplitude modulation signals? Well, so AM signals, I've definitely caught those on a skip from like really far away. But those are bouncing, right? Like,
CB is AM, isn't it?
Yes.
I'm sure you can probably do single sideband. I don't know if they allow it or not, but
yeah, I don't know. There's the new radio I have is one that also has sidebands in it where you can like do other modifications. So I actually have never like read through the manual to find out how it does it. I just know you can basically split it into more channels to get like a clear channel for private communication.
But regardless, though, single sideband is still a form of amplitude modulation. Yeah. So I'm talking myself out of what I said. I think
I really don't know.
Yeah, as opposed to FM or PM. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
So the reason why I brought that up is because I remember back in the day when I used to listen to the Art Bell show, Coast to Coast.
Mm-hmm.
I'm here in Montreal, and I used to catch the big 50 watt in Texas. Believe it or not, not all the time.
At all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, this is why AM radio transmitters usually have power down at sundown.
Exactly. It was during the night. Yeah.
It's because of the way the ionosphere behaves.
That's the explanation. So you guys are saying I was able to receive the transmission because it would bounce off the ionosphere and do the bounce thing, and that's how I would get to receive it up here, right? That's what you're saying?
It's the only physical way it could happen unless it was being retransmitted on local Montreal radio, which I don't think was the case.
No. I caught it directly from, I forget what it's called.
The call letters are from the Texas station. I don't remember it either, but everybody knows the Art Bell situation, right?
Yeah.
I think it's pretty well known. I think even like Pelagia does like a thing on Art Bell on his channel every few weeks, right? They like listen to old episodes and laugh and drink.
Yeah, well, it's still going on with George Norrie, if I'm not mistaken.
It totally might be. And now in the era of podcast and internet radio, I mean, there's nothing around the world you can't get your hands on unless people are unwilling to digitize it.
Yeah, so to Lion's thing, right? I think that's what Lion was trying to tell you, right? That it's because of distance. Like you just said, you have 5 miles max on a 5 watt.
Yeah, 5 to 6 in open country, and he's saying like that's where like the limit of what the 5 watts can broadcast in a straight line.
Okay, so let me ask you, knowing that, right? If you were to be on a surface that's longer than that, right? Like 10 miles, and you would lose transmission, right? Isn't that what Lion is trying to tell you? That it's not due to Earth curve, it's due to the ability of the equipment, like the wave to transfer that far.
That's what he's suggesting. So I think what he's suggesting is that the reason why, like, I can hear a CB signal from a high wattage station on a skip, bouncing off the ionosphere, and also local ones that are close by without obstructions up to about 6 miles. He's saying that's happening because, what is he saying it's because of? It's because my equipment just isn't strong enough. And so, like, those signals are not just like going and going and going, they just die. And that's why it's not Earth curve isn't the problem.
So how far would you say your CB signals can travel, regardless of shape? What's
Infinitely.
you think it's an unlimited? I'm sure you don't think it's that, right? That it's
a sensitive enough antenna. I don't think they stop. They probably get mixed in with so many other things that they're no longer like intelligible. But yeah, once you release a photon, unless it bounces off of something, it's not going to just stop.
Oh, now, yeah, you see that's where it gets a bit squirrely, right? You have to believe that a photon travels forever. Yeah.
We know they travel very long distances. Like we're
going off topic now, really.
In a human lifespan, we don't have a forever to wait, but we can measure how far away things are. We could see light emanating from them, and we can see electromagnetic waves from like a broad range, like the whole spectrum of electromagnetic radiation. We detect it all over, and if we use the right type of detectors and antennae, we can see these things happening either with equipment that can receive the signal, or in the case of visible light, we can just fucking see it. Like last night when I parked the truck, because I live out in the country, I looked up and the moon wasn't too bright, and fuck, it was fucking beautiful. The stars up in the sky, it was great. And I was like, I wish I lived in an even further away place where there was less light pollution. It would have been even better. And we know that like the closest star I could have been looking at is like I can't remember what it is. It's like 4 light years away or something like that, 4.5 light years.
Yep, 4 light
and
years.
And all the other ones are further away. And so at the very least, like those photons have traveled like way further away than my buddy that I just passed on the highway.
Well, it's so funny. I have to laugh every time I say that. I understand what I don't want to say you guys, what the model, so-called model predicts. The old saying, right? Like the I Love Lucy show is still traveling out there in time. Everything is intact, and somebody billions of light years away eventually will be able to, take that signal and watch the show. Now that, to me, that's like a tall order, right? But
that'd be a pretty big antenna. That takes some work.
It would be, but it doesn't mean the photons from the I Love Lucy show aren't propagating out into space somewhere. But having the antenna tuned to the right frequency and listening for it in the right place at the right time might require a tremendous amount of coincidence. That doesn't mean the signal isn't propagating.
But you understand how somebody like me might question that, right?
No.
Yeah, but I don't understand why you question that what I do, like Essie, you're a guy that lived in the same country as I am, and you're probably of a similar era. Do you remember the days of antenna television where like you had to like fuck with them to get the signal to come in?
Oh yeah, the bunny ears.
It wasn't just like dialing up the channel. The channel was in, but then you had to like swing the antenna around to like catch the signal coming from the local station. And in Montreal, like I don't know how far away you were getting stuff from. In Toronto, we could even get over the air signals from Buffalo sometimes. And when I was like further east, like when I was in like south of Belleville area, I could get signals from like Rochester across the lake by antenna with tall antennas, but like not bunny ears on the TV. That had to be like an above the house style antenna. So I don't know, and I know people would get it in Kingston too. You'd get those local sort of like upstate New York channels, but I don't know what you could get in Montreal. But Montreal is a big enough city. You had like probably at least 3 or 4 local channels, right?
That's all we had. 4 channels. That's it.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think in Toronto we had 3 or 4 of our own and a couple from Buffalo. So we might have had 6 at like its peak. And at some point in my later childhood, we got cable put in. And then we had 26 channels or something like that. It was wild. But my point is, like, you've worked with radio signals, and you know that they're a little persnickety. They don't just automatically work, right?
Well, that's exactly my point. Having done that and experienced that, believing that these signals can travel out in so-called space forever, for me, it's like, really?
But did it work? Like, were you able to? Did you watch TV back then?
Obviously, yeah.
Yeah. So signals were able to make it to your home over.
Yeah, but it was
like
the,
through the air.
the local signals, right? It was like, yeah.
Yeah, and from pretty tall antennas. Like the CN Tower in Toronto was built back when you needed the tallest possible tower to reach as many people as possible. And so that was put in as a broadcasting tower originally. And that was in the mid 70s that they finished the construction. And, you know, it kind of became somewhat obsolete over time. But there is still lots of over-the-air broadcasts in big cities. And I know the last time I drove through Montreal, there's local stations there. A lot of them are in French, which thankfully I understand, but not everybody does. But these things are out there. They're happening. Like, we know that electromagnetic waves exist. We know we can interact with them. And what do you think? I mean, I get the inverse square law, but what is it that you think would stop a photon from traveling? What stops that wave from moving, going out into space?
Sorry, I missed some of that. I was doing something, but
I was just saying, like, what, like, you know that photons exist. You've seen a television program that photons brought to your living room as a kid or whatever. What is it about photons? Like, what characteristic do they have that you think stops them as they travel through space? Like, at what point did they just say, fuck it, I'm tired, I'm getting a coffee, and I'm probably not even going to get back in the truck and start driving again? Like, what stops a photon from traveling?
well, you see, you're asking me a question as if you know for certain that this happens, right? This is the number one fault that the model people have, right? You assume that this is so, and you're perplexed that I don't somehow instantly believe it, right?
No, Essie, he's not making an assumption. He is asking you why you think the light must run out.
Because I never seen anything travel forever. That's why.
Yes, you have.
I mean,
there's
you've
the
seen
giggling
stuff
hyena
traveling,
again.
but you like SC, like why do I have a sunburn?
Bro, the question is something traveling forever. You're convinced that something travels forever called a photon. Right?
No, I'm asking you why you think that it must go to zero. Because,
You're irrelevant. I don't even want to talk to you, bro. Like,
I don't care what you want to do,
I
Essie.
was talking to Trucker.
I really don't care what you want to do.
He's
I really
put my
don't care what you have
question
to
in
say,
a
bro.
different
Talk
form.
all you want.
Melodic's state. They're asking the exact same question I'm asking in different words. What is it that you think stops it? Like out in space, how do you think the photon just says "fuck it, I'm done"?
Again, you believe in a thing called a photon that travels forever. I don't.
Okay.
You're telling me, wow,
I don't
why
believe in
don't you
photons.
believe in the unicorn?
This is a
And I'm
man on the
telling you,
internet
look, dude,
who
show
doesn't
me.
believe in photons. He just said he doesn't believe in photons while literally using photons. It's absolutely, frankly, hilarious.
It is absolutely amazing. I am bathed in photons right now, and I'm not even outside. And I only
Right,
have
this is what
I
you
have
believe,
4 light
bro.
bulbs
You
on in my
believe
head.
in a
No,
thing
it's
called a
not a belief.
photon.
It's an
You're
evidence.
bathing in them, right? Yeah.
Essie, we have evidence of photons. This isn't a belief.
Essie, did you
Hey,
ever watch
giggling hyena? Don't address me, bro. I told you I'm not
I
interested
really don't
in
care what you
anything
want,
have to
Essie.
say. You're a troll. Let
That's
me have a
nice. I can still talk to
conversation
you.
with the
I don't
trucker.
care.
If you don't mind, shut your yap.
You can have a
And
conversation.
let
I
me
can
have a
still pop in.
conversation with somebody that's like honest.
As I recall, this is an open forum, so I can still pop in when nobody's
it
talking,
is?
Essie. I get
Okay,
that you
so
don't want me
I'm
to
going
refer
on
to you.
mute. You
That
have a good
sucks.
conversation.
Okay.
Well, I will.
Essie,
and then we're gonna find the fun part of when people are on mute.
Essie, I want to know if you ever saw the show Past Part 2. Do you remember that show, Essie? I won't tell anybody how old you are. Did Essie disappear? Did Essie just mute me? I don't know what's going on. Is everybody gone now?
No, I'm not.
No, he's still here. He just said he didn't want to engage because he didn't want to be ridiculed, which is fair enough. That's his prerogative. But just a question, okay? I'll leave it on. As a kid, you flip a marble, an alley, a little marble. It rolls along concrete and it stops. So from there, you believe everything will stop given the time. Nothing goes forever. You know what I mean? Like you roll a ball, it's going to stop. So
that's true.
That's the Aristotelian view. That's Aristotle's view. Yeah.
So why is it not conceivable to say that a photon will do probably the same thing based on your life's observations as a 4-year-old? Mind you, I thought there were people in the TV when I was 4, but so why? I pose it the opposite way, being devil's advocate. Why does a photon not eventually run out of energy from its original boost source and slow down and stop?
Well, so here would be my take on that is, so the Aristotelian view is your 4-year-old view that you just did. That was replaced when Newton came out with his laws, which state that an object in motion stays in motion unless acted on a force. And in your marble example, we know that the marble is being acted on by friction and air resistance. So those are the forces that are causing it to stop. If you could posit me a force that would stop the photon, that'd be great. But that's the general reason.
Okay, cool. Now, do you know of Isaac Arthur, who does a lot of YouTube stuff, a lot of sci-fi futurist, very clever man? Are you familiar with his things?
Never heard of him, no.
Oh, okay, well, actually, he's worth watching, dude. He's really clever. He would appeal to a big brain like yourself. One of his things are about faster than light travel, or which we can't technically have if we have mass, or just getting a long way in space, is that out there are so many little teeny molecules that it's probably going to destroy your craft. The faster you go, the quicker your craft is going to break down, like UV rays and the like. So,
yeah, but
in a sense, those things would create
a photon's not a
friction.
spacecraft. A photon's not a spacecraft.
Correct. But so on that note, a photon, what stops it from being eroded? But they can get bounced around, can't they? So they bounce off.
Oh yeah, they can. They can get bounced and they can get blocked, and that's why astronomers generally hate dust. But all that generally does is just make things look further away. It doesn't reduce the light completely unless the dust is too thick. And even that's
Okay, well-
relatively not that often, because like you can look out into the night sky and you can see a bunch of stars.
Yeah, and it helps us tell the difference between solid objects and not quite solid objects. And like you notice, like if you see images of the Earth from space, and for those that don't believe in space, just please grant me the thought for a minute. It's very fuzzy around the edge of Earth when you look at those images, and that fuzzy section, I postulate, is our thin atmosphere, and light is interacting with it. But then once you get to the ground, like it becomes much more solid. And someone was trying to talk yesterday about the eclipse that happens where the Earth casts its shadow on the moon. The Salinalian, maybe I keep mispronouncing it. But like
possible eclipse. What about
the quite possible but rare and needing to be in the right place at the right time eclipse would be a better name for it. But it isn't impossible. And I remember in this conversation, like we have to understand that light is also occluded by things, and a shadow is where a physical object gets in the way of light. And those photons do things with solid matter when they reach them, like heat them up, for instance. Yeah.
So yeah, you're making our point, bro. So with propagation, you have refraction, right? It affects sound. And there you have people in the comments like Echoplex, dude, that just don't understand this fundamental concept of electromagnetation. And dude,
well, hang on, that's not where I was going.
Inverse square law. Hold on, hold on, bro.
Dude, we're having a convo. Hang on, you've just butted in. I've got a question I want to ask. So sorry to interrupt.
You get to finish my answer, dude. You're already clipping me, bro. I didn't even get to finish.
Listen.
No, dude. I was going to ask a question. I was being polite, which you wouldn't have a concept of. Okay, so can I finish line and you can do yours? Because you've had most of the night. You've really,
dude. All right, I'm sorry, dude, but I was almost done. I was about to land it, but all right, go ahead.
Dude, you're always done. So back to the dude before who I was talking to. So you know how we have gravitational refraction around big bodies out in space? Yeah?
Like the Eddington effect, yeah.
Right, well, apparently, I saw this on a Brian Cox documentary once. Now, there are two galaxies out there that we can see which look identical. And at the time of the doco, which was 20 years ago, he said, we don't know how, but these two are identical. They're possibly the same galaxy, but we're not sure. Now, since then, we've had light spectrum analysis. And now we've analysed the light from both of these identical galaxies. They are the one galaxy, but we're seeing the image of them twice due to gravitational lensing of either one or both of those visible galaxies. Now, if gravitational lensing, so there's something between us and them on that galaxy that's bending the light and we're getting the appearance of there being two here, is the reverse possible whereby big massive bodies out there that aren't visual can actually be gravitationally lensing galaxies and things out of existence, thus providing the dark energy or the dark matter and the extra gravity for our equation problems? What are your thoughts on that?
Are you asking me or Melodic, who's probably better equipped to answer that question? But it is an interesting concept. So, like, what we see. Well,
lenses don't destroy light. And actually, I just sat through a presentation yesterday in my research group where somebody was talking about strong lensing. So we have really accurate models where we can actually figure out where the object is that's being lensed is relative to the lens, what's lensing it by modeling it, right? So like, and like I said in chat, lenses don't destroy light, so there's no way they could just be like getting rid of it.
That's what I would like to challenge, if I may. Can I challenge
more
that?
Sorry, dude.
Yeah.
Sorry, dude. You know, like,
come on,
you really had a long time. Are you just chanting at the bit?
Just an echo
Please,
chamber.
just
you guys.
no, wait, please.
I'm trying to
Please.
challenge his claims, bro.
Dude,
You're not
Boomer,
lying.
you're being
please.
unreasonable, bro. I
Please.
mean, you're being a little bit unreasonable.
I know I talked a lot, bro, but there's nobody else defending the other side, dude. And I'm trying
Hang
to do
on,
that.
I haven't finished, see, and you're not listening because you will this way. What I'm just saying is that if we can gravitationally lend something into existence, you think we can model it where things can't be gravitationally out of in this time and position in space? Like in 100 million light years, we might see more. Is that a possibility, or are you saying it can't happen because we know where the dark energy is?
Well,
Or
so
the dark matter?
lensing would be dark matter. It's not necessarily that we know what it is. I'm just saying that lenses, like if you look through a telescope, you're not going to see nothing, right? Like I can't think of looking through a microscope and see. I might see something out of focus, but I'm not going to see no light. If that makes sense.
I get that.
Yeah, sort
Can I go
of.
now? Yeah,
Well-
real quick. Yeah, hold on.
Oh,
Let me just say this. This is actually, I'm going to tie it together right here beautifully with a bow, right? You have to understand when we're dealing with electromagnetic propagation, right? There's going to be an attenuation. It gets absorbed into the atmosphere itself. That's why redshift, when you see light, right, and at dawn, right, you see that frequency change, that color change to warmer reds, far red, photo red, 680 nanometers, right? The reason why it does that is because of redshift, is because the attenuation of electromagnetic frequency. Why? Because you have the deeper red frequencies will propagate further from the same source, right? From the same distance.
The
reason that it's able to propagate
to do with
further,
redshift.
the reason that it has to the reason that it can propagate further is because of its wavelength, which is the distance from the peak to the trough of
not
the wave.
the way you think.
This is I can
So-
wrap it up beautifully, and you guys will deny it. You guys for whatever
No, you didn't
reason
wrap it
deny
up
that.
beautifully. You've presented me a pile of garbage, and I'm getting ready to sort through it. Right. So
Eventually,
redshift. Lion,
eventually
do not
gets
interrupt me. Holy Lion, I'm trying to
I'm
talk.
sorry, bro. I
Please,
know.
you literally just finished, and now you're talking more. Please let me finish my thought while I have it,
promise
Lion.
you, last thing,
Lion,
dude.
Lion, let me finish. You stop.
Last thing, dude. I'm gonna land right here. This is the last bit.
Go ahead, Lion. I server muted him.
Last
He's
bit.
not going to control this. Go ahead.
Last bit. So we have the inverse square law to consider, right? But not only that, eventually the propagation is completely absorbed. There's no residual, or either that or the angle of its propagation will completely be outside of your transmission zone, so you won't be able to see it or receive it. Go ahead.
Now, what you overlooked is the fact that what you're talking about goes through the atmosphere.
Can I please
It's not
finish
even on
my
topic,
thought?
okay?
Hold
It's
Christ,
not
I just
on
got
topic.
muted.
Yeah, hold
and
on,
interrupted.
Boomer. Hold on.
Can I
It's
please
only
finish
fair
my
to
thought?
let Melodic go. Hold on, Boomer. Go ahead, Melodic.
Lion, you presented us a shit ton of garbage, so I'm going to go through this one by one. First off, what you see at sunset is not redshift. That is not the same thing in the slightest. At all. Like redshift has to do with relative velocities. What you're talking about is not that. That is not what sunset is. Please don't
It's more,
confuse these two things.
more part of a rainbow, right? You're seeing the red
Yes,
light
correct.
is being refracted out.
Well, the atmosphere tends to attenuate, is more strongly attenuating towards blue light, which is why you get the red light, because the light has more atmosphere to travel to get to you, so more blue gets attenuated out, so it looks more red. That's the basic reason.
Right, and just that other thing, you went back to those words, attenuation and all that stuff you used before, which none of us believe that line. So I'm sorry, dude, it's just that you interrupted what was a question I was making, and you had to shit on my argument. And I'm really disappointed that all you have to do is insert yourself into someone trying to just ask someone else who's a big brain bastard his view on something, and you had to shit on my argument. And when you show people that sort of respect, expect to get that back.
My pleasure. I shit all
You
over
could just
it.
think
Thank
in
you.
future, do I need
shit
to
on your
say this?
argument.
And what's my result?
But
Because what you
you're
did was
denying
you shit on my argument.
reality. This is what we observe, right? This
So
is
you're
why
not even listening now.
the red color
right.
is able to sustain itself is because of its wavelength, right? We know that lower frequency things permeate further, right? We know this.
That
light
again,
it works in a similar way. The larger the wavelength, the further it will propagate, the further it will travel.
Wavelength has nothing to do with how far it travels, Lion.
Yes, because the tighter the frequency, the tighter the wavelength, right? The less ability they have to penetrate and actually permeate over distance.
Yeah, that's because they get absorbed. That has nothing to do with how they travel.
Yes, it absolutely does. It absolutely does.
No, Lion. Listen, the shorter frequencies
are more
the shorter.
efficient.
Can you let me finish what I'm trying to tell you instead of blurting on with your derp? The shorter frequencies are more likely to be absorbed and refracted and scattered. This is why it turns red. This is why the longer wavelengths travel further. This has nothing to do with how far they will travel. Wavelength and frequency have nothing to do with how far light will travel in a vacuum.
Yes, it does.
No, it does not. No, zero. You're mixing nothing.
Concept.
What you guys are going to deny reality and act
No,
like
you're denying reality, Lion. Please tell me what's interacting with light in a vacuum. What is interacting with the light in a vacuum, Lion? Lion, what is interacting?
So when you look out into the cosmos, I'm trying to wrap it up. When you guys look out into the cosmos and you evaluate the CMB, right, and you start looking at these colors, right? What you're interpreting,
the CMB doesn't have
paradigm, colors. The blue and the red shift.
No,
they study the heat. They study the heat. Yes, dude,
the temperature. Yes, correct. Now, anyway, moving along. Lion again. Here. Let me try to explain this to you. Let me try to explain this to you one more time. Right. At sunset, the lower frequencies tend to get absorbed and scattered more than the lower frequencies. This is why the sky appears red. Now, this has nothing to do with how far they travel. There is something blocking them, stopping them from traveling. It's not that they're stopping traveling because they're tired and they don't want to. It's because there is something in the way.
Thank you.
In a vacuum, there is nothing in the way. Then frequency have nothing. It's a vacuum. That's the definition of a vacuum, Lion. Anyway, therefore, there is nothing to stop them, and the light will continue.
Can I say something for a second? I don't want to interrupt your combo. Left Lane, are you available to mod?
I don't know if they are.
I gotta go cut the grass, and I'm afraid if I leave, all hell's gonna break loose.
Yeah, minor. I can step in.
I'm also a mod now, so I can. If people get stupid,
okay, please handle it, guys. Please don't let this turn into a shit show. Okay?
I won't. Left Lane won't let me let it happen.
Thank you. Go ahead, guys. Go ahead.
So so light has different signatures over distance depending on the medium. Like in water, for example, there's a different refractive index for light, as in air. And I'm still trying to understand myself why that is. But
I have a wonderful 3 blue, 1 brown video for you. I mean, it's got math, so you might not like it.
Oh, I love that guy. He does great videos.
Yes, he has great refraction video. Awesome. But anyway, you're still talking about light traveling through medium when I am specifically talking about light traveling through a vacuum. The reason there's a different refractive index in water, amongst other reasons, the bigger reason is because it's denser. Like, it's a hand wavy reason, but it's good enough. It'll work for our purposes. I'm talking about something with 0 down. I'm talking about a vacuum. What will stop the light from traveling in a vacuum line?
Yeah, that's what I've been fighting for all day, dude. And I believe in a substance that permeates all things.
So you just have some random bullshit. Okay, cool.
No, it's not bullshit, bro.
It is bullshit. Like I know you don't like to think that it's bullshit, but like it's bullshit. It's been disproven. It's bullshit. It's been disproven. If you're gonna move to the new one that some guys are using, they specifically state that it's not the old one that the Milk Morley experiment showed wasn't there. So like.
He's talking about the
static ether. Yeah, that's been.
Here we go.
The first ether has been disproven. There's a second ether that's not even
the static ether. Yeah, Good thing I don't believe in a static.
Jesus fucking Christ! Let me finish. There's the first ether, right? That got debunked. There's the second ether that has nothing to do with the first. So you're wrong.
Let's call it neither. The new ether is neither. That's catchy.
Like, yes, there are people talking about doing research on an ether, but this has to do with like dark energy and nothing to do with electromagnetism. So like trying to bring it up. So trying to bring it up. Oh my God! Why are you interrupting me, Lion? Stop interrupting me. So to bring it up in a conversation about E&M seems very dishonest.
Newtonian gravity to make it work, dude. If not,
No. Geez, now you're moving to gravity. Can you stop gish galloping for a minute? Because we've been talking about E&M and now we're in gravity.
Yeah, so you're bringing up gravitational lensing, right? I'm bringing up modified Newtonian gravity,
right? Which has been falsified by the bullet cluster. So like you're bringing up more bullshit.
Rationalize yeah, dude, I'm not bushing. I know what I'm talking about.
Yes, you know you're not because modified Newtonian dynamics has nothing to do with E&M. There's nothing about E&M in MOND. The second, MOND was falsified by the bullet cluster. So again, you're just bringing up bullshit.
Get that? But this is part of it, right? Gravitational lensing has to be explained. You have to commodify.
But not by MOND.
Relativity.
It's not explained by MOND. It's explained by GR. And predicted by GR.
Yeah.
And modeled by GR. It's another win for GR.
I disagree.
Because you're stupid.
I'm not about to get into all the details. I've been trying to all day, dude.
But you haven't gotten into any details.
Okay, maybe
details require math.
I understand the reason for using the term, but it'd be better to not use insults back and forth. It would be much better to talk about the concepts.
Okay. Let me rephrase that. Lion, your arguments are dumb.
Yeah,
Lion, your arguments are dumb. Let me rephrase. You're not dumb, but whatever you're arguing, that is dumb.
Dude, if there is a fluid, right? You can explain a lot of these orbital mechanic problems.
No, you can't.
That you're facing right now.
I don't have any orbital mechanic problems. What orbital mechanic problems do I have?
Yeah, there's a lot of problems. Well, I mean, we could talk about the asymmetrical orbit, dude.
What asymmetrical orbit? What are you talking about?
The Earth around the sun.
Isn't asymmetrical? What are you talking about?
Yeah, it's elliptical and asymmetrical. It's
an ellipse, exactly. It's an ellipse, exactly how Newtonian gravity predicts.
It doesn't even work, dude.
It does. That's exactly the prediction of Newtonian gravity is for the orbits to be an ellipse, right? Kepler figured it out before Newton that orbits are ellipses. Then Newton came up with gravity, and when you do the math, lo and behold, orbits are ellipses.
It doesn't work, bro. It can't be done.
It does work. I've done it. I've literally done this math, Lion. You telling me it doesn't work is wrong because I've done this math.
Imagine a car tire, right, having a wobble, and then have that
wobble. It's not a car tire. Why would you think of it like a car tire? It's a completely different situation.
Because the orbital mechanics would spindle out, dude. They would just completely destroy themselves.
No, it wouldn't.
It's such a crazy ass model. I don't know how anybody ever believed it, bro. It's so ridiculous.
Oh my goodness! I don't understand. You literally just equated a gravitational system to a wheel. And the fact that I shouldn't have to tell you, but I'm going to tell you anyway. I shouldn't have to tell you, but I'm going to tell you anyway. A gravitational orbit has a force pointing inward. A wheel does not.
Can I add something, guys? May I? I had a balance wheel, and I'm a mechanic, so I'm qualified, unlike our good little friend there. It actually wobbles at 60-ish kilometres, about 66 kilometres. Then it goes away, and it comes back in multiples of 66 kilometres plus minus the tolerance, which is about 2 or 3 kilometres each way. So a wobble doesn't just get wobblier. Sometimes it rights itself. Thank you.
I like that, and that's awesome view. That's an optimistic view. But when they put
he just gave you evidence. It's not a view. Why do you keep making category errors?
So you have different concepts that work, right? You have concentric orbits.
My brother in Christ. Okay, Boomer just gave you. Listen, don't interrupt me. Don't interrupt me and let me finish,
Lion. Bro, I wasn't
don't
even
interrupt me.
On for a long,
don't
I'm about to
interrupt me. I'm fucking trying to talk to you.
Nah, dude. Nah, bro.
Just stop interrupting me, Lion.
Yo, we need a mod, dude. I knew this was
Al, can you please help? I was in the middle of talking, and Lion is interrupting me yet again. Al, please. I just want to get this fucking thought out.
No. No.
Jesus
My turn
Christ.
to speak. Dude.
Okay,
It's
no,
this is how it goes. You
it
talk.
wasn't. You stopped, and then I started talking, and then you started talking again. So fucking just take a chill pill and let me finish what I'm saying. Okay? Okay, Boomer did not give you a view. He did not give you a model. He did not give you anything abstract. What OK Boomer gave you was literally evidence. He has seen it. He has measured it. That's evidence. That's not a view. That's not a model. That's not an opinion. That is evidence.
So what are we talking about, dude? I was on a train of thought and you completely derailed me. What's not evidence?
I didn't say it. You said that what OK Boomer gave you was a view or a belief or something, but what he gave you was evidence that the wobble just leaves.
Oh, the
because that's
wobble,
harmonic
right.
motion.
Yeah.
Right. So we touched on it earlier with the spiral of the galaxies, right? This doesn't
The
make
spiral
any
of the
sense in your
galaxy
models.
isn't driven
When
by
you
rotation. That's a density
when
wave.
you actually input the data that you guys claim is the case regarding the history of the universe, right? None of it makes sense, bro.
It does make sense. Anyway, so you can't make sense of it, but we can make sense of it. And anyway, as I was getting ready to say, the spiral in spiral galaxies is not from rotation. That is a density wave.
Shift and blue shift. There's different interpretations of what you interpret, right? When you look out into the CMB and they study
No,
the
there's not
heat
different
signature
interpretations.
and yes, there is, because
No, there's not.
What?
Find one.
Just like
Find
we
one
talked
from a
about,
reputable source. Come on,
we don't.
Leak a paper. You can do it. I believe you.
So you guys claim things that are blue, right? Right, are moving towards you.
That's
and
not a
things
claim.
that
That's
are
evidence.
red are moving further away. And this is from the
Still
top
not a
of my
claim,
memory,
but that has evidence. Still not a claim. That's a fact.
That's a presupposition.
No, it's a fact. It's a measurable phenomenon.
So things that are blue could theoretically, right, be closer.
No.
And things that are red be
it's
further
about
away.
movement,
That
not
is a
about
valid
location.
inference.
No,
That's a
it's
valid
not
inference.
location. It's
Direction
movement.
of movement. It's which way they're moving.
It could, it would work
No
either
position.
way. Whether
No, it wouldn't.
Whether
Velocity
it's
is different
motion,
from position.
whether
Velocity
it's
is
motion,
not position.
or
Repeat it with me, Lion.
Okay. We understand that red shift, blue shift is not to do with proximity. It has to do with motion, moving away from you or coming towards you. So
that's a presupposition. That's what I'm
It's
trying
not.
to explain.
It's measurable. It's not a presupposition. You can go in a lab and do an experiment and show this to be true.
No, I understand the attenuation. I'm not denying
It's not
attenuation.
Oh my Jesus
But
Christ! You're still not
what you
listening.
see as red shift or blue shift could be interpreted in two
No,
different
it can't.
ways.
It literally cannot. No, zero. Wrong.
Dude, if you have evidence of that, Lion, I think Melodic is right to ask for you to demonstrate where you've seen this, because I get this is something that I've looked at. It's been a number of years. I'm quite certain that what Melodic is saying is correct, and what you were saying I've never heard before. So if you're bringing us brand new science,
like the best thing he is saying, like if I steel man what Lion is saying, right? If I take a moment and steel man, if we look up into the sky as an astronomer and I see something and it appears slightly redder, it could be from magnitude that it has been attenuated. It will look redder. He is correct in that. However, that's not how we get to redshifts, right? We get to spectra, and we get to radio, and with spectra, right? That's the absorption lines get shifted. It's not the color that we're looking at; it's where the absorption and the emission lines are at, and that we measure. We measure the difference in peaks and troughs on a spectra. We don't measure color. We don't go, oh, that's redder, therefore it must be far away, right? It is very, very, very velocity based.
Yeah. No, I agree with all that. Everything he just said there.
Okay, so are you saying that there's more precise measurements being taken by other scientists that negate what Melodic just explained? Because what Melodic just explained fits in with what I've read and heard. But again, I'm an old man. I haven't looked at this in a long time.
It's all good, man. That's why we're here talking about it. That's how you interpret the data, right? Your paradigm.
No.
Is it because of
No,
motion?
it's not how
Or is it
you
because of
interpret the
distance?
data.
And it's also there's varying factors.
Let me
because the
explain
thing-
it to you
No,
again.
hold on. Last thing. Come on, bro. Last thing, yo. Please. The last thing is this, right? If there's a medium to contend with, that could also
There's-
affect the
No.
color spectrum.
No, I
Because
just
just
told
like
you it
we see
couldn't.
on
I
Earth-
literally just said it didn't. Jesus.
Okay, so when you say, like, just to clarify, and Melodic, I understand your frustration and your laughter, but to try and be civil, Lion, are you suggesting or saying that you have seen valid measurements of some sort of medium that you think mainstream science has neglected to account for? Or is it
Yeah.
something else going on?
Yeah, a lot of us have been saying this for years now. We bring up
Okay.
interferometry as one of the lines of evidence, but light propagation is also
What is interferometry, Lion?
verifiable.
Lion, what is interferometry?
It has to do with the propagation of light, dude. Usually
No.
through fiber optics. Yes,
No.
they use fiber optic loops or mirrors.
You use
and
fiber
lasers.
optics in everything. Congratulations. And that is not what
There's different,
interferometry
there's
is.
different. Yeah, they have a combination of setups.
I know what interferometry is. I literally went to the submillimeter arrays interferometry school in January. So please, Lion, explain to me what interferometry is.
Great, dude. I'm trying to explain it.
You haven't done it so far.
Like Mickelson Morley use mirrors, right?
Yeah,
You got
so
others that
what
use
is
fiber optic
interferometry?
loops.
Nothing to do with fiber optics. What is interferometry?
I mean, dude, you want like a textbook definition? Is that what you want?
Yeah,
Correct. I want to know that you know what interferometry is. Yes, that would be correct.
Yeah, Dayton Miller, Wang.
These are experiments. These aren't
People that did
interferometry.
experiments and had their names attached to their very famous
I
papers.
literally said it's the propagation of light through a medium that they use.
That's not interferometry
fiber
either.
optics.
That's not
No, I know, that's
interferometry,
what
Lion.
they do, bro. That's what they do.
That's not interferometry, Lion. That is not what interferometry is.
Okay, Melodic, can you
So
explain it?
interferometry, like in the submillimeter array, is when I have multiple radio antennas, and they all look at the same object, and they get a different signal, and then we correct that signal for their distortions, and then we can put them together, and it acts like a much bigger antenna. That is what interferometry is. It's measuring things by using interfering light.
And that's where the inter word comes from, to this expression.
Getting lost in obscurity right now at this point, dude.
No, we're not. We're being very specific.
Yeah, but
because you're being
explain
very
to the
specific.
audience how these scientists actually worked in the lab. Can you explain to them that?
Yeah,
Some
they
weird
took
abstract
light,
definition.
they split it, they took light, they split it, and they recombined it, and if it moved, it would destructively interfere. And this is what interferometry is using the interference of light to measure stuff. That's it. It's really simple.
Like that. That was
You're making
better.
it
That
sound
was better.
hard, but it's really
No,
simple.
that was better, dude. Actually, I like
no,
that
bro,
one better.
bro. That's the same thing I said.
Whatever the hell you just read, dude.
It's the same exact thing. It's the same exact thing I said.
It's not. Neither was inaccurate. I understand why Lion understood it better the second time around, because the terminology was a little bit more simplistic, and not everyone has a strong science background necessarily, and not everyone knows everyone's jargon. So I appreciate that you.
Yes,
explained
well,
it a
see,
second time.
Lion doesn't get the benefit of the doubt because Lion likes to talk like he knows things.
I can understand that point of view. I've talked to Lion before, so I understand your thought on that, and I'm not going to argue with it.
I sometimes use big words that I don't know the meaning of in order to sound more photosynthesis. I think you guys do too.
Yeah. Absolutely.
See that
Booma,
amusing. We had oh, sorry. Go ahead, Al.
Well, I just wanted to say I saw the green shift in that conversation.
We were having dinner, and we came up with an April Fool's paper about if you could get your caloric intake from photosynthesis, could you live in Hawaii? How long would how long do you need sunlight for?
I don't know. But I've been exposed to a lot of sunlight, and it's just turned me red, and I thought it would turn me green.
It turns green if it blisters up.
Well, only if you put it in a turbo encabulator.
Ew.
Hey, look, it's what I said. Yay!
Ah, the Michelson interferometer. That was an amazing experiment, especially given the time it was done at. Don't think any fiber optics were involved at that point.
No, there would have been no fiber optics.
No, that came later. That came later, but
yeah,
I'm bringing up how they use mirrors and lasers. He did bring up the beam splitter.
Yep.
And got wings, interferometer, a little different.
We have the turbo encabulated light now.
Yes,
My
I mean
favorite
CERN
kind.
technically is a type of. I would argue that it could be considered a type of interferometer. Isn't it, the one in the United States? That's
CERN?
also LIGAR or what are they, LIGO.
LIGO is an interferometer, correct?
Yeah, that's right. It is.
That's literally how they do it. Yeah.
I'm not sure that CERN is an interferometer, but
That's a particle collider.
That's what I
CERN's a
thought.
particle collider.
That's what I thought it was, but I didn't want to sound too stupid.
I'm saying no. So I said arguably you could say that even CERN is considered one because I know it's
No, you can't argue that. It's not.
No, you could.
It's just not.
There's no relationship to an interferometer.
I bet people at CERN know what interferometry is.
I'm
sending
sure they
packets of light, dude. You're sending packets of light.
No, we're not. We're
no,
sending. We're sending helium 2 electrons. They like whatever they want is what they're accelerating down there.
They're smashing particles together.
It's not light.
Sending a lot of them down like a tunnel
Not
really
light,
fast.
Okay.
And the reason Lion Lion that it's not light is because photons don't collide; they stack. Just
I know,
but
dude, in your paradigm, you fractionalize light, dude.
No, we don't. No, photon is light. Like that's the same thing. Like that's as far as it goes. There's no lower level to light than photon. If you're thinking quarks, now you're thinking of protons and neutrons. Different things.
Quartz, the Higgs boson.
So what is interferometry?
These are all not light.
What is interferometry, please? I still don't know.
It's just measuring stuff by looking at the interference fringe pattern. Like that is what interferometry is.
Like one of the simpler versions of interferometry for like pedestrian minds like myself is like a laser gyroscope uses like light interferometry to detect movement because the recombination has a shift because of physical movement. So even though we know the light's traveling the same distance at the same time, it's one has to take a longer path because the actual device is moving.
Okay.
Right?
Like a DVD. When you're moving it, the different colors and patterns you see on the mirror side. Okay, cool. I'm with you. And you know whether it's horizontal or not by the pattern when you look at the DVD. Yeah, is that what you mean?
I'm not sure if that's like DVDs use a laser bouncing off of like little ridges in a plastic disc that bounce the light back differently.
Yeah, but when you hold it up and look at it, you know if it's horizontal or it's parallel by the angle you're holding it.
That's more of like a reflection of light and like the fact that you see like rainbow colors in like the surface of a Blu-ray or a DVD, I think has a lot more to do with light scattering and how light hitting it at a certain angle, because there's different angles of the physical ridges inside have different angles to bounce the light back differently to be read by the thing, is why you see different colors when you look at it. I think a whole lot more than, so that's just standard optics as opposed to interferometry where like you build, so like a laser interferometer looks like basically like a laser sends a beam, it splits it sends it out, bounces it around some mirrors. Some of them probably use other more robust devices, but the ones used in airplanes for gyroscopes are like super expensive. There's a really famous like flat Earth experiment involving one that people Thank Bob,
Bob
for it. And,
Nodell.
yeah, Bob
Ring
Nodell, rest
laser,
in peace. But that
ring
ring
laser
laser
gyro, yes.
yeah. So the thing is, like, that thing, the light goes out, it moves at very close to C and comes back, and because there's a shift, the gyroscope itself measures how much movement the gyroscope is undergoing, and it turns out it moves 15 degrees per hour. And that's because Earth rotates at approximately 15 degrees per hour. And so the ring laser gyroscope is an interferometer being used for a real world application. And because, like, you only have to think about this thing sitting flat on a surface, like flat on, you know, part of an airplane, so that it can be read. It can send a readout to the pilot and the navigator about what's going on, where they're going. It could also be sitting on your desk, and if you're not moving in an airplane relative to anything else, it'll just show that it's moving relative to the solar system around in a circle.
Yeah. In fact, they're so good now that an aircraft carrier in 15-foot swells, the deck actually moves 3 feet maximum. That's how good the ring laser gyros are on them. They actually act instantly, and they keep the deck within 3 feet, although the ocean's moving up and down 15. That's pretty awesome, isn't it?
It sounds really cool. I'm not familiar. I'm not familiar enough with aircraft carriers. But that sounds really cool. I just don't know anything about it.
The gyros maintain their rigidity in space because perpendicular to plumb.
Well, if you think, like,
angular momentum is the phrase you were looking for there.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think it matters which stone fruit you bring into the conversation. I think the gyroscope works the same.
It keeps its orientation in space because of angular momentum. Yay, conservation of momentum.
Well,
yeah,
the conservatives love
it. It picks up on a very small force, weak force that sets the bias, bro. There's
it's angular momentum. Yeah, that's because of the angular momentum.
Yeah, but what you guys interpret as the Earth in motion is actually the whole sky in motion.
Oh my goodness!
Holy fuck! Yes.
Well,
now that we've had your pseudoscience, a gyroscope stays in place. Ring lasers use interferometry, but like an actual gyroscope, because of angular momentum. The torque that you just mentioned is because of angular momentum.
Yeah, and you're talking about like a mechanical gyroscope where, like, you have to spin it up first.
Yeah.
Or cage it. Yeah, and then also, like, so the older ones used a pendulous vane to, like, bring them back in an airplane, which you might not need in other types of vessels. Like maybe at sea you'd need a pendulous vane too, because ships do get rocked pretty hard one way or another, especially sail ships, right, where they have to they hike the boats pretty hard. But
you're talking about the attitude indicator, just only the attitude indicator. Well, I know.
Yeah, it'd only be the attitude indicator that would be affected by that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. That's the one that needs a pendulous vane.
Yeah.
To bring it back straight. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. I'm probably confusing some other navigation devices.
When it comes to all things gyro, Blue Marble science would have to be the big gun. You know, the big rail gun of World War II? That is Blue Marble science on the topic of gyros. He knows what a gyro smells like.
Well, that's good. Well, then we should let Blue speak on it. We should let Lion explain why we're wrong, but then have Blue explain why Lion's wrong.
And give it a PG rating.
Well,
I don't do
I brought
PG,
up. We were talking about Mach's principle earlier.
We were.
There's translational forces.
That's what he was. That's his.
There's real dynamic forces that are being translated.
Mach's principle is his excuse. His excuse for how the stars move and then we move, or the Earth. It's weird. Mach's principle is not scientific. Shouldn't
There's a translational force, so at every latitude you would have a corresponding.
Yeah, I mean, you can make up whatever you want.
Real inertial force being translated. Real, not pseudo or fictitious.
Yeah, I get it. You don't understand what a pseudo or fictitious force is.
Even in your own model, you have to confess in your own model that the
You know what? I figured it out.
Centripetal force. No, that the centripetal force due to the rotation of the Earth is a real force, a real dynamic force. Why? Because according to your own model, it can be picked up with accelerometers. Right?
I figured it out. I figured out why the physicists of yore decided to name fictitious forces fictitious. Right? It's so that I and others now in the year of our Lord 2025 could enjoy people like Lion going, I have real forces that aren't fictitious, and just enjoy that. I used to hate it, but I'm coming around to it.
I'm literally teaching you your model, dude.
No, you're literally not.
that is an excellent claim. Its wildness is wild.
You claim that the Earth is in motion. That's your model, and that there's a centripetal force that can be detected. There's a centripetal force that can be that you can detect. It's an inward force.
The word you're looking for is centrifugal.
Centrifugal and centripetal forces would both exist. I'm sure.
Centripetal forces are not fictitious forces. Those are forces toward the center. That would be gravity in our here model that Lion is talking about. And then here we have the centrifugal force. Jesus Christ, Lion, let me finish talking, please. Then you have centrifugal force, which is fictitious, and so Lion thinks doesn't exist, but it isn't a real force. But I can just enjoy this moment.
Okay.
Finish. Yeah. So you agree? He agrees actually that the centripetal force would be the real force, and the centrifugal force would be the pseudo force, the fictitious.
No, the centrifugal force is the force resulting from being in a non-inertial reference frame. It's definitely just as real as the centrifugal force. The centripetal force, in the sense that it will move you just as much.
That's not what Einstein said. That's not what Einstein said.
It is. It is what every physicist has said.
That's exactly what he said.
You mentioned monkey.
There's no absolute space and absolute motion in Einstein. Go ahead.
I didn't say there was.
So you mentioned monkey, and did I hear correct that Danny Faulkner said that Einstein liked the Machian principle?
Yeah, that Einstein was intrigued by it or something. I don't know. I forget the exact words, dude. I don't want to misquote him, but
well, he did give him a nod, like in 1913, in a letter that he was intrigued by it. But he wrote again in like 1919 and said that even if the celestial bodies were exerting any kind of force on us here on Earth, that it would be so insignificant that we could neglect it.
That's harsh. All right. Okay, but listen, that's why these things are being challenged. And the Mach's principle is a valid inference, dude. It's not something that you could say is illogical. It explains orbital mechanics in a way that I think is more elegant. And retrograde motions.
It does not.
If you understand,
if you think Mach's principle explains retrograde motion, that's just oof. The misconceptions are piled on misconceptions here, guys.
No, because you're dealing with luminaries that are moving through a dynamic field, right? It's dynamic, and when we look at it, you're gonna see like lensing effects. You're gonna see things with light that seem out of the ordinary, right? Because it's actually traveling through a medium, not a vacuum.
We don't see those just randomly.
Just like light can be affected by mediums on Earth.
I can't.
Right?
I can't even
see it inductively. That light can be affected by mediums on Earth. Why would it be irrational for light to be affected by mediums out there? Why does it have to be?
That's not what anybody said. What people have said is there's no medium out there because we've measured it. It's as near a vacuum as you can get.
Yeah,
you do not understand really what the density is out there. It's not a lot.
It's a very low pressure area, and I think I appreciate that Lyons brought forth this other idea about things, but I don't know that what he said came out as coherent explanation of how it works. So, like, I think Melodic could probably temper the conversation with a rebuttal if appropriate. But Lyon, can you explain how it works in comparison with our existing understanding in the mainstream understanding of physics?
Yeah, that's what we're talking about. You not been listening?
Well,
to
you have to
anything I've been
explain it to me
saying?
like I'm an idiot.
There's different interpretations of the data, dude.
He keeps, but he can't link any of these interpretations of the data.
The best that
It's
scientists
funny.
can do, right, are make inductive arguments regarding their observations. That's the best
And
they can
deductive
do.
ones too.
Oh, okay. So now we're running to solipsism. So I
Now-
guess we're cool.
If you start using reasoning, right, you start using deduction. I'm gonna come to a different conclusion than melodic, because he's.
But you're
more
not
like a
using deduction.
materialist.
You're just not using anything.
both.
You're just going, I want this to be true, therefore it is true. It's not anything, to be honest. It's just vacuous crap.
See that light can be manipulated on the Earth. Right? That's why they call it lensing. Right?
Nobody
That's
said
on Earth.
that it can't be manipulated out in space, Lion. That's just a straw man of what anybody here has been saying. So could you stop it? Holy crap, Lion! Stop. When you see my light lit on, that means I am talking. I am giving you the kindness of not interrupting you, usually when I'm not trying to talk. So please do me the kindness of not interrupting me when I am trying to speak.
Notice he didn't agree.
I'm not done, but okay, keep going. Go ahead. I wasn't done.
You're never done. That's the problem, Lion. I wait for you to stop. Your light turns off. I start talking, and then you start talking, right? You don't know how to have a conversation. You just want to talk to me. Please stop talking at me and start talking to me, because I'm not trying to talk at you.
Yeah, I'm trying to expose your premises, bro, and you're funding muting me. As soon as I'm about to get the point out, you'll start talking. Like, of course we're
what a
gonna
lot of
clash,
balls.
dude. You're talking. I'm not even done yet.
Sure thing.
Okay, so rather than have an argument about how to argue,
Nobody. What I was trying to say is that nobody is saying that nothing in space can't affect the light traveling towards it. In fact, as an astronomer, I have had to learn how to predict this, how to model this, how to take this into consideration when I look at my data.
yeah, I would imagine so. In fact, you mentioned it earlier. You talked about how we see dust, and know that it changes things and affects things you're looking at in a sometimes an inconvenient way. So yeah, Lion, can you explain it better? What you're saying to all of us, what it is that you think is going on, that understanding that we do believe that light interacts with matter in the universe, but that there's very little of it relative to like what we experience like on Earth, where there's like air all around us. Like we're literally surrounded by matter, and outside of Earth's atmosphere, there's a very small amount of density of matter as you go back out into space. So like what do you think is going on there that we're not taking into account?
So I'm trying to explain it to you, right? So the retrograde motion of the planets, right? If you understood them to be actually moving through a field, and that field is also in motion, right? As you observe a luminary through that field's going to be bending the light, right? Affecting the light in a way, theoretically, right? That's basically what I'm trying to say to you. Even its propagation, when you look at it through redshift and blue shift paradigms, you have to consider the wave that it's traveling through, because the wave is in motion, affecting the propagation of the of light.
And why doesn't it affect all of the planetary bodies equally? What's going on there?
Well, so
I would also like to take a moment, real quick, to juxtapose his explanation with here is the very simple mainstream explanation for retrograde motion.
That would be good. I mean, like you can do it way better than I can, Melodic.
It's right there. There's a GIF in chat. Like it's right there.
In chat. Okay, I will find it. And yes, I'm not driving today, so.
So the sun carries the planets, the wandering stars around it, right? Through some force. You guys say it's gravity, whatever, right? We don't have to get into that. But the point is that while the sun carries the planets, right, the sun's also traveling through a field, and the planets are traveling through a field, and the galaxies are traveling through a field, and it's all connected but there's a greater motion involved in affecting a certain bias, causing them to spin clockwise or counterclockwise.
I would like to once again juxtapose his attempt at an explanation for retrograde motion with the
so-
very simple explanation for
So
retrograde
Malone,
motion.
you went with the old tried and true, exactly what was explained to me in physics in high school, which obviously probably isn't true, but
No, this is actually true. This is why you see retrograde motion. This is.
I know I'm being sarcastic. I was like, why did my PhD physics teacher tell me this, and now Melodic's telling me the same bullshit? And when Lion's here clearly telling us that it's because of a field, which, and I don't like to get into pedantry too much, but the word field means different things to different people. So what kind of a field would that be, Lion?
Yeah, that's a good question, dude. It's a mystery. I don't have a replacement, bro. Like, I don't know what it is.
All right. Mystery
Nobody
versus
does.
fully explained. Mystery versus fully explained.
No, this is based off of deductive reasoning, right? We observe everything to propagate through a field, dude.
It's
Everything
based off
does.
of some reasoning, not quite certain what kind of reasoning. But again, no idea versus explanation.
Even dude, I read Newton's own quotes this morning multiple times.
I remember
Deny
that,
Newton.
and I don't remember Newton particularly in that quote addressing retrograde motion of planetary bodies, but
and I would also probably be certain that within the past 400 years or so, our knowledge of things has increased. Just general rule.
I mean, maybe it has. I know that in the ensuing centuries, Einstein came along, much to the chagrin of many science deniers, but also to their great delight because they love trying to disprove Einstein. Also, one of the other cool things that's happened is we have sent multiple probes to Mars, and they've landed on Mars. And if Melodic and all of these shills that Melodic works with are full of bullshit, how is it that we're getting things to go to Mars and land
Ridiculous,
on
dude. We're not ever going to
Mars?
Mars, dude. Nobody's
Okay, so
been
it's
to
all
Mars.
fake and it's a conspiracy. Got it.
Okay.
Who's in control of the conspiracy, Lion? I just want to know which bucket do I put you in? Are you the harmless bucket or are you the need to keep an eye on bucket?
Good point. I do agree with asking that question. You're not,
It's not a watch
you're not
list
forced
yet.
to answer. You're not forced to answer, but it'd be nice to know how you think it's being controlled, who's behind it,
Care about
how
talking about
reptilian they might be, etc.
Well, see, that's
We're
the
talking about
harmless
retrograde
bucket.
loops. Now
I
you
think.
guys want to talk about freaking the Anunnaki, dude? What are you doing?
You couldn't keep up. But no, I think the reptilians, Al. Those go in they're fine. They're mostly harmless bucket. You know, it's the sets of parentheses that I put in the dangerous bucket.
The Anunnaki are the predecessors of Lieutenant Worf.
So
Or
they're
is that a
Klingons?
different-
I don't know.
The Klingons, yes. The Klingons that live at the center of the Earth at the portal in Antarctica. Is that one of? That's one of the ones I've heard about. I'm not accusing you. I'm not trying to label you, Lion. I want to understand like which groups are
flavor?
controlling reality.
Because some of these people who posit groups that control reality are actually, not here for good reasons.
Dispatching black vans, we've got us a bogey here. His name's Al Trucker. He knows about the port hell in Antarctica. Black vans dispatching and pick him up for re-education. Thank you.
All right.
Enjoy your vacation at the SCP, Al.
All right. Thanks. Thanks. They'll have to try and catch me. People
The one
don't.
thing about the Antarctica port is we don't talk about Antarctic port. It's even bigger than Fight Club. Oh no! I just said it. Shit. Oh damn.
Okay. The Trifid Nebula is one of my favorite astrophotography targets. Cool. Do you guys know that Melodic has pictures of the universe?
I've shown them. I've posted a couple of them. Yeah.
Some of them are wearing very skimpy outfits.
Oh, you mean the Miss Universe photos?
Oh no, well, no, not those ones, but the ones with the ones that are so exposed that it took a long time. I don't want
yeah.
to say you were. I don't want to say you were staring.
Oh, yeah, I was definitely staring at the universe for
yeah.
sure. I was being very rude,
Yeah.
but I can't help it. She's just so beautiful.
That's another, like, I realize SE isn't here, and I don't want to like belabor their point, but you know, it's interesting that you get like an image like the one that's in chat. Like, my understanding is that EMR has reached photoreceptors, whether they be chemical or digital or a combination thereof. And it's interesting that the longer you point something at a place in the sky, and keep it, like, you know, held, like fairly rigid in space by like equatorial mounts and things like that to get rid of Earth rotation. It's a weird thing you'd have to do on a stationary Earth, but it's, you know, it's another part of the lie. But you get more like more photons hit and give more information, and so you get better and better images. So if they're being slowed down by something, it would be really cool to know what that thing is, and why these ones didn't get tired on their trip and other ones do.
I like how you phrased that at the end.
Okay, good.
And that's what, that's where I'm at. I'm curious what's causing this red shift, blue shift.
In the Trifid Nebula?
Whose interpretation is correct?
You know, do you think that the red and blue parts of the nebula are part of the red shift, blue shift conversation? And I'd like Melodic to let us know if that's true, because I don't think so, but I might be misunderstanding.
No, that's an ionized cloud. You're no. That's nothing to do with redshift. You're correct.
I thought like some like rotating thing where like the red one's moving away. It's like a yin and yang thing, and the red one's going out, the blue one's coming in.
Yeah,
because
a good rule of thumb. A good rule of thumb
Mm-hmm.
is things have to be at like z equals 0.5 to be like actually mostly affected by the Hubble flow, which is the dark energy, the redshift that astronomers talk about.
Yeah,
and that's really far away. The Trifid Nebula is within the Milky Way. This isn't getting like redshift minor, if at all.
Yeah, it's a local thing. It's not like one of those far out things that are like, and that redshift
if it's getting
about is like the expansion of the entire universe.
Yeah, that's the expansion of the
Moving
universe.
things away in all directions. Yeah,
and it probably is. Can I finish? It probably is being redshifted a little by its own motion in the Milky Way compared to our motion in the Milky Way. But like that's going to be relatively minor. So you can measure it now. So I think it was Keck is putting in a new instrument that can get relative velocities like down to a centimeter per second or something like that, which is just ridiculously slow.
Okay, hold on, before Lion jumps in, I know they have a question. I want them to ask it. And I know Boomer's asking something. I just want to ask, are you telling me that we are developing more and more precise ways of measuring and determining things as technology improves?
Yes, that's exactly what I'm telling you.
Holy fuck, mind blown. Okay, now next.
Can I jump in and ask one? So with that redshift blue thing, can we now measure, like, as the sun rises, we're going towards the sun, and then after midday we're going away? Can we pick up a redshift blue shift on our sun during the day, or is that a bit too...
Yes.
Yeah, I brought that up earlier.
We can.
We can.
Fuck
we
off.
can.
Wow, that's awesome. That's amazingly awesome. Shit.
And like I said, the instrument at Keck can go down to like centimeter per second.
Wow.
Measurements of velocity, of relative velocity, which is really good. So like what it's going to do for most of its stuff is going to be reconfirming TESS and Kepler targets. So TESS and Kepler work to find exoplanets by seeing the decrease in brightness of the star. So as the planet moves in front of it, it's going to block some of the light, and you can see that with a sensitive enough piece of equipment. But that's not really the best way to tell, because it could be like a chance alignment, or it could be another star, or it could be something. So then you have to confirm that target with a radial velocity measurement, which is measuring the redshift and blue shift of the star as it wobbles from the planet moving it, and at centimeter per second. So you're talking like we're going to be looking at Earth-sized. We'll be able to confirm Earth-sized planets within the habitable zone with that instrument.
Wow.
Wow.
I've been noticing that's just been coming up lately. So, yeah, I'm glad we've got someone who knows about it. That's cool.
That is really neat. I'm a big fan of the light that arrives from far away, because I think it's one of the coolest things about looking out at the universe. And I wish that my life had taken me on a path to study it more. That doesn't mean it might not change in the future. That's cool.
I got lucky.
Is, in the last 10 years, we've gone from there's billions of stars out there. They may or may not have planets. We don't know. To pretty much we now know most of them have got planets. So I mean that's pretty fucking massive advances, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, to put it into perspective, right? We found the first exoplanet in the early '90s.
Yeah. So now our thing though is when we name a system like the I don't know the fucking AI trucker system, it's now AI trucker A is the sun, B is the first planet, and we're actually picking with that instrumentation between 6 to 10 planets. We can also pick up of varying masses. Is that right? Wow.
Yeah, depending on the system. Yeah, I think I don't know what the largest system we found, but we found some pretty big systems.
But they named them, the first planet is B, second C, D, and so on. But now we're discovering most of them aren't actually solo systems. They're binary or triple systems.
Mm-hmm.
So now we've got to recategorize what the planets are going to be. You know what I mean? Like, because their star will be, I don't know, Alpha Centauri A, B, and C. That would be a tri-system.
I can already bet what they're going to do. They're probably what I can imagine they're going to do is just be like Alpha Centauri Alpha and Alpha Centauri Beta, and those will be the stars, and then you just move A, B for the planets, or you'll do the other way around. But that's
cool.
what I would do.
Well, that'll work. Okay.
Yeah, you'd probably just float the Greek alphabet to the suns, and then like astronomers will come up with some way. We're pretty good at that, but usually they don't make sense.
I have a better idea. The first one we named the Hoth system. The next one we named the Dagobah system.
Good idea. I don't know if it'll
move
work
along from there. I think
then the Trekkies are gonna want planets then too. Right?
Well, we're not gonna let them in on this. Come on, the Trekkies don't get a say. They would
all the
wreck it
Star
all.
Wars fans are going to jack up being called whatever. They're going to want Yavin 4 somewhere. It's going to be bad. There's going to be battles between the Star Treks and the fucking Star Wars fans.
Yeah, but like the Star Wars has cooler ships, so it wins hands down.
Star Wars has got a bit more of a lived-in look about its universe. Star Trek's all very prim and proper and sterile.
That's right. Yeah, I feel like you're in a sterile field instead of like battling like in the real world, like the grit of the real world. Like if you don't come home chewing dust like I do at the end of the day, then you just haven't been out there.
Yeah.
I do think Andor was pretty good. I did like season 2 of Andor.
I haven't seen that yet. Maybe that's
you need to watch it.
I'm wasting my fucking time talking to flat earthers on the internet and then accidentally talking to smart people.
That's why I do it. I've met some incredible big brains in flat earth service. I didn't know what Mickelson Morley was until flat earth came along.
It's a smart person magnet. It keeps sucking.
Well, I just finished my REU over the summer, so I was pretty much gone all summer, and then school starts up again next week. So basically, just popping in and being like, "Hello."
It's like you're like a comet swinging by for like a short blip, and then heading back out again into deep space.
And actually, flat earthers come into places like this to get yelled at by PhDs. It's a badge of honour. I've heard them say, I've been yelled at by PhDs and university lecturers. And like, yeah, I've seen it. I've heard PhDs trying to do what they have. It's a badge of honour.
Masochists exist in the world, so,
And I have friends that are those things. How weird is that?
You haven't lived until you're yelled at by an ether causer.
That's true. That's true.
I haven't yelled at them. They don't understand the language I use.
My favorite still has been asking Alan about the group that found that were able to generate a current through the Earth's magnetic field using the Earth's rotation. And both him and Witsit said kinematics. It's the highlight of my existence right now.
Yeah.
I gave them an E&M paper, and they shouted kinematics at me. It was...
You know what? You know what I actually threw at him, and I said, anyone who's done basic automotive electronics would know this, but the Earth is basically a very badly designed alternator, and it doesn't have a rectifier or a regulator. If you put one of those on, you'd have a charging system. It'll just take a long fucking time because alternators spin pretty quick. So, and they're kind of, huh? And actually, technically it is. It's a very bad alternator.
Paradox. The Faraday
buddy,
paradox is their flavor of the week.
Faraday.
Oh, they hate that.
The Faraday system. There's another one.
You just got to hit
Faraday
them.
paradox is their flavor of the week.
You just got to hit them with the electric. Gravity is electricity, and then be like, why don't shit float in a Faraday? Done.
Yep.
Yeah.
Love it.
You guys know that Witless actually tried to debate Dr. Tapioca Weasel?
No, I didn't.
Who's Van de Graaff's grandson, for those that don't know.
Where did that happen?
He's also my best friend. It was a couple of years ago, I think. I think it was maybe 18 months ago or more. And
I haven't seen Tapioca in a while.
He's been really busy, and he switched to working nights so that his coworkers don't bug him. He doesn't not like them. He just gets more done when they're gone. So he's been going in on working nights, right?
I get that. Yeah, no. Having seen grad students, yeah, no, I get that.
Yeah, he's the postdoc guy. I'm sure. Well, you know Tap, right? So. But
yeah.
I talked to him 2 nights ago when I went out for a night. I had a night run the other night. It was totally fucked up. I think the reason I had a shitty day yesterday is because I worked until 2 a.m. and then slept the absolute bare minimum and left and went back out and worked for a full day, and I felt like shit. Going out Friday after working a whole bunch of hours on Thursday night into the wee hours of the morning, and then starting again at 9 o'clock in the morning. It was fucked up. And it was fucking hot. But I talked to him that night. He was gonna go in and start setting the world on fire. He does cold atom interferometry.
He does cool stuff. That is very true.
Super cold stuff. Super cold stuff. He's a cool guy. And he heard Witless saying something like the Van de Graaff generator proves that you could make things levitate on Earth. And then someone brought up how big the Van de Graaff generator would need to be to do that. And I can't remember if Tap came in and actually told him the size of the thing, but they were asking about moving a Fiat or something, and apparently the thing's got to be the size of the continent to do it or something like that. I can't remember, but it was ridiculous. It just ain't fucking happening.
Well, they did. Somebody did some experimentings with that in the 50s or 60s, I think, and it ended up being shown that the energy requirements were just you weren't getting enough bang for your buck.
No, and I think also Witless and some other people have read something that I think is true, and I can't remember which that it has, but the surface of the Earth has a very slight charge in one direction or the other. And it's very minimal, very hard to measure, very hard to get to read out. You need very, very sensitive equipment. But because it exists at all, they think it proves some point for them, or gives them plausibility, which is, I don't think they understand the concept of plausible, what it actually means. But
I don't know either.
Oh, lightning. I mean, if you could choose lightning and we could store that power, we wouldn't need that power generators. It's just so unpredictable and so hard to store that much in a split second. It's kind of amazing.
You use a clock tower and a lot of heavy electrical cable and a DeLorean. And just only want to go places from that one place in time. But we know when the clock tower got struck in 1955, right?
Yeah, but the problem with that is you're for one thing. A DeLorean won't get to 88 miles an hour because they're a slow piece of shit.
Yeah, but if you hit it hard enough with electricity, then the ground moves towards it a little faster.
Ah, okay.
I'm not sure that all made sense. I'm not even sure that Christopher Lloyd is a real doctor.
I think Indiana Jones might not be a Dr. Jones either, but it's, yeah.
I don't know if it's ever happened, but I would love to see a Christopher Lloyd, Harrison Ford buddy movie.
That would actually be pretty good.
You know, the best thing for me is when you watch Blade Runner now, the way they pan out across that beautiful big fucking CGI city, the way Atari is emblazoned up like it was going to be the real next big thing. It'll be around for years to come. See you later, Atari. But there was product placement in Blade Runner.
But Atari, like the Atari name is known by all people my age and older for sure. Well, not old, like not too much older, but like people my age, a little bit younger and a little bit older, like probably 10 years on either side. Atari was the pinnacle of our childhoods.
Yeah, agreed.
Also, that was a practical city. That was not a CGI city. Come on now. Give them their
SNES. SNES was the pinnacle gaming console.
Well, then the NES came along and blew our goddamn minds. And there was like one house on our street that had one the year they came out, and we got one in our house like 3 or 4 years later. So by that time, I was already well into high school.
So you're not that much older than me, if that makes you feel better.
Grade 10.
I very recently found out that my family only got an NES because I kept sneaking out of the house to go visit the neighbors to play theirs. Which I don't remember doing. But apparently that's what got them to get us one.
They thought you were nailing the daughter and were really worried about it, and it turns out it was just a video game system.
I'm a little younger than that generation, but
I'm 40 now.
I would have done that for a Sega Saturn. That would have been my excuse for Sega Saturn. But
all right,
for the NES, it was legit. Just I am here to play your Nintendo.
I turned 35 in 90 days. I don't like this.
35. I remember 35. That was only a few years ago.
Downhill. That's it.
That's right. Don't trust anyone over 30. Definitely not over 35.
Yeah, you'll probably
35 is where you start, like, you get hurt and somebody asks you how you got hurt, you're like, I just walked wrong.
That's what I got, yeah.
I woke up, slept on the wrong side.
My pillow was 3 inches in the wrong direction, and I pulled a muscle in my calf.
Exactly.
Yep. Yeah, I tell you, 49, my body is not doing too well. Cause like, much like the truck I drive, there's way more miles on it than the years would tell you.
So luckily, it only took me. I broke my ankle last October, but I was able to climb up the cinder cone at Mauna Kea this week. So,
well, that's pretty good.
Healing up.
I got a terrible lung infection, collapsed 1.5 lungs. Oof. Well, both of them partially, one more so than the other. That's what I understand.
All right, we're one old man complaint away from yelling at cloud, so let's dial it back.
Okay, well, yesterday D-Mark came in and he was shouting at me about clouds.
I'm sorry, I gotta go tie an onion to my belt.
Okay, go.
Old man yells about clouds. It's slightly different.
That was the style at the time in Shelbyville. Yes. I'd like to know where that concept came from. Like there must have been some.
I looked it up. I looked it up. So like, yeah, exactly. So before like the germ theory of disease, I think it was, they thought onions would help protect from disease. So you would keep an onion to. So
yeah, just have it handy. Yeah. Yeah, and a clove of garlic in case a vampire came at you.
You know, camphor oil or camphor, whatever it is. It's like wax, but it smells really methylated. Smells kind of like throat lozenge. Well, they used to put it in a little thing of material cloth, like a hanky, and pin it inside your clothes because it would basically make you smell better, not like you shit your pants and apparently it's for germs. That was an English thing, though. It was camphor bags.
Wow.
Yeah. It smells like that. You know that stuff you put in your, I don't know, mothballs. That's it, mothballs.
Mothballs. Oh, that stuff tastes terrible. I've never eaten a mothball, but I'm based on the smell, I don't think I'd enjoy eating them. But yeah, I know, like we don't use them anymore, but like they were very common. Like anyone that had like sort of like a cottage or a hunting camp or whatever, or even a trailer to go to, our caravan for those of you from other places in the world. Like they throw mothballs in all the closets and stuff like that, and just put your bedding away in boxes in case a mouse got in or something like that. And these mothballs are supposed to keep everything away. And yet, no matter how many mothballs you bought, everyone found mice and moths and whatever else. But I remember reading in a really old book that I found at a house my mother's family has in New Brunswick. They had books probably from mostly the 40s and 50s, so the childhood of my mother and her siblings. And one of the things in the book was how to. This is like a thing aimed at girls from like 6 to 10, I guess, is to make these things in your house to hang in your closet to make it smell good. And one of them was to take orange rinds and cloves and chop them up and put cloth and sew it with a ribbon and then hang it on, put one on every other hanger in your closet. And I was like, well, first I need to know where I'm going to go to some fucking cheesecloth, but like, I'm not going to do this shit. This is like way too much work. And yet they sell me these stupid little air fresheners at Canadian Tire, which is like, if there's no Canucks here, I'll have to explain what it is. It's like boys had a weird superstore child.
That does sound weird.
Yeah. It's a place where you can buy, well, except for the grocery part, right? There's no groceries, but everything but groceries that you would find in an automotive supply store and like a general housewares store, and clothing and hunting gear, guns and fishing equipment and whitewater rafting equipment and kayaks and snowblowers and lawnmowers and Christmas decorations and toys and pots and pans and small appliances, but not major appliances, air conditioners, paint and plumbing and electrical supplies, shit like that. I guess maybe a Home Depot is like part of the love triangle, and there's some sort of weird Zygote developed from that. I don't fucking know. But yeah, that's what a Canadian Tire is. If you go to Canadian Tire, they sell these like, it's like a little bubble. They're usually different colors, and they target them at men and women. You can tell there's a very sort of gender divide on how they're sold, because some of them are like paw prints and Tinkerbell fairy type things and stuff like that. And they're all in like the purples and the greens and the teals. And there's a bunch of them that are like black and dark black and light black and blue and dark blue that are like things like a turbo out of a vehicle, or just like a gray bubble with like a dark gray circle around it. And that thing has like a little dial at the back of it, and that juice that's in it sort of just comes out of your HVAC vents in your vehicle to make it smell good, which is hard to do in a transport truck because it smells like sweaty man all the time and diesel and grease.
I think the worst thing is when you start getting dead animals in your vents, like you get a car or something, and to get in to get it out's bad, it stays in there too. Oh, yeah, yuck.
Yeah,
Don't
that's
like
not
that.
good. You probably had some drop bears crawl up in there, right?
Well, no, but I've heard of people. Well, we get wasps in our your
fuck.
lawnmowers and brush cutters. Wasps make nests in the exhaust port of a smelly, rotten, filthy two-stroke. About this time of year, people are pulling them out. So it's like start of spring, they want to pull out their whippersnipper. It won't go.
Yeah.
It actually say pull off the exhaust and stick a screwdriver in. But apparently, you guys get squirrels filling up air intakes with nuts.
Yeah, they
So
will.
as soon
Yeah,
as you
they'll
start-
do all sorts of shit like that. Yeah.
I have recently discovered the ultimate fix for that, and I was shocked that it was so easy, because there's been squirrels in our garage that I've been trying to kick out and like seal up, and they just love it too much. But I just put a fucking
22?
radio in there, tuned to just a music station, turned up max. Nobody else, you can't really hear it from outside, but they moved out like the next day. And this squirrel family was looking all disheveled and like grumpy, just sitting on the fence, because I just evicted them with, I just set it to the classical station, so it didn't annoy anybody who did here.
I would have gone.
They were gone,
right?
and it's beautiful, and it's peaceful, and it didn't have to shoot them.
It's a good thing you didn't set it to like the Jazz Standards channel. You would have found them all in there drinking a martini and smoking a cocktail cigarette from that Sherman.
Yep.
So they go to someone else's garage till he discovers classical music.
Yes.
Oh,
and they'll just keep moving down the street. until they move into the house of the neighbors nobody likes, and then
That's right. Well, don't tell them about the classical music.
But I wish I'd heard about this like 3 years ago when we moved in, because they just love to shit on everything that you like and chew up only the things that you care about, not the things you don't care about. Fuckers.
Well, raccoons do the same damn bullshit too, right? They start building little sort of I don't know what that's
they
called, a
can.
nest, right? But they
We've never
they
had a
start
problem
taking
with
over.
them.
Yeah, no, they've when I lived in the city, I had issues with them. I've never had an issue with a raccoon out here. Lots of issues with squirrels, bats, and rabbits are all over the damn place. Our dog keeps catching rabbits and pissing off. Well, mostly pissing off or scaring or frightening my children, who are both animal lovers and don't understand that their dog eats ground up animals. It's just that they come in a bag by the time we get them.
Does he actually kill them when he catches them, or just kind of like?
Yeah, she's killed 2 of them that I know of, and she's chased down some others. But yeah, she's a GSP, and I mean she's a bird dog, but she's a hunting dog. Like she's like her innate ability to hunt is there, and if like we won't see the rabbit, we'll like put her on the back porch, and we put this long rope on her so she can't like get them every time, like to try and slow her down. She sort of knows what her limit is, but if she thinks they're anywhere near where she can get to, she goes into the hunting stance, and then like all of a sudden you'll just like hear like this whoosh, and she's jumped off the deck and down to the ground, and she's got something. So that's just life. I'm trying to explain to the kids, like we eat animals all the time. The dog eats animals. It's part of her nature. It would be part of our nature too. It is. I mean, like it or not. I mean, they went and saw The Lion King a couple of weeks ago because my father-in-law bought them tickets to go see it. So they went down to the city and checked it out. That's what that's from, right?
Yes,
or is that from
what that's from. No, you're
I'm
right.
starting to think, no,
Lion
that song's from Titanic.
No, that's My Heart Will Go On.
Okay. It's the same song with different words. Yeah.
I don't. Is it?
I don't know that it is. If we bring the sharks into it, it might be. That's a cool thing I read about a couple of weeks ago, that Halifax Harbor now has great white sharks in it. Because the water's gotten warm enough to support them.
Interesting.
They're probably not great whites. They're probably bull sharks, but it doesn't matter. They're equally as will fuck you up. But they always get named great whites. The worst thing with bull sharks, they've got the ability to become freshwater, so they can go up into your freshwater estuaries and go inland.
Yeah, that's what they think caused the New Jersey outbreak.
Yeah, we've seen them in St. Lawrence River. Sharks have come in, but not great whites that I know of. But the people calling it a great white are shark researchers that were in a shark cage researching sharks, and they said they have video. It sure looks a lot like a great white, but I realize you live in an area where great whites are far more common. So I don't know. I have to check it out again, but I believe this was not hearsay from some like fishermen that thought they saw a shadow. They had video underwater of it. So
I would trust the shark experts. Yeah, if they're saying a white pointer or great white, same thing. If they're saying that, believe them if they're in a cage. Yeah,
they were no idea. Other shark research, yeah, but we're surprised the great white came by.
Science still has no idea where great whites are born. Like, where do they breed? And they've never seen a young great white ever.
They come out of mermaids' purses, is my understanding.
Probably. Well, yeah.
But I mean,
where do the mermaids get them?
Term. That's the colloquial term for shark eggs. But
yeah. No, they've never seen an egg.
No,
they don't know if great whites are
wild. Yeah, we don't know what their breeding ground is. Yeah, it's probably just the same one going round and round. It actually escaped when what's his name?
It's quantum entangled, so it's like it's everywhere all at once. Yeah,
that is one of my favorite little theories.
And Rob Schneider did they thought they blew up that one, but it's still been swimming around.
Or maybe each little piece becomes another great white, like a worm.
It's kind of like It's like a Medusa style thing. Yeah.
There's an amazing documentary where, where Florida, how that kind of is basically the US's wang. Well, only about 3 or 4 miles off the main beaches there, whatever they're called, is pretty much the shark main highway between the Gulf of Mexico and the pond, right? And the thing of it is, they've got sharks, they've got trackers on where they'll notice they hang around in the little boat fucking parky zones, and when people go out in a boat, the shark will follow the boat out until it catches a fish, then go and take a bite. And the thing of it is, this happens a lot. But because the sharks get fed by the fishermen, and they know once you've got one, he's gone, he's had a feed. So you just keep fishing because the next one you're going to keep. Yeah. But they've now worked out it's kind of a protection racket, because if they stop the sharks taking the fish, they're going to come and eat the people. But if all these people knew how close hundreds of great whites and bull sharks and all sorts were swimming really close to the boat, dude, this is like they can see them from a helicopter, but they don't want to entice a paddock and no one gets taken because the sharks are all happily fed because of the fishermen.
Yeah,
so it's a protection racket.
That's good. You don't want to be swimming with the sharks and
Shark me hungry. That'd be bad.
Yeah, and I guess sharks can they smell blood really well. I know that, or a lot of them do. And but they have to keep swimming. Like, they never get to sleep. So you got to figure they're always in a bad mood. But at least they can't wake up with a cramp in the middle of the night. That must be the nice thing about it, right? If you never go to sleep, that can't ever happen to you, right?
Oh, that's the worst. You wake up and you just get a hell of a calf cramp.
Yeah. Yeah, I've had a lot of issues with my left leg, so I'm trying to figure out what the hell is wrong with it. If it's a new problem or just a worsening nerve problem, but
could be salt circulation, because I've been there myself. But the other thing is salt. Apparently, we just have too much salt. So if you can avoid just throwing salt on your meals, unless you really need to, a big shake of salt in an egg every morning is not good for cramps. So if you stop
do that, I don't do any of that, but I do. Basically, if I have a steak or roast beef, which I never have, or there's one other meal I like to put a little bit of salt on, but that's pretty much it. It's probably I'm probably doing it less than once a month, putting a little shake of salt on stuff.
Yeah,
but there's a lot of sodium in other food, right?
Yeah, well, a chef I used to live with told me it's so annoying when you used to watch people, because I used to have visual chef where you could watch out in the restaurant or out into the eating area. As soon as the meal goes in front of them, they just pick up the salt and pepper straight away. You're supposed to at least bite it, take a chew, and then, okay, I'll put some salt on. You just don't do it automatically. And he was saying, just don't salt up, because it's bad for your legs, especially if you're physical too, because calf muscles and salt is a big thing, but it could also be vein issues as well. And that's always good to change your diet, eat more salad, so on and so on.
Yeah,
I gotta get better at that. Sure.
At least burn a trucker, though. You can eat your egg and bacon sandwich in the morning and have a big lunch and a big dinner, because you're burning it off. Because you're getting around and doing quite a few kilometres up and down and around your truck. You are physically doing good miles and you're using your body. And so
I do a lot of moving around, yeah.
Yeah, do drive to work, get out of the car, have a big breakfast at McDonald's, go up to the office, sit on their ass all day, go to the pub and have a fat lunch and then go home. They're the ones who are going to be obese. You can eat as much as you want if you work it off.
I feel called out, because that'd be exactly how I want to live.
I live with obesity regardless of how much I move, because obesity is a disease based on metabolic derangement a whole lot more than it is on diet and exercise. And people don't know that, but it's something I work on in my volunteer work. And we can't talk about medical things, so I won't go any further. But yeah, it is a very misunderstood thing, and it doesn't just go away from that. But people that get onset, later, adult onset of excess adiposity, it tends to be less visceral fat and a lot more from that type of thing. So it is better it's better to move, far better to move.
It's just when I was at school, we had a few kids who were on the Portly side, and the ones who kind of stopped eating, just when they go to a place, they would just order 2 meat pies, and and really, we used to have a lot of high fat food back then. I've never eaten the fat on steaks and things like that. I've never liked even though fat's flavour, I've never really liked a big, thick, pork chops or lamb chops have never been a thing I like. That big lump of fat.
Yeah, I get that.
Oh, I do. That's the most flavorful part of the steak is right there by that fat.
It is some of the best stuff. But I don't eat like just a piece of straight fat usually, but I do like a more marbled steak. Then I don't like to overcook them. But yeah.
Oh yeah, I usually eat my steaks rare.
But
Oh
yeah,
my
I
God,
think
barbarian.
but just
Oh my God.
the one thing blue rare I can't do.
No.
But,
I can't do blue. I can't do not
fairly
doing
rare.
blue, but
I like fairly rare.
I do like my steak to moo at me a little bit. No, I went out and actually had a steak for the first time in forever while I was at the REU because we went out and my mentor was paying, and she bullied me into getting the $56 steak that they had on the menu. I'm not sure if it was worth $56, but it was a pretty good steak.
It'd be hard to tell sometimes. But yeah, I don't know. There's some good there's some good steaks out there, that's for sure.
There are.
I know people argue about like where they come from, like different countries all say they have the best ones. And we actually do here in Canada, but
sorry.
But I think there's a lot of arguments all over the place. But my understanding is actually in Australia and New Zealand, where they have almost all grass-fed meat, that it's better. And I've tried grass-fed meat more than once and really enjoyed it. Found it pretty damn good. So I would not be shocked if it's true.
My mentor was from Argentina.
Our steak's terrible. We don't want you coming over eating our steak. It's no good, guys. Don't come for it. It's terrible. Dude, our fucking steaks and our bacon. Oh my God, it's to kill for.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd say mine's great, but to be honest, the FDA is crap. So there's no telling. Yeah, there's no telling what's in my meat.
My experience has quite literally been that all food in the U.S. tastes really weird to me.
It's been my experience as when I was in the military and like leaving the U.S. that most food tastes better outside the U.S.
That's interesting. And when I say weird, like I'm assuming Americans like it, and it's just a strange flavor to me because of like whatever the practices are. But it's interesting that you leave and see it taste better. But
oh yeah,
like my travel is very limited. I've only been to Europe, the U.S., and Canada, so I don't have like this wide travel.
I've been to Korea, Iraq, Afghanistan, Germany, and then the U.S.
Okay.
I think that's all the countries I've been in. Like for longer than like a day trip.
Yeah. Well, that's like that's more well traveled than I am. But you were in the military, right? So you.
Yeah. But some, like,
some travel.
I love the food better in Korea. I love the food better in Germany. I love the food. Yeah, like the food was better in Afghanistan, but that's because they feed you better when they know you're getting ready to die.
I mean, you gotta have some sort of incentive, right? Just come for the meal, stay for the IEDs.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay, I'm not sure how much we're allowed to talk about that on the thing.
Come for the food, stay for the ID. Come for the food, stay for the IDF. It'll be fun.
Yeah.
Oh wait, the indirect fire, not Israeli Defense Force. I need to clarify.
No, I got to be very careful. Like,
same thing. What's the difference between IDF and IDF? Nothing. You're going to die out of here.
Okay.
And both times they'll deny it. So there you go. The indirect fire and Israel Defense Force are the same thing. I've got a feeling it's not so much the country, but the person who's cooking. Because a good chef can actually make a bacon and egg milkshake, believe it or not. They know how your pellet works. So what's one my chef mate used to do? Have the little bottle of lemon juice or a freshly squeezed lemon. Before cooking eggs or sausages in the frying pan, he'd squirt lemon in. And you just get this slight lemon flavour on the outside of your sausages or your bacon or your eggs. And God, it was yum. You know what I mean? Like, they know those good little tricks, effective taste tricks that really, I don't know, they make the dish pop. And they cook with love, too. That's the other thing.
Yeah. I mean, I would say it's chemistry, but, you know, it definitely helps.
The chemistry probably does help. Like, I know using hot sauce and, like, putting a splash of lemon juice on your hot sauce, really good way to get that hot sauce to pop.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think like citrus fruits haven't always been available to everybody, but like now that they are, like they get added to just about everything.
I had a lemon tree in my backyard once. It had really thick lemon skin, and I was thinking like, oh, this is a shit of a lemon because less actual fibre and stuff to make juice from. And when you slice it up, it looks kind of weird when you put it on a dish. But the actual skin and the pith, you could grate it up and throw it into things, and it was really nice. Like you'd chuck it into 2-minute noodles or stews or chili or anything. It'd work well. It was almost like putting a little bit of tartare sauce in. It was just this little pop of lemony flavour and kind of sweet too. But geez, it was nice. Yeah, really thick lemon skin. I don't know what the breed is, but it's just got really thick skin. And even a good tasting lemon, but I just thought, oh, why so thick? And yeah, there's a reason and it works well. Yeah. And just having chili growing next to chili and parsley and fresh mint. Because when you got fresh mint outside, it finds its way into anything. If you're boiling potatoes to mash, chuck a bit of mint in, you know what I mean? And
but you also watch out for mint. Mint grows everywhere.
Yeah.
You get it in one part of your yard, it'll be in every part of your yard.
But when it goes a bit off, because after a few years it stops being as nice, you pull that bit out, and when you're going to mow your lawn, you keep it growing over. You don't use that for mint, you grow fresh, or what is it? You move a bit of branch over. When you're going to mow your lawn, you throw it out and cut that up first. And gee, it smells so nice when you mow the lawn too. It kind of makes the job fun. Yeah, but mint and a little herb garden is always a good thing to have. It just makes all your meals so much better. Makes them pop.
Yeah. Well, we have like
what's
really
other stuff?
Around the conversation here.
We are.
We've come around to like cuisine discussion.
Oh, well, actually, you know, one that I sort of love but hate is Mexican, because some angles of it are absolutely delicious, but they've got a certain type of cheese that reminds me of vomit, and they overuse it everywhere. So any Mexican dish I've got to be careful of because of the vomit cheese, I call it. I don't know what it is.
You're talking about.
Okay, well, you're
I've never encountered that vomit cheese, but it sounds awful.
That does sound awful.
Well, some people don't do.
You're not spelling it very well here.
we call it coriander, but I think you guys call it cilantro or something. Yeah, that green shit.
Oh, you're talking about cilantro?
Yeah, I don't like cilantro.
I love cilantro.
Cilantro tastes like soap. Apparently,
that's a genetic.
It's an individual genetic thing, and I hate it.
That's a genetic condition. Well, there's a similar cheese in Mexican food that's similar to that, and I think that genetic condition.
Okay, I would not want soap cheese, but you know what? The thing is, by the time people have brought Mexican food this far north, it's really being made with Canadian cheese.
Good point.
So I don't know. Like when we buy the like the one cheese that people here associate with what I'd call like the Southwest flavor, which is basically like Tex-Mex or like basically the states that border Mexico and Mexico itself have this cuisine that is probably very regionally different place to place. But by the time you're in Canada, it's all the same place. And it's basically the way we describe burritos, nachos, and tacos. And anything with black beans in it. Which is a totally nonsense way to like put it all together, but that's the way we think about it here. And Monterey Jack is the cheese that most people consider to be the right cheese to go with those dishes. But that's a thing here. But in our family, because my kids are so picky, and I'm even more picky than they are when it comes to cheese. We're basically just putting like cheddar and mozzarella and marble cheese, or like which is a marble cheddar. Like we use those the most, and we tend to find those what our family likes. So we don't care how authentic it is. We enjoy the meal, so why would we care whether or not a Mexican person would enjoy it? Unless a Mexican person comes over.
I mean, they probably will enjoy it too.
Well, they might
Food's
eat.
food,
I don't
right?
think it tastes bad. Yeah, yeah. They probably tell us we're doing it wrong, but like as long as we didn't like accuse them of owning this food. I think that's the thing. You say like, we're making this dish. Come on over. But like, you don't meet very many Mexican people in Canada. I've probably
I would
met more
imagine
people
not.
from Spain. I've met lots of people from South America. I've met lots of people from all over the U.S. I've met lots of people from pretty much all over Europe and Asia. A little bit from Africa. There's only very specific countries, and then every once in a while you meet someone from like Oceania or Australia, but far less frequent. But yeah, it seems like the big impetus of immigration seems to be pushing from into Canada from some parts of Asia and like India, Sri Lanka, Bangladesh. Those are groups that are coming in large numbers now, it seems like, but could be just like the region I live in. It's probably different in other regions. I don't stick around in them very long to find out who lives there.
That's fair.
Yeah, it's a long walk to here from Mexico.
Yeah.
Oh, bullshit. There's moths that fly. It takes them 5 generations, but there are moths that fly from around California up to fucking Canada. And then there's a super breed of moth that flies all the way back down in one hit. But it takes 5 generations to get up. So it's not that far if moths can do it.
I didn't say we don't have any moths from there. Also, don't the oh man, I think it's the oh, what the hell is it? I'm blanking on what this thing's called. Oh, the monarch butterfly, doesn't it fly
it flies
from
pretty
like
far, yeah.
from like really
I
far
think that's
south
it.
to like up here?
Yeah, I
I
think
don't
that's
know
it.
if they're. I don't know if that's a generational thing or if it's the individual butterflies, but like I don't have time to follow them. I know that the cobra chickens go down south and come back.
Yeah, it's something too, like us in the US, you guys, US, Canada, and us in Oz, we have a different scale of what is big compared to, say, England and people in the European countries where you can drive for 2 hours and go through 5 countries. We don't quite have that. But here's the thing. One of my mates went and did Australian volunteers abroad, and he said that you think Australia's big, and you guys would think driving across the US is big. Africa is 3 times the size of Oz. It is fucking
massive.
huge. He said you get in trucks and you just drive for days and days and days, and you just don't see anything. You know, like, yeah, our concept of big in Africa big is fucking totally different, but maps kind of fuck your view up a bit because we're further away from the equator.
Yeah, the Mercator projection fucks it up a lot. Like, and Africa is way bigger than it looks. And I don't know. They say it was done for like political regions to like diminish other countries south of the equator, and I don't know whether that's actually true or not. But regardless, it does give you a very warped perception of what's actually going on a flat map.
Yeah.
Like Greenland is actually quite small.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh yeah. Compared to like yeah. I mean, I don't know that you'd want to walk across it either, but yeah. Yep. It's a thing to worry about. Okay.
Well, we get a handle on it. See, if you do a job where you travel and you being a trucker, you get a better handle on it. Because people don't sort of realise that, a 4-hour trip, that's actually like 400 kilometres, 250 miles. People never used to do those sort of distances, 100 years ago. A big trip was a 4-mile drive down to the beach. And the beach was, like you could smell it when the tide changed. So what we look at as a big, a small trip for us is would have been a huge trip for our grandmothers.
Yep. Yeah, no, absolutely. And I've been, like, when I look at where I'm at, like traveling across the country, like to go from where I am to British Columbia, for instance, that's in a truck where you have limited hours you can drive. It's only 13 hours per day that you can get in.
I may be applying to UBC.
Oh yeah, that's a cool spot. Yeah, my sister went to
grad
school in
school.
Victoria.
And that's another place where I might be applying to. Yeah.
Oh, cool. Well, yeah, like Victoria is beautiful. It's much further. south. The weather is better in Victoria than it is in like Vancouver, which I think is where, like, depending on where you are, like UBC has, I think, more than one campus because it's a big place. And there's Simon Fraser University is the other big one in BC that I can think of off the top of my head. And yeah, but for me to drive there, it's basically a week out and a week back. And I have to stop for 36 hours in between before I can turn around.
I drove from North Carolina to Spokane, Washington, and that was a weekend of nonstop driving. Well, not nonstop. I pulled over to sleep, but that's all.
But like nearly nonstop. Yeah, so I have to stop every 13 hours if I'm on my own, which I would never want to drive with anybody else. I don't think. I think it would drive me nuts.
Oh yeah, you get a little batty when you drive by yourself, for sure.
I like being by myself. Like I enjoy being by myself, and I get enough socialization from between talking to my family on the cell phone, and I can call into things like this and chat with people and argue with flat earthers about what is real and what isn't. I don't think we're entertaining people that are listening on YouTube very well right now, but because they came for a fight and they're getting a pleasant conversation. But I can go either way on that. I can enjoy the fight or the pleasant conversation.
I'm the same way.
If someone wants to glove up and come in, they will. Hey, just a quickie though. How was fucking Lion before when he was doing about his sound propagation, where pretty much everyone was saying like whatever, and he was fucking trying to throw out those little words of like he was trying to bamboozle us with big words, but unfortunately, all of us knew the words and what he was talking about. Like, God, the way he was fucking spiraling down there, that was so funny.
He was just throwing out random words that had to do with waves, and when he used waveform as wavelength, I about lost it.
He said waveform. He said node. He said node, and he said. I was trying to break down waves into like the things that I know. My knowledge is basic, but there's the amplitude, which is the distance from like the top to the top of the wave to the bottom of the wave.
No, that's the distance from the median.
Or from the median to the top. That's the amplitude.
Yep.
And then it's the same going down, like up and down from it should be the same. So that's the amplitude. It's just the one and then the node is the top of that parabola or whatever you want to call it. That's probably the wrong word, but I think people understand the word I'm using. And the wavelength is from like the top of one to the top of another, right? Is that
or the bottom to another bottom.
So that's
it's
the
just one full cycle.
Yeah, one full cycle, like one top to bottom, but it could be from any two equal points, right? That's how long it is. And then what was the other thing? And frequency. Frequency is the other thing.
Yep.
Yesterday or the day before, some of the people that come in were talking about frequency leading to other dimensions, and they were talking about frequencies affecting people's mental health and people with certain I don't even know the name of the person, I just can't remember, and also I'm driving so I can't read people's names, but they were saying that people that have diseases like, but maybe not specifically, schizophrenia are actually looking through a portal into another dimension, and so like their hallucinations aren't hallucinations, we just can't see the things they see in other dimensions.
Sounds like they might be schizophrenic.
Well, actually, what it is, if they're very sleep deprived, your brain will have this ability to need to take sleep anyway, and you'll start dreaming in the awake state. So when someone is seriously sleep deprived and they're saying, the fucking spiders, man, they truly are seeing the spiders. They are hallucinating, but it's because of it's a conscious dream state they're in through lack of sleep. And I suppose people with mental disorders may get it too. But people who start trying to explain it rationally, they are probably the ones suffering from it too, and that's really hard. You need training to deal with that.
Possibly, yeah. I really don't know. And like we have what they call the Black Dog. There's actually a movie called The Black Dog with Randy Travis. Randy Travis, Meatloaf, and
that's a real thing.
And if the Black Dog is, I've seen the Black Dog. And then if you see the Black Dog, you know you're fucking cooked. You got to pull over. You got to kind of splash your face with water and get to a safe place. Because when I see people pulled over on the shoulder, I'm like, if you're not broken down, you are putting yourself at so much risk being on the side of a highway, especially in the middle of the night, which is when I see it. And I'm like, holy fuck, this person's going to get creamed. And then I see people
no,
that
I
like,
go to rest areas.
and I see people that they break down and they stand outside of their vehicle, and they like they'll stand a few steps away from their vehicle, like in the ditch, and I'm like, fuck, like get in your vehicle, put your seatbelt on, and wait. You're not safer outside of your vehicle. If somebody hits your vehicle, like things are gonna go flying at you, or they could just like go off the road into the ditch. Like you're better off lights on in your vehicle, like your blinkers on, wait for help, put your seatbelt on. This is a public service announcement.
Put your flares out.
Yeah, like you're just so much better being hit in a vehicle with your seatbelt on than you are being hit as an individual human being, because the things that are going to hit you are cars and trucks and other things that are way bigger than you. And whether you believe in physics and gravity or not, like, yeah, big mass beats little mass every fucking time, whether or not you want to believe in physics. It's just how it works.
That's why I get angry with people who don't pay attention when they're walking on the street. Because it's like, you can trust me to pay attention, I guess, but like, you lose that fight.
Yeah, it is a big problem. It's something they've been talking about in, they're talking about like drivers being like unaware and distracted is like the first, like the blame always goes on car and truck and motorcycle operators, which is fair. They're the ones with the bigger burden of like safety. But there's been this huge uptick in the last, I think it's 5 to 10 years. They say there's been this huge uptick in pedestrian injuries and fatalities with vehicles in big cities where lots of pedestrians are out on the road and on the sidewalk. And they believe it's because they're interacting with screens while they're walking instead of paying attention to where they're walking.
Correct. That and e-bikes. There's in our Australia, the big cities have all experienced a doubling of pedestrian deaths and injuries in the last 5 years because of e-bikes being on the footpath and phone distraction. You are dead right. That's a worldwide thing. Cool to know. We got it here for sure.
I saw a person on one of those like little bikes. Now I think it was an e-bike. This was quite a few years ago. It was when I was still in construction. I was driving like a bigger truck, but not a transport truck, and I was in like downtown Toronto traffic doing a job down that way. And I was stuck in like just, the worst kind of like city gridlock. And so it was one of those situations where like it takes 10 minutes to go through one light. So I'm just sitting there like just watching the world go by me, and I got my windows down, listening to the radio or on the phone or whatever. I don't fucking remember what I was doing, but I just remember like I'm at this light and I'm like, I'm 3 cars back, and in this neighborhood is where they let you park on the road. So like at rush hour, there's 4 lanes, like 2 lanes in each direction, because you're not allowed to park on the road during rush hour. But like after 10 a.m. and before 3 p.m., you're allowed to park and do business at the stores and businesses. A guy on one of these little moped type bikes, it looks like a motorcycle, right? But it's not a real motorcycle. It's got like little pedals on it. And this guy, he's going along, and I'm like, oh, whoa, buddy's not paying attention at all. And he wasn't on a phone. He was just staring at the pavement underneath his bike. And he went like full, whatever the speed was this thing could do, I'm guessing 40 kilometers an hour, went right into the back of a minivan. And just somehow, his bike was not completely smashed. The entire back door of the minivan was smashed. The glass was broken by his head. And he didn't fall right over. He just was stunned as fuck. And maybe he was drunk or on drugs. I really don't know. But he somehow picked himself up, shook his head, and I was about to jump out and see if he was all right. And he got his bike going again. He just fucking took off and kept going. And his bike was damaged. Like I could see it wobbling and stuff, but somehow the size of the wheel and the bumper on the vehicle he hit, he just didn't do enough damage to be incapacitated. And I didn't even know what to do. But yeah, that guy I was just like, fuck, this guy had no clue what the fuck was going on. And so what do you do if you're like, if you don't have a dash cam and that guy runs into you? Like they're going to think you ran the guy down. And it was a person with a smashed up vehicle that like isn't going to know what the fuck's wrong. Like, why did, like, obviously somebody's gonna say, like, why the fuck did this happen? And I honestly don't remember what the hell went on there. I think somebody did walk out and make a phone call, so I'm assuming they called the cops. But
You would hope so.
those bikes are scary. What also I went and helped a guy. This guy actually did stop and help because he fell over because he was trying to ride one of them in the fucking snow. There was like a foot of snow on the ground.
Oof.
And he's riding along on a dry path where the snowplow had already been by. And then for whatever reason, he hit the snow and fell over, smacked his head really hard on the sidewalk. And he was a little ways in front of me when this happened. So I pulled over, and I had a beacon on the top of my truck, so I put the beacon on, and I went over to see the guy, and I asked him if he could get up and how he felt, and he started getting up. So I offered him my arm, and I helped him hobble over to like the sidewalk, and there was like a little bench. It was pretty close to a bus stop. I think he was sitting on the bus bench, and I called for an ambulance and stuff, and they came, and he refused all their help. But like, you know, once they were there and I knew he was semi okay, I left. But like, that was a fucking scary thing to see. And like, I guess there's no repercussions. There's no license plate on these things. They have like a little license plate holder that just says e-bike on them, because I guess some places you have to have one.
I don't know. I never really messed with them.
I've never been on one. I have a motorcycle, but like, I don't know, want to.
Though I do know when I'm in the snow, one of my survival mechanisms is to find a truck, like a 18-wheeler, and just follow him. Whatever speed he's going will be fine for my passenger vehicle.
Yeah, it would probably be pretty good. Yeah.
Because I was driving cross country in the U.S. in that was the North Carolina to Washington trip. It was in January, and going through the Rockies, I hit snow.
Yeah, it's not that hard to do.
That was when I learned what chain-up areas were, actually.
Oh yeah, chaining up is fucking brutal, but it's got to be done. It's got to be done. Going through the BC interior is the first time I ever had to do it in person, like myself. Seen it happen lots, but like, yeah, it doesn't take much. I had to go in empty. I didn't have to chain up on the way back because I was loaded, but on the way there, there was 3 or 4 times I had to chain up. And the truck I drove at the time, plastic fenders on it to protect heavy equipment from stone chips and stuff. And if I'd known how hard it was going to be to get the chains out, like, there's a gap, and I was like, well, I'll just slide the chains through. Talked to my boss about it before I went. I'm like, I guess I just dragged them through here. And they're like, yeah, do that. But once there was snow on the ground and snow was starting to get packed in there, it was fucking brutal. So in retrospect, I should have just found some tools and yanked them off, but I didn't do that. I put them on anyway. And then by the time I got, 20 kilometers into the trip up and down the snowy pass there, the chains had ripped apart the plastic. Oof. And it was just brutal. So I ended up having to rip them off anyway. And strapped them onto the truck, and then I had no protection there, but they were under the trailer anyway, so it's fine. But yeah, that was brutal. And I just remember it threw a chain at one point, and the truck started sliding backwards down the hill. I'm like, oh, this is fucking brutal. So I finally got stopped, and another trucker came and helped me. We got chains back on it, and I got over and got going again. But he's like, how the fuck is this supposed to work? And I'm like, I don't know. Nobody thought this through. And I had just been super lucky, not having to chain up for like the first sort of 100 kilometers into the snow range. And I'd actually been through snow earlier, but just not in the mountains. And I just hit this like icy pass, and it was just, there was no way to do it except to chain up. And if I had to do it again with that setup, I would have just yanked them off ahead of time. But the truck I drive now would be super easy. And I've had to carry chains to a few places. Going up into the mines, like, you don't use chains in Ontario mostly, but going up into the mining roads and stuff, you have to use them. So I've had to have them with me, but I've never had to use them in Ontario so far, just in BC.
Yeah, I got lucky. My little Honda Civic made it up. I was watching this truck ahead of me pulling up a trailer go backwards down the hill.
That's what happened to me. That's what happened to me. I think I only rolled back like 50, 60 meters, but it was still like not fun. It kind of sucked because like I had the chains on already and I was going, and then like one of them somehow slipped off because I don't know, like maybe they weren't the right size for the truck. I don't even know if my boss ordered the right size chains. I have no fucking clue. I already knew how to put them on. I put chains on lots of like agricultural equipment and shit like that. So I was like, I know how this works. I got the keys. I've done it before, but I was not prepared for how hard it would be with snow packed and everything to like get them in there. It was just brutal. And it was cold, but I was sweating so hard from working on getting these chains in that I took my park off and I was like literally just in a t-shirt doing this. Because it was like so much hard work to get these fuckers in there. And my parka was just getting in the way too. My arms are fucking huge. So like I needed the extra, like that extra padding was getting in my fucking way to slide these chains in too. Cause like, it's just fucking brutal. Anyway, the next time I go through the mountains, I'm just, so I don't think my boss is doing this, but he has plastic fenders on his trucks. If he puts them on my truck at some point in the future, I'm just not. I would never take them out west or even up into the mines. I'd just take them off for the winter. They ain't worth the trouble. It's great proof of gravity, though.
That's true.
Driving through mountains. Why does it take so much more diesel to drive through the mountains than it does to drive through Saskatchewan?
Not a clue.
Can't imagine why.
Going uphill, I assume.
Going up, yeah. Well, BC, like Alberta, has quite a bit of prairie. You actually do like ascend quite a bit, but it's a slow, gradual ascent. But like into the foothills through the Badlands, which I think is like, I'm always trying to figure out which, like, because most people in the U.S. have never been to Canada, and a number of people in Canada have been to places in the U.S. But my travel in the U.S. has been, I've been to the Southwest, I've been to pretty much the entire Eastern Seaboard, and a lot of the Midwest, but I've never been to like the Dakotas and the Wyoming and Idaho and Washington and the Pacific Northwest. I've just never been to those places. So, but I'm assuming places like the Dakotas are very much like Saskatchewan and Manitoba because they're right underneath them. But like, I really don't know.
They're Badlandy. That's where the Badlands are for us.
Oh, okay. So then maybe it's more like I don't know. It's very flat. Like it's like Kansas, I think. Kansas and Saskatchewan and Manitoba are probably similar. Like they're plains, like they're grassy plains that are mostly
North
turned
Dakota
into.
Looks pretty flat.
Yeah, so it's flat and it's all farm fields, like as far as the eye can see. And then when you get into southern Alberta and very far west Saskatchewan, there's Badlands, and then that's where a lot of like the oil drills and derricks are. But then when you go north, it's more of the oil sands up in northern Alberta, which is a different type of oil production. So people think of Alberta oil, but like there's a lot of like rigs, like look a lot more like what you like the typical Texas oil rigs in Western Canada, like with like those little pumps. You do see those out around in a lot of places pumping oil. But the tar sands is up north, and that's where a lot of the industry is focused. In Alberta, and there's like a lot of work out there. A lot of people like from here will like go work out there for weeks at a time in a camp and then come back for like a few weeks at home. And they apparently pay great money, but like I don't want to be away from my family that much. But we've talked about moving out west just for the cost of living difference, because it's about 25% less for like housing. Like if I wanted to replace my house in Alberta, like I could buy the same house for 25% less, basically, which is something.
Not nothing. Heating and traveling, no. You may have to travel further for work and things like that. That's what I've found. Wherever the real estate's cheaper, usually there's costs in other areas.
There's
all
you
lower wages.
gotta do more commuting. But see, in trucking, like the whole job is commuting, right? So
Good point. Yeah.
Like to drive across Ontario, like that's one of the things that you were talking about, like the size of places when you drive them, and like people in North America and obviously Australia like know about long drives. That like to drive from southwestern Ontario to the Manitoba border is over 2 days of driving. It's like maybe not straight driving, but it's well over 30 some odd hours to the border. I'm trying to think. It's like about 18 to Thunder Bay, and another to get to like Fort Francis is another 7 or 8 from there, and then it's another couple hours like to Rainy River, which is right. Then you got to go north up to Kenora, or you can go up right through Kenora. It's a long ass fucking drive though. It's got to be at least 30 some odd hours of driving to cross Ontario from here. And if you were leaving from like Ottawa, like right at the border, it would take you probably a couple more hours. I've never had to do the drive for work, but I have done it for fun. I've driven across all of Ontario and right into Quebec. And yeah, I'm trying to think how many it is. I think it might be like 34 hours. But that's just Ontario, and that's only like the parts that have roads. There's like Ontario goes all the way up to the Arctic Ocean, and then you got like there's still 4 more provinces to get to the Pacific Ocean once you get there. But I think like it's a basically from Dryden, I think it's only 16 hours to Calgary. And from I bet you could do Calgary. I think another 12 to 16 hours you'd be at the Pacific Ocean. So it'd be like 5 days to cross this continent from here. And it's another day to the Atlantic Ocean from here. So 6 days, it's a 6-day country. I wonder how many days it takes to cross Africa. I got to check that out.
They used to do the race from Paris to Dakar, which was obviously from Paris. Yeah, and the Dakar's the actual western tip of Africa. They used to go for about 3 weeks, I think.
That was like a race through like the desert and stuff. But you had to cross through Europe, and then did they cross from like Spain down, or did you have to drive around?
No.
Like, was there a ferry or you drove around?
No.
Yeah, that's a long
around down Italy. Right? Around down Italy, across through Albania, then through Turkey, then around through that area, then back across Egypt, and then they started getting robbed and raided. So they actually stopped running the race.
Right?
Hey?
Yeah, because it's like you're crossing through some very sketchy territory, right?
Oh, yeah.
So I'm just checking it. So Paris is up there. So you go through like Switzerland, Italy, Slovenia, Croatia, Bosnia, Herzegovina, but like Montenegro, Albania. I have a friend from Albania. She's awesome. I'd love to check that place out. It looks really neat. Greece. But you wouldn't go through Greece, right? You'd probably go through like Macedonia, Kosovo, Bulgaria. And there's Turkey. And then, so I mean, you're really like, once you leave Turkey, you got Syria you got to deal with. And then you've got like Jordan, Lebanon, Israel, Egypt, and then like I don't know which routes have the big highways you take, but they go cross desert too on some of them, right? Like they don't even run a road.
And the support vehicles are little race cars too. Like each rider has got a support vehicle with 2 guys driving with spares and fuel and food and all that. So
I've always wanted to race one of those big ass fucking trucks across there. I've always thought those are awesome. But yeah, so you got to go through if you go through North Africa, I'm trying to see where Dakar is. A lot of people think
you got to know French, right? I know someone who applied for a mechanic's job, and you got to know French and Italian if you want to get through there.
You have to do what?
He applied for one of those jobs, one of those driving jobs, and you've got to know French or Italian. You've got to have a second language.
C'est facile, parler en français, aucun problème.
Yeah, so Algeria is probably France or Morocco. I don't know, but you need to speak at least French.
Yeah, my math teacher in high school was Algerian, and she spoke French. She spoke French. She was born and raised in Algeria. I think she was
Yeah,
French, like French ancestry, because she was a white person, but she grew up in Algeria.
Yeah, well, I think they started using different routes, and they started getting robbed all the time and held for
Yeah, no, I
ransom.
think I've heard that. Yeah, I've heard there's been a lot of issues. Well, a friend of mine has traveled to Africa a couple of times on business, and they'd stay in compounds with armed guards. And she was telling me about like how it's really really scary, and they were under fire a couple of times where like basically the local army was like guarding them while they did whatever they were doing, and it sounded pretty fucking scary.
Or in some of them, the local drug cartels have got to move a shipment of contraband. So, as commonly as we might have, say, a snow warning or a bad weather or a flooding warning in an area, what they would have is there's like a cartel war, and these wars, the government will only hold them on. Will start shooting at each other, and they've got their guards and all that stuff.
Yeah.
The government will only hold them up for 2 or 3 days, and then pack up and go. So it's basically like a weather report. Don't go now near
Yeah, that's the bad time to travel. Yeah.
Yeah, because it's just like a bit of an incursion, they call it. It's usually the drug cartels moving stock. Yeah, so they just don't go down there.
I'm just trying to look at like a roadmap in Africa, and it looks like basically like all of Central Africa is almost not at all serviced by roads. So you pretty much have to go through like Tunisia, Algeria. I don't know all these places. I'm really like I'm not like, I know Morocco's there. There's Casablanca, which is in Morocco, and Dakar's in Sierra Leone, right? Sierra Leone, I think, is a place that's been very or is it no, it's Senegal. Sierra Leone's south of there, right? Yeah, Dakar's in Senegal. Sierra Leone's the other S place there. And there's Guinea. There's Guinea. I always wondered what Guinea was, because you always hear about New Guinea, but then there's Guinea. And then there's this is the Azores, and there's Madeira. And it's quite a trip. You ever heard of Itchy Boots? There's a lady from, I want to say she's from the Netherlands, that travels the entire world by motorcycle and does like video documentary of it. And she's traveled through Africa, South America, and Asia, and the Americas. And I think the amazing thing to me was how quickly she covered the Americas with relatively little trouble, compared to like how many times she's been totally stopped for political reasons or other like problems with like documentation and paperwork traveling through Africa and Asia. But maybe that's to be expected.
Oh, I just think getting robbed, because apparently the tourist information is like, don't attract attention to yourself. Don't wear gold watches and jewelry. It's kind of saying to people, I've got money.
I don't have money. I don't have to worry about it. I don't have money.
People don't think like that.
My watch is orange and plastic.
People really, really, really have a hard time thinking about how they present themselves and what it says.
Yeah. I present myself as a homeless person because I don't get to shave. It's hard to find a hot shower if I don't get home every day. Some of the truck stops, I feel cleaner if I don't have a shower there. When I'm on the road, it's like I think I'll go in and I think I'm actually cleaner now that I've seen what the shower looks like and left.
Yep. That can happen.
It depends on the place you're in, but there's places that have had, obviously people have like treated these places badly, but like I really don't think it's truckers. I think it's other troublemaking people that are just other travelers that just have no respect. And then truck drivers who need this service end up not having it. Because I've run up with things like this washroom's not available after dark bullshit, like at a place where like you're buying you're buying $1,200 worth of fuel from them, and like they can't even provide you with like even a hole in the ground to take a crap in. Like, what the hell?
Yeah.
You know. But that's kind of life, I guess.
Yeah, unfortunately.
It's too bad.
People don't think.
Don't think about other people when they do stupid shit.
No, they just don't think. That's what I've decided.
Yeah. Well, it's entirely possible. Yeah, I'm looking at the map of Egypt where you can actually read the countries. There's a lot of fucking land in Africa. And it's very wide, especially like the northern half, like above the equator. It's a really wide place. So yeah, that trip from
it's just as wide as Europe.
Yeah. So well, even like, I mean, wider in a way, right? Like if you think of like from Ethiopia, and then what's this country called? This is Somalia. So from like the tip of Somalia all the way to like Mauritania, that is in line with like if I go like on this, so it's just as far to the east as Turkmenistan, and further to the west in Ireland. That's a long ass fucking trip.
Yeah. Almost like from probably Brazil, the east end of Brazil, up to Alaska. If you went like along the coast and up through the US, it'd almost be that sort of.
I don't really know, but yeah, it could be. Because like, and I know other than Darien Gap, you can drive all the way from like the southern part of. Well, there's Punta Arenas. That's the place we keep hearing about. What an inconvenient place. No, this is Punta de Areolas.
Oh.
No, Punta Arenas.
Oh, Punta Arenas. Got it.
Punta Arenas. It's at the Strait of Magellan.
Yeah, my one of my physics teachers is from Argentina.
Oh, cool. And then
my mentor, for my REU was also from Argentina.
That is, I'm not surprised because South
my mentor was from Argentina, Chile. Punta Arenas is in Chile.
Yeah,
Chile is where
Argentina is the next country over.
Yeah, Chile is where my physics professor's from.
The long, narrow west coast one is Chile, and Argentina's the bigger, thicker one that goes towards the east coast of South America, right? Yeah. So I actually, my father's neighbor at the trailer park was from Chile, and his whole family was like he and his wife were Chilean, and their kids were born and raised here, in Canada.
Co-chair of the physics department here.
Yeah, but isn't South America, Chile, and Chile's very well known for its astronomy, right?
Yeah, that's where the Atacama Desert is.
Okay. Is that like it's a high elevation and very clear skies and good weather? Is that the
it's like the
combination there?
Second best place from Mauna Kea, I think.
Okay. I got a question for you. There's a place that's quite a few hours drive from here, but I've driven by it a bunch of times. It's called the Dark Skies Viewing Area. It's in southeastern Ontario. Is it a place you would have ever heard of? Like, did anybody ever talk about a place like that, or is it?
Well, I know there's a big drive. There's a big drive to like set aside areas of dark skies.
Okay.
So like, I know in Idaho they have a dark sky. Yeah, like a dark sky sanctuary.
Okay, well, this place would be like where there'd be very little light pollution, but it would be accessible to a lot of big population centers within a few hours drive. So places like Montreal, Ottawa, Toronto, Hamilton, Sudbury, North Bay, those are sort of big centers in Ontario, and you could get to this area. All of those things would be less than a 5-hour drive, I would bet, to this place. So that would probably make it a popular place to do it. And there's very little development and population in this area because it's not great territory. Not a lot of farming there. Right in that area, like that's very rocky and stuff. So, and it also would have a higher elevation compared to other places in the area, but it's certainly not like some crazy high altitude. A lot of Ontario sort of maxes out around like 500 meters above sea level. Even where I am, I think it's just under 400. I think it's just up the road. There's a higher spot, but yeah, where I think we might be 380 above sea level. And there's a place that's about 400, not too far up from here.
Yeah.
Which is, for this area, is pretty high elevation. And you're in the U.S., right?
Yeah, I'm in Hawaii. Yeah.
Oh, you're in Hawaii. Well, that's kind of the U.S., but that's cool. So, and that's another place that's popular because you have less light pollution and some.
That we have the best skies in the world.
Wow, that's cool. I would love to go to Hawaii, mostly because my wife and I binge watched all of Hawaii 5-0. Not the original one. I've seen some of the original from back in the day, but we mostly watched the newer one because the lady that was at the surfer woman cop was from Canada, so we had to support it.
Grace Park.
Grace Park, that's it. That's her name.
Yep, she was also in she was also in Battlestar Galactica, and then she also was in that really terrible cult. Fun fact.
Which one? Scientology?
The Nivium, Nixium.
Nivium. I don't know that one.
Scientology.
Fuck! I didn't know she was a cultist.
Yeah, she got pulled into the same thing that Allison, what's her face, Allison Mackey, right?
I don't know who Allison Mackey is. I know
she was also, I think, in Battlestar Galactica.
Oh, was she?
Yeah.
So Battlestar Galactica was just a front for pulling.
No, not at all. Not at all. They were sort
North
of
American
in that
female actors into a cult.
They pulled a few people. What was that?
Oh, I definitely need to get more up to date on some of this stuff. I actually wish Hawaii 5-0 was available on a streaming service we had because I love that show. Because actually, when I say we binge watched it, we didn't really. We more watched it religiously, every time it was on. Back when we had television on, a satellite channel. But I think it was also one of those ones where they had the you could watch 2 or 3 episodes at a time on the weekend because they would do mini marathons. I think that's what they call that, right?
Nixium.
Is it a marathon?
That's what it was.
Nix idiom?
NXIVM.
Oh, fuck. Okay. That is related to Scientology, I think. I think I've heard of this.
It was sex culty, if I remember.
So it was a sex cult for the leader, but it's not really related to Scientology, except insofar as it used some of the same techniques.
So let me guess. All the attractive females also got all the sex they wanted and a little bit more.
Plus branded.
Plus branded, yes.
Kinky.
Holy fuck! I hate this shit.
Can't forget the branding.
The branding.
Thanks for reminding us, Omnivore.
They were branding people as well?
Yes.
Yep.
Fuck. I had no idea that happened. Now I feel like I need to go over to Grace's house and save her. But she's probably already been saved.
Well, no, the dude's already in jail. And some of his cultists are protesting outside of his jail cells for him to be free.
Okay, well.
Just normal things.
Just the normal things.
That's the one that got the chick from Buffy, right?
Yes, Allison Mack. Yeah.
Allison Mack is from Buffy? How come I don't? Is that right?
Yes.
I'm trying to remember, because I remember,
no, that's
Buffy
right. Sorry, Allison Mack, Smallville.
Oh, okay, because
she was Chloe
Buffy,
Sullivan.
I remember.
Oh, right.
Didn't what's her name from Michelle Trachtenberg just passed away last month? She was the younger sister of Buffy on the show.
Yes, correct. Yeah.
Okay. But she just had some sort of terrible thing happen to her or something. She didn't join
I
a
don't
cult,
remember
I think.
reading. Correct. I don't
feel
remember.
I feel like she was just really ill with something terrible, but I could be wrong.
Ooh, it's afternoon. I'm
It is
gonna roll.
afternoon. Maybe not here, but no, I think it is.
No. It is.
Okay.
It is 12:01 in Hawaii.
All right. I bet it's later here. Oh, holy fuck! Is it dinner time already? Oh man, yeah, it's 6 hours later here. And I bet in Australia it's already tomorrow.
Fucking Australians, time traveling on us.
Bastards.
Yeah.
How do they do that?
I don't know. It doesn't seem fair to me.
It's almost like we live on some sort of toroidal surface.
Yeah.
Heresy.
Is it diverging or converging, though? I can never remember.
I don't really know.
Hump or drop? I'm not sure.
Is there a hump? I remember a song about the Humpty Dump. That might be part of it.
I remember a song about lady humps.
I don't know anything about that.
Those were lady lumps, I believe.
Oh, lumps. Yes, that's what I was thinking.
Oh, sounds like it could be. You could be taking us down the wrong
lumpy globe model.
The wrong tube. We're going on the wrong trail.
Or the correct trail, depending on your point of view.
All right, that does depend on that, yeah. It does depend. Okay. Trying to figure it. Okay. Fuck, this sounds difficult. Okay. Okay.
I gotta apply to grad school this semester.
Oh, I gotta like figure out how to get into school and somehow still afford life.
Well, the good news is grad school's a job. That's the good news.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, I'm not. I don't have any. I don't have any degrees unless you count centigrade.
You need the undergrad. Yeah,
I need an undergrad degree of some sort, apparently. Yeah.
Yeah, that part does unfortunately cost money.
Yeah, like
okay.
Apparently,
this is
the fact
a
that
really
I know
important
a lot
question.
of things isn't helpful. Lay it on.
The undergrad of life. So if it's undergrad and then grad, does that mean grad school came first and then they added undergrad, or did they both show up at the same time, or what the fuck's up with that? As far as the chronology
you know what?
of
I don't expect
degree levels.
logic from human-made systems, so I've never wondered that question.
Yeah.
I'm not saying the answer is logical, but there will be an answer.
No, there's definitely an answer, but I want to say that PhDs probably came before bachelors, but maybe not.
It's an interesting question, but like the idea of graduating must be in there somewhere, somehow, right?
You would think.
Yeah. Okay.
Expansion.
Do I have to start this whole fucking thing again?
I keep just restarting Stellaris games as I get to mid-game.
Stellaris. That's different than the thing that they're using to try and make a celestial theodolite for flat earthers, right?
Correct.
Damn, I
This
wish
is a
they
video
would use
game.
Stellaris.
It's a video game, okay.
Arguments.
That would actually be.
It might be more.
That would actually be kind of entertaining. Yeah.
Okay.
We should get on that. Try to get them to see the light.
Okay. This is what I'm doing here. Okay. I'm having some. I'm trying to do one of those stupid things like manage an online account, and I can't get it to the part where I fix the problem they're having. And I think it's because I got a brand new phone, and my phone isn't properly logged into the account, so it's not letting me make a payment. So I think I'm gonna be down one of those really stupid rabbit trails. That's gonna suck. I can't be the only one that finds these things frustrating as fuck.
I find a lot of things frustrating as fuck. So Not good.
I do find it slightly less frustrating than Microsoft.
But see, that just means you haven't tried to install C++ on your Microsoft machine yet.
Yeah. C++. Yeah. Weird. Okay. Fuck. I must be going to the wrong fucking thing. Ah.
Dev environment is more important than most people ever think.
And it is the most frustrating thing to manage.
Uh-huh.
If you're not in dev containers, then you're doing it wrong. Because all of those problems are gone for me because I switched 100% over to dev containers. The only dependency on my machine is Visual Studio Code and Docker.
It's not an issue with like the environment so much as it's just like trying to get the like getting C++ onto a Windows machine. That part's frustrating. But like once I have my Python ready, I don't care. Like I really just need like AstroPy.
Well,
NumPy
Python
and
is like the easiest dev environment to set up.
This is true.
I mean,
and luckily,
it's still
I'm not
easier if
doing
you do it in containers.
Luckily, I'm not doing professional development, so
yeah, me neither.
And you can do the building for Microsoft in a container and not have to install C++.
You sure you can do it in
and now I'm
container?
evangelizing.
Or you can just get the what is it, WSL, the Linux for Windows.
No, I don't want Windows.
I love Linux.
Okay, maybe.
I'm getting ready to buy a Linux laptop for my new daily driver because my research showed me that 16 gigs of RAM is woefully inadequate for particle clouds that reach 10 to the 7, 10 to the 8.
What are you?
No doubt.
What are you modeling?
Galaxies.
Ooh.
Okay. That sounds really cool. Okay, I gotta go. I'm gonna have to call people and figure out what the fuck's wrong with this stupid thing.
Ew, you gotta
So,
talk to people
Yeah,
enjoy.
with your voice for work. That's gross.
No, it was super fun, but like it was already simulated data. I was just looking at data they'd already ran, but like you still got to do like operations to find the potential energy on this cloud of 10 to the 9 particles, and that's a O(n) squared task if you do it exactly.
I'm taking your word for it.
You'd be proud of the Ether Cause boys, because after lots of prodding, there's finally a Jupyter notebook for celestial theodolite data.
Ooh, a whole
fancy.
Jupyter notebook.
Yes.
There are two kinds of research coders.
Shane couldn't even figure out how to open.
There are two kinds of research coders: Jupyter Notebook coders and Visual Studio coders. Or then you have the Vim and Emacs people.
Yeah, screw those guys.
I just say Vim to annoy my research partners who prefer Emacs. And I used to be a computer science major before I switched to the astrophysics major. So I actually have an opinion, and Vim is the proper one.
Seconded.
I learned on VI, so it always worked for me.
Or then you have the people who are still coding in text files, and I just feel bad for them. Like watching somebody, differentiate a hyperbolic sine function. It's just like, why? Anyway, I need to finish rolling. How have you been, Omni?
I'm doing pretty good. I was thinking about in terms of simulating particles. I don't know what I don't know enough about the software that you're using, but wouldn't a killer graphics card? That's generally what we use.
Yeah. So for simulations, For simulations, they tend to do it in GPU languages because all of that math at the end can be reduced down to linear algebra, and then GPUs are just that's their purpose in life.
Right. I was gonna say, like, I want like a mini tower with whatever the latest.
One of my eventual goals is I want to learn the NVIDIA language because I have an NVIDIA card.
Yep.
It escapes me right now, and make my own N-body simulation.
Yeah, I mean that's what I mean, like, plus you can play AAA games and with all the settings turned way up.
Well, I just love doing stuff like that. So
it sounds like a win-win to me. I mean,
CUDA, right?
Yep.
That's the
CUDA
NVIDIA language. That's it.
Well, I guess it is. I'm not sure if so CUDA is what the default rendering is on Blender, and the number of cores but I thought CUDA was a standard less than a language, so I'm not. I could be wrong.
I don't know either. Like I just honestly learned how to parallelize some scripts a few months ago. So like, I'm still a baby software person.
Oh, yeah. So I don't know. I don't know that there's a. That's interesting. I don't know what CUDA stands for, but. CUDA is a software layer that manages data direct access to the GPU, CPU as necessary, and a library of APIs that enable parallel. Okay. With programming.
Okay, not
developed by NVIDIA. So it is. So the API was developed by NVIDIA. So less a language and more a library.
Yeah.
Okay. That tracks as far as I can tell.
Just on my list of stuff to learn.
Yeah.
Because it was just real fun. Like I had a whole bunch of fun doing my REU this summer, and just doing science.
I do a bunch of Blender bullshit, so it's for me. Well, I'm certainly not going to claim great expertise or skill. That's where I've encountered it. I think I've told everybody. I don't know if I told you. I'm in my AI master's program right now. It just started.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
I might, depending on where I get into grad school, if I get into UCR, there's a chance I might be working with somebody who is using machine learning and applying it to astronomy. So that might be interesting.
Yeah, I would imagine that's probably a pretty
it's a major. Yeah, it's an easy extension and a major driver of research, like just research for research sake. And then and that's what makes the astronomy degree a little nicer, is it's really easy to slide my astronomy degree into a big data job.
Yeah. Okay. Yep.
Like the doctorates are getting out and then going to work for Google and stuff. So
yeah. Yeah, and I don't know what the job market is like when you have the astrophysics degree, but I imagine that in most cases that's pretty solid code for smart.
I think so.
Like when well, yeah, it is kind of rocket science.
You get a derive. All right. Everybody went quiet.
Yeah. Anybody here watching the Alien Earth show?
No. I think the only thing I'm watching right now is Peacemaker.
Oh, the second season. I haven't started that yet.
Yeah, they're doing it.
That's the only show I
episode by
watched the
episode.
opening song for.
Yeah, the first. I'm not sure how I like the second season's opening song, but the first one was great.
Oh, it's not. They didn't. It's not the same, huh? Okay.
No, it's not going to be the same one.
Okay. Yeah, Peacemaker, unexpectedly good. I didn't I did. You know, I had seen the movies, but I didn't know the character at all. You know, but you know, Senna is incredibly watchable.
Very.
So.
Well, I'd never heard of the character either.
Yeah.
But definitely turning, hopefully, into the DC's Iron Man.
I don't know. I mean,
well, I just need DC to have a run like Marvel because DC has the better stories.
I don't know that either. People say one way or the other, and I don't know that there's any accurate generalization there. I mean, I like a lot of the characters for different reasons.
Yeah, I can get that.
You know, I like I was never like a huge Iron Man fan, but Robert Downey Jr. was spectacular.
Me either. So that's what I mean, kind of like DC's Iron Man, because he kind of made the whole thing come together.
Yeah, because he is a giant ball of charisma. I mean, it's like you're watching it. It's like, oh man, this is great. I like this guy.
That's true.
So that is that's definitely part of it. But and I mean he's I mean it's not really, I guess, surprising that a pro wrestler guy would kind of have to be obviously have a spectacular physique, but also B, would need to be very charismatic in order to be a star there. Like that's a place where your presence is going to, to really, it's like you can't fake it.
I know what you mean. Excuse me.
So I mean, it was surprisingly good. And also as a like he doesn't require a special effect that they just couldn't do in even a well-funded TV show.
That's true. Yeah, no,
it's good.
It was really good. I was surprised by how well it came out.
Yeah, like I said, that the opening song was. It was like I
very catchy.
Like I'd be like, and also just the dance. I'd be like, oh, this is actually instead of just desperately.
They kept the dance bit. They just changed the song.
Ah, okay. Well, I'll check it out.
It's not bad. It's just it's different. It's just it might grow on me later. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's possible. Well, so Alien Earth. So I a huge fan of the Alien, of the first two movies, like everybody else pretty much in the world is. But I had wondered, how they were. I felt like with the way that the franchise had been developed, with I think the last movie to come out was Romulus, which I thought was okay. I didn't love it. I didn't hate it. The first Alien was new and just jaw-droppingly different from what I'd seen before. But as the I was wondering, like, how are they going to how are they going to handle the the franchise in like even a short run TV show and do anything to keep it, remarkably new, because we kind of know all of the the audience knows all the secrets of the alien creature. So, it's like you can't really easily surprise us with more alien stuff. And although I'm not that familiar with the Dark Horse comics, I think I saw a compilation at one point and concluded that the as in terms of serial fiction, those Dark Horse comics, although there were apparently quite a few of them, basically all had the same plot of evil corporation, fucks around, wants this thing, fucks around and can't handle it, which is kind of what they're doing with the TV show, but they're doing it in a way that is surprisingly easy, surprisingly fun to watch.
I did like the connections they made between Wayland Yutani and
yeah.
What was the other one?
Prodigy was the one, and then there's like General Dynamics or whatever, something from the Terminator franchise.
Well, they connected the Terminator, but they also connected two new things recently, didn't they?
Predator.
Is it Predator?
Yeah, Predator has Wayland. The latest movie, apparently, I haven't seen it, but has a Wayland Yutani android in it.
Yes.
So yeah,
that I'm tracking, but we already knew Alien and Predator were connected.
Yeah. And so I think there's nods to the Terminator franchise, which that's yeah. Obviously, yes. It's clear that I think the reason why Predator and Alien got put together was because they were, they were two, surprisingly good movies, and the idea that the Predator would hunt these things, seemed like a natural outgrowth. I don't think that there was any intent on the part of the creators to link the movies. They became linked afterwards because people had seen one then the other, and had kind of created the head canon where these guys could they could work together. The two concepts could work. So Wow, look at his army. Yeah. Camp on this rock. You see, I don't care about your different development. Go back. Well, I'm not starting off. I'm not wasting your life. Oh, thank God, I have a builder left. Thank God I have a If I didn't have a builder, if I didn't have my builder, because he screwed up my house, I would have to sell my army until I did that. Yeah, so you have like 4 hours. Oh wait, look. Oh, man. I'm getting attacked twice over here. Guys. All of your word what Please. Hold on. Hold on. Hey guys, do you guys want to do something for dinner, or have you already? Let me know. I'll make a rocky out. Now, stop it. Go. What do you think we can do? What's that? What do you think? We could order something? Yeah.
Hello? Is anybody still here? Did everyone give up? Does Demok still want to
We all
give up?
died. We all died. Yep.
Does anyone want Demok to be unmuted? Other than Demok? Or Demok? I've never clarified the pronunciation. I managed to sort out everything. I had a glitch in my bank nonsense that they were able to fix.
That sounds upsetting, yeah.
It was tricky to deal with on a weekend because I actually literally had to get them before 4 p.m. Pacific, which was 20 minutes ago. I was on the phone with them for over an hour. I got to go look at what Demok was asking for. He was demanding something. Well, I asked him what he was going to tell us, and I don't know if he's listening or not, but I can tell you that he was going to say globe robots can't anything, no doing this, globe daydreams measured, lol, calculators of dream suns, dream speeds, where little goof troop go, tell that little PB, maybe meant PBR, a pass blue ribbon. Was there a pass blue ribbon here? Let's get back here. He called someone a bitch. He called someone a pussy. He called someone a bitch again. Then he called someone a doozy. And then he said, quote for smart. And is Omni coming here to tell me I'm not allowed to say that? Get lucky lotto science with numbers, hope yours wins. Which I think was a slag on mathematics. I don't know if Omni's going to come. I don't know if Omni will come in and tell me that I got any of that wrong or that I wasn't allowed to say any of that stuff. But if I did on Demok, they would just yell those things at us. But, I think Omni might be hot micing because he probably just forgot to press the button.
He has been, yeah.
Oh, okay. That happened the other day. He had like half of a phone call that was like hard to understand. But I texted him and said, "Hey, I think you're like hot micing a phone call," and it didn't really make sense what he was saying. So, but it's not like he like gave us like his bank account number or something. But
that would be bad. Yeah,
you want to be careful. I mean,
wouldn't
you'd have
want
to
that
have
to
a
happen.
lot of other information to go with that. But I'm sure the people that work with shit like that probably know how to track that shit down. So, I just tell people my account number is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, which is the exact same code as the launch codes for the spaceship and Spaceballs.
Nice.
And also the combination for the luggage of a moron. Although I've never understood locking my luggage.
Like why you would lock your luggage or wanting to lock your luggage?
Like I just figure like the types of locks you're allowed to use on like an airplane flight, like they're gonna yank your stuff open and look through it anyway at customs. Like I guess I don't know. You're like keeping honest people out if they happen to accidentally grab your bag. And really, like if you open my bag and get a whiff of my dirty underwear after I've been on the road for a week, you get what you deserve. That's kind of the way I look at it.
I get that.
Or not. Like somebody breaks into my truck in the middle of the night. You want to tango with a 330-pound hairy guy who's pretty much naked and sweaty in the middle of the night? You get what you deserve. There's no valuables on board. And I'm ornery as fuck. So I don't even lock my doors at night. Okay. What is going on with this coffee thing? It's so weird the way they label shit. This place got pretty quiet then. Did you guys have a good conversation after I left, or did it like peter out after that?
I think it petered out mostly.
Okay. So when does your current thing end? You said you had to apply for grad school. How like are you just finishing your degree now, or like you've already done all the
Yeah, I graduate with my bachelor's in December.
Okay. So you're trying to just keep that rolling?
Yep.
Right, that's cool. It'll be neat if you come to Canada. I'm more likely to run into you because I'm boycotting the entire USA right now.
Valid.
I have my reasons. Our PM is making nice with U.S. negotiations, apparently, which people have mixed feelings about. But what are you going to do? They're, I think he was waiting for Buddy to get elected. We have like the official opposition's leader was voted out in the last election by his own constituents. So then he pretended to be in another jurisdiction where they're very friendly to his way of thinking, and got elected there instead. Which I find disingenuous, but the guy's never had another job in his life, so I guess I don't really want him out on the street, do I? He has no talents. He has no talents, no skill, no charisma. So, I mean, it really leaves two jobs available. One which piggybacks on the last conversation, and the one he's got, which is being a politician, and the other one is working security at the airport. Well, at least the no personality part fits with that. I can't believe we can't hear Demok through the mute button. Okay, I gotta go for 2 seconds. I'll be back, but I don't necessarily need to keep talking to people.
I'm mostly just playing Stellaris.
Okay, there we go. Gotta find my medications here. I don't feel like I've accomplished very much today. Oh, see, NASA still showed up again. Welcome back.
Thanks.
I think the last time you were talking, it was a shit show in here.
Well, I mean that's not all that different from how it usually is.
No, it's we've been bringing a very strange calm to the situation for the last little bit here. between absolutely nothing happening and very little happening, and having a pleasant conversation. It's having me think I should do a live stream tonight on my YouTube channel and really fuck people up. I wonder if I can take a picture while I'm here. I can, right? Yeah, this place sure is quiet. All right. I don't know if this place is going to pick up. You never really know. Ugh. Could be a flat earther anytime coming in. Oh, T-Muck gave up. I don't even know Barrel Rider. Have I met that person before? I really don't know. I think I'm gonna head out, see what else is going on in the world.
All right, later.
Okay, have a good one.
You too.